not proof. You can't even answer how do you know that's the reason. How is it a proof? You don't even know why that's the reason.
Fugazi,
but like this is not.
Fugazi, your proof must be something else. You're using the Earth curvature as an excuse why the ship disappears bottom up. That means you must have another proof aside from that.
I just have a question to you. Like, if this happens, and we can all agree that this happens, okay? We can maybe
it only happens sometimes.
Yeah, all right. Sometimes not. But we can assume that the reason for this might be a flat Earth, not a flat Earth, a globe. That the Earth is round. This might be a reason for it.
Right.
We can all agree on this,
you're posing a potential reason. It's not.
Yeah, this is a potential reason. And then we look at other things.
So how do you find out if that's the reason?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we use other things and we try to measure other things, and then they also are true. And then we have many different measurements.
You can stack 20,000 assumptions and it doesn't prove anything. Okay?
No,
you said, hey, this could be a reason. Oh, shut up, dude. Why are you interrupting? So you got, okay, this could be the reason why the ship's disappearing. And then you can mention another thing. And it could be a globe, and that could be the reason for that. And it could be a globe, and it could be this reason for this third thing. And it could be, you have a bunch of could be's.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, nothing. You said they knew the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, they assumed that the Earth was a globe, and they were right.
I said, how did they observe? They did not observe the Earth to be a globe, dude. They made it up in their head.
Yeah, like they had an assumption that the Earth was round.
That's right. That means it's an idea. It's not observed. Observed means perceived with the senses, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't perceive a globe with their senses, right?
Not directly, but indirectly, yes.
Okay, no. They didn't not even indirectly, okay?
Oh, no.
They made up in their head, hey, I see a ship sail away. I can't imagine how that would happen on a flat surface. So it must be happening on a curved surface. But that's an idea.
Yeah.
But they didn't see that. But they didn't see the curved surface, did they?
They just assumed it to be.
Yeah, okay. They just assumed. So they didn't observe the Earth to be a globe. So what they saw was flat water extend out to a line. And something's past that horizon line, and it appears sometimes to disappear bottom up. And they said, hey, dude, that happens on a curved surface. They were wrong, because that happens on a flat surface too.
Why? Because of waves, or what?
Who cares why? No, who cares why? We can demonstrate it happening on a flat surface. It doesn't matter what the why is.
So, but
we can do an experiment. We can do an experiment on a large flat surface, and we can get the exact identical optical effect. So we've done an experiment. We eliminate curvature as a variable, and we get the same result. Okay, doesn't matter why. Because hold on, Fugazi. The claim is this. The conclusion is this can only happen on a curved surface. I see the ship. It disappears bottom first. That can only happen on a globe. That's wrong.
How is it wrong?
Because we can demonstrate it on a flat surface.
And my question to you would be, do you mean the flat surface is bent, and do you mean like this?
No, no curved flat surface, just a flat surface.
And where did you prove this?
It's been done on lakes.
On lakes, okay.
On a lake, right? So if you take a lake, right? So the horizon's supposed to be what you think is the curve of the Earth, where the curve starts. The ships sail over, right?
Yeah.
So if we take a small lake that's only 1,000 feet long. Now, should there be a horizon on a lake that's 1,000 feet long?
I don't know. Maybe
1,000 feet. You think the curve of the Earth starts at 1,000 feet?
How much is 1,000 feet in meters? I'm not familiar.
I don't know. 330 meters.
I wouldn't say so. In 330 meters, I wouldn't say so.
Okay. So these tests have been done on a 1,000 foot on a 330 meter lake. Okay, take a
Yeah,
little
and
boat, sail it across, do it, and it disappears bottom up. According to the globe, the horizon should be 2,600 feet away, which is, I don't know, 3 into 2,600, 700 meters. That's where the horizon should be, 700 meters away. But the boat disappears in 150 meters. Okay,
and you
so we know, we know that this lake, at least for the 1,000 feet, is flat.
Yeah.
And we can get the exact same identical visual effect.
Well, like this is interesting. So it might be not good proof of them. Yeah. But there are also
the
another
point was the Earth, that water that they observe a ship going over the horizon, that water's flat, right? The horizon is flat, right?
Yeah.
So that's what they saw. They saw a flat horizon, they saw flat water. That's why I said we've all observed the flat Earth.
Yeah, but why would they see the tip of the ship first? Just because the horizon is flat. Like this doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't matter whether it makes sense. That's what happens.
So you're just saying like
I can explain the answer to. I can explain why it happens, but you won't understand the answer.
Okay. Is it too complicated?
You won't.
Or is it?
No, not well. I mean, because the horizon's not a physical edge of a ball. The horizon moves around day to day, hour to hour. I could go out right at noon, and say there was a buoy out there in the water, and it's 5 kilometers away, and I see the buoy right on the horizon. I could come back 2 hours later, and the horizon is past the buoy, and then I could come back an hour later, and then the horizon is in front of the buoy. So the horizon is not the edge of the ball; it moves around.
Yeah.
The horizon is an optical effect. It's created by optics. It's not created by geometry.
Yeah. Yeah. But if the horizon is very far away, you would still see the effects of a round Earth, you know?
Well, the horizon can't be the edge of that round Earth.
If it's really far away, it could be.
How would it move around?
Yeah, well, you said yourself that the horizon moves around, and if it's really far away, and the Earth
ball doesn't get bigger and smaller.
Okay, so if the horizon is the geometric end that you can see on a ball, if the horizon distance changes, that means the size of the ball would have to change.
No, but but I'm not arguing that the horizon is a geometrical, the thing.
Then what's the ship disappearing behind?
Yeah, I'm saying I also like the horizon is an optical thing you see. But if the horizon is really far away, you would also see the Earth being round.
What are you talking about?
Is the horizon the edge of the ball?
No.
Then how did the Greeks know that the Earth was observe the Earth was a ball by seeing the ship? If the ship disappeared behind the horizon, that's optical.
Like you said yourself that the horizon is only.
That's right.
Moves. Yeah. So you can things that appear are and
Hey, Fugazi, you understand that you said that ships going over the horizon was because of Earth curve. That's where you started. Now you're at ships disappear over the horizon because the horizon is some sort of optical effect.
The horizon is an optical effect because, like the air,
So what does ships disappear behind?
The horizon.
And what is that?
Is it the curve of the Earth?
Like it's when I don't know really how the horizon really why there's no horizon, but I would assume I would assume that there's just air, the layers of air are stacking on top of each other, and then some light always bounces off this air, and there's maybe some molecules or other things that affect this effect, and that's why this happens. This doesn't have to be like the end of the Earth. Yeah, I would also agree.
But when you say a ship goes behind it, down around the ball, if the horizon is optically created, that cannot be true. Okay, that's why we said sometimes this is observed. Okay, in fact, but it's not observed all the time, and it would be observed all the time if it was the geometric edge of a ball. I've seen a ship sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. Now the ship should have started disappearing behind the horizon at 4 miles, but I can see it 30 miles, never disappearing.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay. So you say that you cannot see these effects yourself when you do the experiment yourself, right?
No, you can't either. You just never
the
tried.
meteorological conditions of the day dictate what you see. It has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth. I could go out on one day and see one thing. I can go out on another day and see another thing.
Okay. Yeah, and
but every day I go out, the water and the horizon are both flat. The only thing that's going to change is where that horizon appears to be. It'll be closer, it'll be farther away.
Yeah. But like this thing I said before was, if my question, it would also be a question. Like what would happen if like the horizon was really further, like very, very far away from your point of observation? Like like 60 miles, you can see, you would be able to see the curvature of the Earth if the Earth was round. All right?
He doesn't understand. Yeah. The horizon is supposed to be the limiting factor.
Yeah.
So what if I'm like 3 feet, 1 meter off the ground, and the horizon's 50 kilometers away?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the horizon from 3 feet off the ground is supposed to be 2 kilometers away, not 50.
Yeah, I don't really know these things, but my question just would be.
We do. That's why we're telling.
We know you don't know.
Yeah. But
Mirage. Mirage. The name is Mirage.
Like, if the horizon is really far away, would you be able to see the geometrical curvature of the Earth?
How would you be able to see that?
Because you said that
you're not listening.
There is no geometric curve of the Earth to see.
The horizon at 1 meter high.
Listen, we can tell. Listen. There's a formula for calculating where the horizon should be on the globe. It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you get the height of the observer in feet, multiply it times 1.22 miles, right? Multiply the square root of that height. So if it's 9 feet, square root of 9 feet is 3, right? So you multiply that with 1.22. So at 9 feet, the horizon should be 3.6 miles away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I go out and it's supposed to be 3.6 miles away, and I see it 30 miles away, if I see the horizon 30 miles, then no, I'm talking about the geometric horizon should be that far.
Yeah.
But we see a horizon way farther than that, 10 times farther than that.
Oh,
that's why we're here. Why do you think we're here? We're here because they told us the Earth is a globe. Okay, we went and checked. We found out that can't possibly be true because the observations contradict that claim.
Okay,
and we can't be serious.
So, which is where we all started with this, right? This is where this started. What Jimmy Will said, right? He said, "Go out and measure it yourself," and he said, "Once you do, you'll be a flat earther," because he knows, he's not afraid that if you go test the globe yourself, you're going to find out that it's not a globe. It can't be.
So you measured it yourself, like you took a boat and you measured.
Well, there's a website called marinetraffic.com where you can track ships. So I went to the beach and I tracked the ship going out to sea.
Okay.
And I could see it for 30 miles, which is 50 kilometers roughly.
Yeah. But did you see the light, or did you really? It was a day.
It was daytime.
Okay. Like this would be very interesting to see. Like if you would be able to see.
Well, the ship should be under the horizon completely. It should
Yeah,
start
but you-
vanishing at 6 miles. And
Yeah,
at
but you
30
also
miles, I can
calculate.
still see it. Think about it.
But you also calculated that that you shouldn't possibly be able to see this boat, right?
Yeah, because we're testing the globe claim.
It's based on the
Yeah.
circumference of the Earth and the radius.
Before you did
Casey.
your experiment, you calculated that you were not possible. There was no possibility that you would be able to see this boat, right?
No, what I did was
Correct.
I did the observation. I took
Yeah.
screenshots. I filmed it with my camera, took pictures. Then when I got home, I analyzed the video and said, "Hey, from this distance, from my observer height, where's the horizon? Should I be able to see this ship?"
You also knew the height of the ship, right? You also knew the height of the ship.
Well, I know look, it should be 420 feet under the horizon. The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet. I know it's not the
Okay.
tallest ship in the world. Okay. So it doesn't matter. I don't need to know the height of the ship because no ship is that tall.
Okay. And you also knew the spot where you stood, right?
Yes.
You took
I know the elevation. Yeah.
Okay. Like this would be interesting if all the people that would measure it themselves would find out that the Earth is flat. Like I would find this very interesting because
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we tell people, though. We tell people don't trust us, don't trust
Yeah.
NASA.
I would
test
measure it myself.
It's a simple test. That's why we tell it. Like
Yeah.
this is third grade geometry in a simple test. It's simple.
I like this idea of measuring it yourself. I really like this idea because like oftentimes we take things for granted. Yeah. I like this idea,
Well,
but I don't think
something I ask people all the time in this topic is, if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out on your own?
I don't think so. I don't really think so.
Everybody says what you say. No, I would have never thought of it. I would have never figured it out on my own.
Yeah.
So they're basically admitting this idea comes externally from somebody else. Somebody told me the Earth's a globe. That I don't know it is. I heard it and I believed what I was told. And we're here telling everybody, hey, we know what you were told. We were told the same thing. But we went out and tested it. We checked. We did the fact check or whatever you want to call it. And the fact is, it's not a globe.
Yeah.
You know what got me into flat Earth? What sparked this for me? So on TV, there was a television weather report, and they showed a picture that one of the viewers had taken. It was of the Chicago skyline from 52 miles away, which is, I don't know, 70 kilometers, whatever, right? Well, it shouldn't be visible.
Yeah. Why shouldn't it be
And I was like, and he said, this has to be a mirage. And I'm like, whoa, that can't be a mirage because mirages are double images. So I'm wondering why this meteorologist is saying that, why he's saying something which is obviously not true. And that just led me down the path. And it comes to find out, people have been seeing this, Chicago, from all the way across Lake Michigan for 80 fucking years. And nobody ever thinks anything of it because they think, well, it's just a giant globe. I should be able to see Chicago. It never crosses their mind that they're viewing something which breaks the globe. They just never even think of it.
Yeah, but I also would think like many physics and like many things you can also calculate yourself are based on the assumption that the Earth is flat, and they are also worked. So yeah, that's why I would think that the Earth is
horizon
Well,
dip method.
the shape of the Earth is a surface feature of the Earth, whether it's curved or flat. That's not a physics question.
Yeah, of course it is. Like
It's just
you
math.
have the gravity. Yeah, but you have gravity, and you can then calculate the gravity.
What's gravity?
The sun. Yeah, the gravity is
What's
a force.
gravity?
And you can,
How do you know that gravity is a force?
Yeah, like you cannot. You are. So you are, when you jump up, you go down back again. So it's a force.
Okay, so that's gravity.
Yeah.
So it's just a calculation of acceleration. That's it.
Yeah.
As what it is, nobody knows. It's just acceleration.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And
All right. That doesn't make the Earth a ball.
Yeah, but then you can calculate like the gravity of the sun. You can calculate the gravity of the
can't.
moon, and then you can
No, you
calculate
can't.
where the moon
That.
and the sun is. And then it would also really make sense
No,
that
you
the Earth is
can't.
also flat.
You can't calculate it
And of
using the
course,
acceleration on Earth. You can't
of
calculate the
course you can.
gravity of
Of
the
course
sun.
you can.
No, you can't.
You can
You're
calculate the
confusing big G with little g, dude. They're two different things.
like you can calculate how if the gravity of the Earth is because of the mass.
Can we agree that if the Earth is flat, then whatever gravity is, it's not making the Earth a ball?
Why? Even though it's a perfect sphere?
It's as close. If the Earth is a ball, it would be as close to a sphere, a perfect sphere, as you could possibly get. They say that the diameter across the equator and the diameter across the North and South Pole is only a difference of 26 miles, and that's over 8,000 miles. So it's about as close to a perfect sphere as you're going to get.
Exactly. Considering the gravitation in the center.
All right.
There is
So
no
then
gravitation.
where? So if you're 1.8 meters tall, how far away is the horizon when you stand at the water?
When I stand at the water, how far?
Yeah. Yeah. How far is the horizon?
I don't know. Horizon defined by the point that you can see, or the view, as far as you can see.
Well, when boats go over the curve,
Yes.
how far away is that?
I have no idea. I don't want to guess either. Why don't
Well,
you?
then why
tell
would
me?
you assume that it's the curve of the Earth if you don't know and you don't want to guess?
I don't want to get into this, actually. I know how
Is it
it
hurting
ends.
is it hurting your brain?
No, it's actually interesting, this theory. Because I think, why would people, what have they to gain from hiding it? What is their secret?
They're not hiding it. They're not hiding it.
They
Who
just
said
don't
they're
know.
hiding?
I just presented you with a story.
You're choosing to believe us. You're choosing to believe one story.
I don't
You were
know.
taught a story and you're choosing to believe it.
It's not a story. It's, I don't, basically.
It is a
You don't have
story.
any evidence.
But why? So,
Oh, 'cause
all the moon landings,
You're gullible,
the-
man. That's why you're believing it. You're gullible.
Most people believe it for the same reasons you believe it. They were told it, and they've just
Yeah.
accepted it, right? I used to believe it. Sheepdog used to believe it. Everyone in here that's a flat earther used to believe in the globe, right? We accepted the
all
story.
around the world.
Yeah, but it's just like, do you think your teachers that taught you the Earth is a globe, you think they actually knew anything? Think they ever did any tests or experiments?
Right.
You think your college professors that taught them the Earth is a globe, they gave them an
They only
experiment?
told us the basics, like, Columbus.
Yeah, but did they do any
with the
experiments?
Mars and the
The
horizon.
stories are great, but science is decided by experiment. It's not decided by but the explanation. So no matter what your explanation is, such as the theory that gravity would form the Earth into a ball, that's fine. That's a great theory, but you would actually need to demonstrate it by experiment to call it scientific, right? You would actually need to go, if your theory was, hey, gravity forms the Earth into the ball, you would need an observation of that happening to call it scientific. Science
So if you
is
go
the
to
arbiter
zero
of
gravity,
science, the arbiter of the
cold
truth of a
water,
scientific.
it forms
Listen,
into a
brother,
sphere.
it's very important. It's very important. The arbiter of the truth of a scientific claim is experiment. That is it.
Yeah. Occam's razor also. It's the most simple answer.
Occam's razor is
usually the
philosophy.
right one.
Yeah, you want Occam's razor with flat Earth? The Earth looks flat because it is flat. There, Occam's razor. No assumptions.
Oh, it looks flat, but you can't trust your own senses. It's really a ball.
Earth
Can I ask you
or flat
something?
Earth was interesting. I don't know.
Indio?
Yeah,
Can I ask you something, Indio?
yeah, of course. Shoot.
If
I think he's trying to ask Indio a question.
What,
if
Gabriel?
other planets are globes, why this is an exception? Why this is flat and other planets are globes? Because you can see with
Because the Earth isn't
a
an other
telescope,
planet.
you can
You
see
asked me a
with
question.
a
Can I
telescope
answer?
that other planets are globes. Even in
Okay.
this galaxy, on any other galaxy, all of them are globes. But why this is the unique planet that is flat?
Earth isn't a planet. Where did you
This
get the
is
idea
not a
Earth is a
planet,
planet?
and
Hold on.
other are
You're putting the
planets.
cart in front of the horse, Gabriel. Where did you get the idea Earth was a planet?
From school, I guess.
Hi.
Yes,
Have you ever
because
observed Earth to be a planet?
Not
yes,
really.
this is a planet. This is a planet
Yeah, how do you know
as
that?
any
How do you
other,
know Earth is a planet, Gabriel?
Wesh, en français.
because it's the same as others
How do you
and
know?
others
No,
are
no.
planets.
Okay, it's the same. So there we go. There's the crux of the matter. Good. I'm glad you said it. So that is philosophical. That comes from the
Applied
Copernican
spheroid.
principle invented by Nicholas Copernicus. That Earth
Yeah.
has no unique position in the universe. And if you take that philosophical, because you can't prove that, right? Whether the Earth's unique or not, all evidence points to that the Earth is unique. It's the only place with life. It's the only place with liquid water. It's the only place with lots of things that we can observe.
But
So
there
it is
are
unique.
other planets that
How you
have
think about
explain the gravity?
water. This is
Oh my
not the
God.
unique planet with water. This is
It's
not
not a planet.
the only
It's
planet
just
with
unique in every
water.
sense. It's not a planet, okay? It's not in the category planet. So planet is a category of object. So can you tell me what you have observed about the Earth that would place it in that category of planet?
When did you see that this is
Why are
not
you
a
asking me
planet?
a question? Why
When
don't you
did
just
you
answer
see
my
that?
question? Answer my question, please.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that's what I thought. What
He
have you
can.
observed about the Earth that would put it in the category planet? If I go outside, I look around, why would I say the Earth is a planet?
Because it is.
Plant.
Even if
Yeah, but
you
why?
call it, even if you
Why?
call it
How did
as
you
a
come to
planet,
this
I'm convinced
even
Not
if
an
you call
answer.
it
because it
as a
is.
earth, even if you name it as an earth, is a planet.
How do you know it's a planet? What is the
Because
evidence?
Because the plants.
because it's like the third or fourth planet in the galaxy,
How do you?
like
Jesus
every
Talk
other
about
Christ.
planet.
circular reasoning.
Yeah, dude.
So
listen,
why this is
I'm
an
asking you how
exception?
you know that. What is the evidence for what you're saying?
I'm going to Google it.
They didn't give you any
Oh,
evidence.
okay,
That's the
no, you're
evidence.
not. We're not doing it. Go on, fucking mute, bro.
Okay, brother, tell me the
Ash,
definition of
go
planet.
ahead, Ash. I'd rather deal with you.
Just tell me the
The
definition of
definition
planet.
of a planet
Other
is
than
that it's
because I said
celestial
so.
body.
Jesus Christ.
The definition of a planet is celestial body. So when I look up in the sky, I don't see the Earth. So how is the Earth a planet?
Okay, the definition of planet.
'Cause you live in
is a
it.
celestial body, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the Earth is celestial,
Asteroid.
meaning that it's in the sky. The Earth is not in the
So,
sky.
So you mean that asteroid
Because
is
you
also
are
a
on the
planet?
Earth.
What? No.
Asteroid is also
No,
celestial.
dude. Celestial means in the sky, right? Up there, there's terrestrial, Earth, and celestial,
Mhm.
not Earth.
So do you mean that stars are also a planet?
No, planet is the definition was wandering star. So it's the stars that move different than all the other background stars.
No, then what's the definition between like star? Star is also celestial.
Stars are fixed.
Star is what?
They all move fixed relative to each other. The ones that don't, the ones that move different, are called planets. This all comes from the Greek. But the thing is, what makes you think Earth is one of those? Jesus Christ, Gabriel.
So how are you classify
Hold
the
on.
Earth is not a
Hold
flat?
on.
He's fixed.
Hmm?
Gabriel's having a
Just hold
meltdown.
on. Somebody's getting banned. Just wait a minute.
He said, I mute people when I don't know the answer. No, you got muted because I'm not debating Google.
No, you're not debating the Google. Just tell me the definition.
No,
Hold
talk about-
on, Ash. Be quiet
Ash.
for just a minute.
Talk about Gabriel, Ash. Gabriel, not you.
Okay, I understand.
You look, bro. I can tell you're hardly paying attention to what's being said to you. So pay attention.
Yeah, he's probably reading from Chat GPT also. Ash, are you typing things in the Chat GPT?
I'm not even typing.
Earth is not flat.
Not right now, but I mean, is this what your plan is? We're going to answer questions, and then you're going to type things in the Chat GPT.
What's that, buddy?
Yeah.
What did you say?
I don't use ChatGPT, by the way.
So did you notice the thing I asked him for?
Edward is trying to talk, guys. Can you mute the bot for a little bit?
So us here,
or pause
we're
it.
concerned with evidence.
Whoever is controlling it.
We know the claims. We know the claim that Earth is a planet. We know the claim. We know all the claims.
All right, give me a second, Edward. You can comment again, Edward. Go ahead.
Earth not flat.
And what does that mean to you? Can you put any context? Are you saying in contrast that you're making a claim that is curving, contrary to flat?
It's not flat.
And what does that mean?
I mean, it's not flat.
So what is it if it's not flat? What is it?
It's like almost look like a ball.
Oh, you're saying the Earth is a ball.
Almost.
Okay, almost like a ball. So it's curving. So it's like it has a geometrical shape. You're saying the Earth has
almost. What?
Well, I'm pausing and you're not replying. Then when I start talking, you start talking.
Okay.
So make a cohesive sentence, like a premise, conclusion. Go ahead, Edward.
Earth is not flat because there is a sunset and there is a sunrise and a lot of evidence to say it's not flat.
So the ground that you're standing is not okay. The ground that you're standing is curving because you looked at the sun. Is that your conclusion? Premise, conclusion?
I'm saying it's not flat, and
because the sun is moving across the sky.
Let me finish. It's not flat because humans are too small, so they think it's flat.
So you say the Earth is too big. It's too big to.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, it's too big. So you're saying people cannot measure across the surfaces of the Earth.
No,
is
they
that your
think
argument?
It's flat.
Yeah, but the description of flatness or non-curvature, it's based on measurements. It's not based on an opinion. It's based on a measurement. Like if I measure you, how high you are, right? That's not an opinion. If you measure 5 feet 11 inches, that's not my opinion or your opinion. The next guy can measure you 5 feet 11 inches. The next guy measures you 5 feet 11 inches. That's not because I think it or you're thinking or the other guy think it. It's because that's what you measure as. 5 feet 11 inches. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
So there is
So when the
something
Earth
called
is measured across vast distances, everywhere we go across bodies of water, and everything we do is measured as a flat, horizontal, level frame of reference, and it's not curving. So when you say Earth is like a ball or almost a ball, that will be incorrect. That will be a baseless assertion. Because let me ask you this: have you checked?
there is something called horizon dip method.
Oh, the horizon. Oh, wait. Say that again. There's something called what?
Horizon dip method.
Horizon depth method.
Dip method.
What is that? Is that a
It's
measurement
how.
of the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
So is it when you go high in altitude, you're saying that the horizon is not your eye level or something?
Yeah, it's go under. That's why the ships disappear first from the ground first, from under first.
So you're arguing that when you observe the phenomena that a ship across the water is disappearing from your view, you're arguing that the only variable that is causing that effect is because the earth or the water is curving and the boat is going behind that curvature.
Why are you repeating my?
For clarification, to make clear. I didn't
You
repeat it. I made it clear.
something. You add something more. I'm not sure what.
What did I? So okay. Now you're talking about boats going out of your view, and you're saying that is because it's curving.
Because it's almost a ball, and it's not flat.
Almost a ball. Have you considered any other variables besides that one that you think it is causing the effect? Have you considered any other variables that can cause obstruction of view, causing you, the observer, not to see the boat anymore? Have you considered any other? Can you mention 1, 2, 3 variables that can cause that effect across a flat surface?
I don't know.
So
But
you,
it's
the
not flat.
observer, can be looking at an object across a flat surface, and just one variable, your limitation, your eyesight, you have a limitation of view, your optics, your eyes. There's a certain distance that you won't be able to see the object anymore. Then you can add the air, which is opaque, right? The air can cause obstruction. There's humidity, temperature changes, and that can also cause you, the observer, to not see that boat anymore. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
No? You disagree with actual observable phenomena? This actually happens across the water. The boat, you, the observer, has limitation. Your eyes has limitations of view, has an optic limitation, and the air is not transparent, and it also blocks things out of your view. So that causes you not to see the boat. It can cause that. But then when you measure the water itself across the water, you don't find the curvature that you're claiming it's causing the obstruction. There's other variables causing the obstruction, not the curvature. That's not it. That's not doing it. Because if it was, the ball will have to disappear at a specific distance. And we can see these things past the geometrical limitation of the ball that you think that the Earth is.
Why there is a North Pole?
There are about 4 to 5 North Poles. Which one are you talking about? Celestial North, geographical North, magnetic North? Which one are you talking about?
The direction.
The directions on a map? You're talking about the geographical North?
Yeah. Russia next to Alaska, right?
Russia, yeah. There's the land people call Russia, and then there's the land people call Alaska. Yes, sure.
It's next to each other, but it's far from each other on the map.
Land can be next to each other. Yes.
Yeah. So
what happened with that? What's your argument?
because in the map you see it far from each other.
The map is not the land. The map is a projection. You can draw the map with many shapes, but the map that you have on the table, or the map that you decide to draw as a representation, was a grid for you to have a reference to navigate. That's not the terrain, Edward.
So
you don't travel or navigate across the map. You travel and navigate across the land or the waters or the air, which is not the map. Get it? So if the map looks concave or convex or flat, the map doesn't determine the shape of the Earth or the curvature of the Earth or the lack of curvature. Because that's why you go and measure the Earth to determine, listen, you go to the Earth or the waters, you measure it, and then you determine if it's curving or if it's not curving. And when that has been done, when you do that, you can come to the conclusion, like everybody else, that it's not curving.
So if it's not curving, why there's sunset and sunrise?
Because the sun moves across the sky, and when it's above your head is noon, right? Yeah, you see the sun is above your head, and then it moves away from your position, and the angle of you, you're a 6 foot man, or you could be up in a building, but the angle of you reaches a limit where that light moves away from you, and you cannot resolve anymore, and there's also stuff in the way. So the limitation of altitude, the optics, and also the air is blocking the light and blocking the view of that object that is moving far, far away from you. You cannot see it anymore.
The Earth is moving or the sun is moving?
Obviously, the sun is moving. Everybody can see that. Everyone does that.
No.
You don't see the sun moving? Oh, that will be. Do you have any evidence for that? Can you prove that?
I don't know, but this is obvious.
So it's a baseless assertion. No, what is obvious is that the sun is moving.
Obvious.
That's obvious.
Yeah, it's moving.
The sun is moving. Yes, agreed. That will be. Edward, think about it. Just think about this logically. Can you demonstrate that the ground under your feet is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, like it's claimed on the equator? Can you demonstrate that?
The sun just left.
The sun left, exactly. The sun left from your position. Yeah, the sun is moving. You're double speaking at the moment.
Maybe because the internet lagging.
No, it's not. No, I'm saying that you're saying two opposite things at the same time.
Okay.
The sun is moving. You admit that it is. We went away. You said he left. He went away. Yeah, everybody can see that. That it goes away from your position to a different position. That's why you don't see it anymore. That's why when it's in your position, it's daytime, and when it goes away from your position, it's nighttime.
That's not make any sense.
That makes perfect sense because you have your senses, right? You have your eyes, which is one of your senses, and you can observe this happening in the morning when the sun rises. You can see it with your senses, your eyes, your optics, your vision, one of your senses. You can observe it rising and then coming towards you. You can see it and then going away from you, and it makes perfect sense because you can use your senses to observe this. Everybody that have eyesight can observe this,
So
so it makes
there is
sense.
upside down.
There is an up and there is a down. Yeah, up and down. The down is below your feet. That's the ground below your feet, and the up is the sky above. That will be the sky. That's up and then down below your feet.
So the moon is not proved too.
The moon is an observable phenomena that you can observe with your eyes, but you cannot determine what it is, where it is, what the medium is. What is it made of? You can observe it,
So
but you cannot determine what it is yourself.
why there is shapes to the moon?
Oh, because that's the way it was designed to be. That's the shape. Okay, you cannot even determine a shape. You can say it's a circle, it's half a circle sometimes, it's crescent. But you don't know. You don't have the perspective to go behind the moon or to the side of the moon to say it is this shape, because from our perspective, you can only tell that is a circle. But if you're gonna claim a shape, I mean, you will have to prove that.
Why every 15 days there's a full moon shape?
Because that's the cycles of the moon. That's the cycle that the moon does. That's part of the cycles. That's the observable phenomena that has been observed since the dawn of men, and it's been repeating again and again and again, like clockwork.
Maybe because the Earth, there is no shadow from the Earth, so that's why the moon is full shape.
Yeah, and also, let's say the moon does do what it do. It does everything it does. How does that changes that the Earth measures not curving?
What?
So if you and I, we measure the Earth and it's not curving, do you think that when we look at the moon doing what it does, that supersedes the measurement that we did and it changes the measurement?
No, but
exactly. Good answer.
you can use it as a proof too.
Okay, as a proof of what? Not that. Okay, so you and I in your house or my house, we measure the table that we have in dinner, right? Or the round table. You know, do you have a round table in your house?
No, square.
So what is it, like a square? So it's a square. Okay, you have a table
like
and the surface, the top of the table, you can measure it and it's not curving, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's flat. The table is flat. Now, the table measures flat, and then we look to the ceiling and we see the bulbs, the lights on the ceiling. Now, the ceilings are kind of like spherical or oval or whatever. Now that we look at the bulbs, do you think that's going to change the table? The table is not flat anymore?
Look, man, the Earth is
Edward,
not
is the
flat.
table changes because we looked at the light?
No.
Oh, thank you. Thanks God. So that's the argument that you're making right now. You're saying, all right.
No,
You
no, you're
can't
twisting his
compare Earth
words.
to a table.
Well,
Genzi, Genzi.
the Earth has been measured, and it's observed. Everybody observed it, and it's not curving. So by looking away from the Earth, away from the thing in question, that's not gonna change the Earth.
Genzi,
So
your whole thing about the things changing angular size is easily disprovable, and here's why. During a sunset,
Who said things change? Who said? When did I say things change our angular side?
you were just
When
talking
did I
about
say
it.
that?
You were just talking about it earlier. How you said that the reason that the sun
Never
appears
said
to
angular
set.
side. I never said angular side. So stop strawmanning.
All right, I'm not okay. Well, you know what I'm talking about. All right, what you guys
Yeah,
say is that the
just
sun
mute
doesn't actually
yourself.
go.
Just mute yourself.
What you guys say is that the sun doesn't actually go below the
You
horizon.
guys.
It's just
There's
moving
there's only
away.
been me. There's only been me and this other guy talking. There is no you guys saying that.
You know that what I'm saying is
Another
accurately
strawman.
representing what you
Another
said. It's not a straw man.
strawman.
okay.
Okay, well
Chill,
here it is.
chill.
The sun
Let me
illuminates the clouds from below during sunset. Are you seriously just gonna mute me? Are you that much of a coward to actually respond to your own argument?
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So what is it? What is your next question? What was your name again?
You talking to me?
Edward.
Yes.
What's so funny, Matthew?
Oh, I don't know. You muted somebody and didn't even know who you were talking to.
Go ahead, Edward.
Why? Yeah. Don't mute. Don't mute anyone. If you may.
Edward, we've been here
Yes,
for a long
yes.
time, and that guy that joined, every time we get a
Yeah.
new person asking questions, that guy, both of them, Matthew and the other guy, every time we get someone new, they interrupt the conversation just to have you leave at some point and not have a conversation. They wanna take from you and from me so they can take over and not allow the conversation. That's what they do every single day.
Forgive them.
So go ahead, Edwards. What were you saying?
I'm saying it's not flat.
But you don't know that because you haven't checked, Edward. Have you checked? Have you measured across the surface of the Earth? Because you're basing this on the data set that you got, let's say, in school. Where do you learn that the Earth is a sphere? Do you learn that in school? Because I did.
No, actually, I have a geography book when I was a kid.
So you learned, yeah, from a book, the same way I did it. Yeah. Open the
Yeah.
book. We passed the pages, learned this thing and learned the other thing, and then we found
There's
an
a
image
lot of
of the Earth.
facts also to prove it's not flat.
All right. So the data set that you got from the book is that the Earth is a sphere of a certain diameter, right, and a certain radius. Do you know the size of the Earth that you learned in the book? Do you remember it?
But I have an opinion that no one can get out from Earth.
Do you remember the information that you learned in the book, Edward? The geometry of the ball that you say in the Earth is. Do you remember it? The size of it.
No.
Okay, so you were saying the Earth is too big for us to have a perspective of the curvature, right? But
Yeah,
in the book you
because
learned
it's
that the
big.
Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
No.
Look it up right now, since you're curious about it. What is the radius of the Earth?
Radius?
Yeah, the radius.
حجم الكرة الأرضية.
Radius, Radius. I think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Someone.
No, I will search it in my language.
You know the from the center of the sphere to the edge of it. The dimensions of the ball that you see in the Earth is
6,371.
kilometers.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
half.
in miles will be in miles will be 3,959 miles. So on the surface, if you're standing on the surface of that ball, if you look across that ball, there should be a drop over the distance. You know, you're standing on the ball, and over the distance there should be a drop over that distance, right? Because it's a sphere. It's dropping. It's curving, right?
What is
All
curving?
around you. The change rate of slope.
Okay. Look
So that
what
will
I'm
be
saying.
8 inches per mile. So if you were on the surface of the ball, if there was like, if you look across a lake of 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature.
I want to say something.
Yeah, you're not listening. You want to say something, but you're not listening.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, because you're claiming the Earth is a ball, right? If it was a ball, there should be curvature between you and the distance object or another position. But we can demonstrate that there's not. There's no curvature. Because you learned the sphere, right? In the book. You admitted this. That you learned in the book. The Earth is a sphere. And it has this radius. So it has these dimensions. Then when we close the book, we check the Earth. We measure the Earth. And it measures not curving like it showed in the book. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And we can demonstrate this. This has
Yeah,
been
I
done.
said because you too small to.
Yeah, but that's not true. You're just making that up.
No, I'm saying it's true. You're small.
Yeah, I mean, ants are small, right?
Yes.
Do you think we can measure distances, Edward? We can definitely measure stuff, right? Can we?
Yes, but you can't
Yeah, we can
measure.
measure things. So listen, Edward. Now search on the internet. Earth's curve calculator. Earth curve calculator. You found it? Were you able to find a Earth curve calculator?
Wait, let me see. 6 million.
You can go to github.io. That's probably one of the easiest one to use.
8 inch for 2 mile, right?
8 inches per mile squared, because it's not just a slope. It's
12
square. It's a sphere.
centimeter for every kilometer.
There you go. You see?
Yeah.
So we can measure centimeters. We can measure feet. We can measure meters. Right? Can we? We can, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna talk in feet because I don't know the conversion in my mind at the moment. So if we go to a lake, water lake,
Yes.
And this lake is 10 miles long. You and I,
Yeah.
standing at the shore of the lake, we can shoot a laser, a laser transit across the water, right? And at the other side of the lake, 10 miles away, based on the Earth's geometry claim, there should be a drop over the distance of 66 feet. Do you think we can measure 66 feet? We can, right? That's like that's like
Okay.
that's like a 6-story building. You know, a building with 6 floors
Okay.
or almost
Yes.
7 floors. Yeah, we can
Okay.
definitely measure that. So
Uh-huh.
when we shoot this laser and we put a target at the other side of the 10 miles, we hit the target and there is no deviation of the water below the laser. There is no drop over the distance. The laser, the water, measures horizontal, flat, and level. There is no curvature. But based on the Earth's claims, the globe Earth that we learned in the book, there should be 66 feet missing of curvature. There is 66 feet missing of curvature. The curvature is not there.
But this is not to prove your theory.
What theory? I haven't proposed any theory.
Or
This is a measurement.
yeah, but
This is
it's
not
not
a
support.
theory.
That's not to prove anything.
Yeah, it proves that the water is not curving for it to be a sphere. You know what it does, Edward? It falsifies the claim that the Earth is curving. Because
Maybe
remember,
because you're aiming on the target. Look, I want to talk more, but I have to leave. So, Earth is not flat.
my controller died. Are you there, Edward? Edward. You dropped that easy?
No, Genzi, he had to leave for some reason.
Yeah, he had to leave. He said maybe because you're shooting at the target. Yeah, that's the whole point. The target should be not even visible, but we can hit it with the laser. Yeah, we are shooting at the target.
Shall we return back to the original broadcast?
Oh yeah, anything. I mean, we had that other guy trying to get in the middle of the conversation, and Matthew laughing about it, but then dropping away. Like they cannot hear. It's like they're listening to YouTube, and when they heard me talking to the new guy, they jumped in. Since I didn't allow them take over, they Matthew left. It's hilarious that Matthew does this. Anyone else want to open your mics and talk? Felpa, you've been feeding. Your mic has been feeding into the combo, Felpa. You want to say something? Yes, no. Felpa. I guess not.
I heard a new one today on Facebook that Halley's Comet proves that the Earth is a globe. Because where does Halley's Comet go when we can't see it?
Where does it go? I mean, if you don't know the answer, where does it go? That means the Earth is curving. Is that how it works?
Yeah, apparently that's how it works.
Oh.
It only works if the Earth is a spinning ball. Can't possibly work any other way. Same thing with this Earth. Or Earth were a spheroid, then it would wobble on its orbit, on its rotational axis.
Yeah, those comments are an interesting phenomena, but obviously, if you just think about it, some honesty and basic logic doesn't determine the shape of the Earth, so that argument falls flat immediately.
Yeah, they're only visible when they come close to the sun, so maybe their proximity causes them to be seen, and when they go far enough away, they disappear.
Green Alex.
Hey, how you going?
Good, how are you? Welcome.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
Awesome. Have you been here before, Alex?
Oh yeah, quite a lot. I always listen. I learn a lot here.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Did you change your name, your username or something?
No, I've always been Greenweaver or Greenweaver Alex.
Oh, all right. Maybe I haven't
Yeah,
noticed it
I
before, but
had a really good conversation the other day. I kind of got slated a little bit because I was sort of proposing an observation, which maybe is stupid, and maybe people can explain to me why it doesn't work. But I've just hooked up with Ganja, what's his name? Ganja something, who is in Spain, and I'm in Wellington, New Zealand. And so we're theoretically on the opposite sides of the globe. And what I want to do is a zenith observation halfway between sunset and sunrise, exactly. So the sun is presumably on the other side of alleged globe. And get Ganja to do the same thing in Spain 12 hours later or whatever, halfway between his sunset and sunrise, and then do the same thing 6 months later, exactly, and see how it goes. See what stars are exactly at the zenith and see if they're opposite each other on the alleged celestial sphere. I'd just be really interested to confirm it.
Sounds like a interesting observation to do. Isn't that, from your position and his position, you just want to have those two references and do it together, I guess? Oh.
Yeah, and then if you do it 6 months later, I guess I was sort of trying to make the point that I thought you should see completely different stars above your head at midnight or whatever the midpoint is between sunset and sunrise on a certain day, say in January, and then do the same thing in June, exactly 6 months later to the day, and see if it's the opposite side of the celestial sphere and that they switch over. It'd be really interesting just to see that. I mean, ideally it would be someone in northern Spain, because I believe if you drilled a hole through the fake Earth, it would come out in northern Spain from Wellington. But yeah, it just seems like there's two places we could look at. I know that there's the tilt and other things to consider, which would probably mean that Globers could argue against it. But I just thought it'd be interesting just to see.
I hear these arguments about, I like looking at the sky, and you probably heard this before. Obviously, looking at the sky is not going to determine the shape of the ground. I find myself, Globers are not actually Globers, they're sky earthers. I mean, sky earthers.
Google Earthers and sky earthers, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I do know that. I just think that it's one of the things that I would just like to confirm if it works how I'm imagining it's working. And I guess the best place to do this would be theoretically on the equator at, a solstice or something like that, so that you could really know what you're looking at theoretically. But I just think it's just one of the things that seems to falsify the idea. I just feel like if you're looking at the sun, it's daytime, and unless it's an eclipse, you're not seeing stars. And so you're looking almost 180 degrees the other direction, theoretically, on your zenith 6 months later. And that I just think that seems quite compelling, that we're seeing the same stars going round and round the pole. For me, obviously, it's the southern Sigma Octantis, but for other people in the north, it's Polaris. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to work in my head, but maybe I'm being thick.
It definitely doesn't work. There's an argument for that, because if the globe argues that the Earth is spinning in its axis, following the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. The sun is moving 600,000 miles per hour. So they're claiming that there's all of these movements, different vectors and different speeds all at the same time. Yet there's no parallax in a sense of the luminaries. They kind of like reset so often within certain cycles. So everything should look, like you're saying, different every 6 months. It should be a totally set of stars on a different sky every so often. I hear that.
But I definitely agree. Whatever's going on in the sky is going on over a flat Earth. The wise person who once said that is very wise. Definitely.
That's pretty obvious.
Yeah. Hey, do you know what? James Corbett? I
do not.
Oh, James Corbett Report. He does fantastic investigative journalism. Really amazing work. He did that 5-minute video on 9/11. Yeah, Corbett Report. He just put out a video today on the Foucault's pendulum. And it's very long and involved, but the upshot is he's thinking it's definitely fake and there's fakeness in it, but he's saying it proves something else, and it basically blows apart flat Earth. And I really think some flat earthers should jump down into that comment section and start correcting. And someone who knows more about Foucault's pendulum than I do, but yeah, there's an interesting fight going on in the comments section of his YouTube video. So yeah, it's just he just released it today, not many
That
hours
guy's
ago.
just a clown. Who would take him seriously, anyways?
Well, I think
how is he?
he does have a lot of say in the people who are awake in the other departments like COVID and, you know, other areas, definitely. The technocracy and the globalism, he's definitely anti that. But yeah, I mean, I think he falls for some real base scams for sure. And I think he still believes in the virus and all sorts of things that I would question. But yeah, he did put out this video today, and I think it is worth a commentary because I think he's put enough doubt in the Foucault pendulum that it wouldn't take much more to make people doubt it even more. Do you know what I mean? I think it's a good opportunity if anyone knows a load about it, maybe to go and
Can I say something about it that I'm just
Sure.
I'm speculating here because I'm not an expert on Foucault's, but I've been doing work on electromagnetic fields and looking into them. So they drop those Foucault pendulums down, like you said, on a string. You know, they put it on a string at a specific place to have a specific angle that it falls at with no extra push. So they put it on a string and burn the string so it drops. And what they're saying is that it proves the precession of the pendulum being able to accurately show their latitude is proof that the precession is following the globe Earth. At least that's what I heard. Not from that interview, but what I've heard from other people's arguments lately about it. I just find it interesting that they have them in specific areas placed, around the world. And I think that they're using the Earth's electromagnetic field, and they're stronger in certain areas, dropping at a certain angle and stuff like that to get the precession they want. They're put in specific places for specific reasons, and they're using the electromagnetic field of the Earth to pull that little pendulum on its swing. So that's what I think they're doing.
I think Corbett was exposing that, but he was saying they're hiding the magnetic field and Tesla. I think it was more in that department. I didn't listen to the whole thing, to be honest. But I do know that a lot of those Foucault pendulums have little magnets and motors in order to keep the pendulum swinging. And so you kind of question, well, what, aren't they going to just get the answers that they're begging the question, circular fallacy kind of thing? They're going to get the exact thing happen that they want if they're going to put a motor and magnets and things in it to keep it going.
Yeah. But even dropping it from like that specific angle, it has to be that specific angle. They cannot like touch it at all to make it mess up. It's like they're over controlling the experiment, in my opinion. It has to be that way or it doesn't work. I mean, that's just so, the whole thing screams blunt to me for sure. But I just think that I heard that argument the other day. So I know there's probably where he's going with it in that video, because that's what everybody else has been arguing about it.
Right.
I think it was Gebbiget some time ago. He mentioned the ohm resistance. That is like a phenomenon between voltage, the current, the voltage, the amperage or something, and there's like a resistance between those charges or whatever. Have you looked into that, D-Town?
I've been looking into it. Yeah, the ohmic resistance is something just used in electronics already. My wife knows a lot about it because she worked at car audio company. She worked for a car audio company. So, but yeah, based on the ohmic resistance and things, from what Get was saying, it matters how fast things travel and the degradation over that ohmic resistance. So yeah, I'm still looking into that. I don't know enough about it really to say much more than that. It's part of what I'm looking into for sure. That's exactly what I'm looking into, trying to figure that stuff out.
Well, if you think about it, what they're saying about the
hey Helio,
hey guys, This Foucault pendulum thing. Now they're not saying anything about the magnetic field or anything necessarily with the Foucault pendulum. What they're saying is that they can prove that the gravitational force or whatever as it's spinning, that's how it can knock down these pegs when it travels, over a certain amount of time. It's going to prove the spin of the Earth. And it all has to do with gravity, not anything else, right? And so,
Well, just to clarify, I wasn't saying that they were saying it's the electromagnetic fields. I was saying that I'm saying it's the electromagnetic fields and not this gravitational bullshit.
oh no. Well,
Yeah, I just wanted to
to
clarify that.
lend it any credence in that way at all, because I mean, if you're going to create a test to test the electromagnetic field, and if it's moving, that's something else. That's a different thing. What they're saying about the Foucault pendulum is spin of the Earth and gravity, right? So they're saying that you can set up this pendulum, which they claim. Here's the idea. Since they try to create an apparatus that has the least amount of resistance possible, so that when they start swinging the pendulum, then it's going to continue to move in a straight path back and forth, and then the Earth is going to spin underneath this. So in other words, it's outside the spinning reference frame itself. It's just moving in a straight line back and forth. You know what I mean? Is this making sense?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And the Earth is spinning underneath it. Now, in any way, if this thing is attached to the Earth, then wouldn't it be in the same reference frame? And they say they reduce the friction as much as possible so that it will travel in that straight path back and forth, and the Earth will spin underneath it. I mean, and if what they're saying about that is true, wouldn't it be anything that left the reference frame of Earth while it's spinning? Like an airplane or a fucking anything. You jump up. Like, well, it's created to be super sensitive. Like how? I mean, if you have to put a motor on it to keep it drifting back and forth, and then you're going to claim that, yeah, I mean, we use the motor just to keep it swinging, even though it's still going in the straight line, straight path that it started in. I mean, I've seen, like, everyone knows how a pendulum works. Only in this test would anybody claim that if you let a pendulum go, it's going to continue to travel in a straight line until the momentum stops. I don't know. I haven't ever seen something perfectly, like when you pull it back and let it go. As far as I know, I don't think it will ever maintain that straight path. I mean, you know how these painters, you guys have probably seen it. They pour like a bunch of paint in a bucket, and then they spin a canvas underneath it, and then put this swing this pendulum across it, and then it creates these designs. Or sometimes they'll pull it one way or swing it one way so that it'll create a different design on the canvas underneath. You guys know what I'm talking about? That's a pendulum. So for them to say that they're going to be able to keep this pendulum in a straight path over a certain amount of time to well, and for one thing, it's not an experiment or anything like that, but yeah, that's the argument, that what they're doing is basically creating a free object in space that's moving back and forth in a straight line, and that the Earth is spinning underneath it. And that's what the Foucault's pendulum is supposed to be testing, the spin of the Earth. And
Well, that's
so
what this guy said was different about it. That's what this guy said was the guy was referencing. That's why he said was something was different about it. He said he was abandoning that Foucault's pendulum was saying the Earth was in motion. All it was proving that that where his latitude was based on gravity. So he was trying to like prove gravity with it and not the motion of the Earth. But he specifically said, "I'm not trying to prove the motion of the Earth. I'm trying to prove that gravity, the way we said it exists, does." And that's what Foucault's pendulum is doing.
what the fuck?
Oh, that's
I
just what
mean,
he said. I was surprised I never heard that one.
no, I get that. Yeah, I mean, and shit. I mean, and I would think, if with all the forces. I mean, if anything, with centrifugal force, and then the pull of gravity against that on the spinning globe. I mean, that pendulum. Even if they're saying, "Oh, well, this part of the Earth it's spinning, it's going back and forth." If what they're saying about this force, that it shows the spin and the pull down, wouldn't those forces be working against each other? Like the spin and the straight forward down? And every latitude that you're at, it would be different. You know what I mean? Because the tangential speed would be different at every latitude. So, and that's why I mean none of us experience
we
that
don't feel
thing.
we don't feel the
Yeah,
motion
you
of the
don't
Earth.
feel it.
That's the
You don't
problem.
feel it, and they're not going to be able to make this stupid little test feel it either. And it's just
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I think I always imagine when I think about the possible speed, I always imagine like my sticking my face outside and immediately like a dog sticking his head out the window, just getting blasted.
It's just like that's just like they're creating an apparatus and saying, "Hey, we're going to have this." Even though this ball is attached to a tether that's attached to the Earth, we're going to reduce the friction as much as possible so that when we start pushing it or pull it, we let it go, it goes in a straight line, and then the Earth is spinning underneath it. But for all intents and purposes, that ball or the weight at the bottom of it is in free space above the spinning reference frame, right? So if you didn't understand Foucault's pendulum, that's what they're saying, and they're supposed to be able to do this at different latitudes and stuff, and they have done it, in different places, and it does act different in different places across Earth. But the test really, how can it be accurate anyway? Because there's so many variables, like I was saying. Ultimately they're describing the test as this weight in free space above the spinning reference frame moving back and forth as if it's not attached to the Earth.
Before had this perfected mode now, of course, where they had the stream to a certain place and then lighter and cut lighter to stop it. But didn't they have to try like 70 times before they got it right that one time before they got the whole method set up?
Well, that's like this Cavendish experiment. They're like, how do you know you got it right? Well, we got the results we were looking for. How many fucking times did you have to do it before you got the result you were looking for? Well, that's not scientific. I thought you were, in a scientific experiment, you
If that
reduce the
counted,
variables, and then you find it where you can repeat and repeat the same test over and over and get the same result every time. That's why something your hypothesis is true, because you can set it up the same way, do it the same thing every time, you get the same result. Then you have a scientific theory. So
if you had to try 1,000,000 times to get it right once, then the dude perfect guys are scientists. That's all I know.
well, I'm just saying, I mean, you could try it 1,000,000 times, but once you figure out what it is, and then you do it the same way, and you keep doing it the same way, and you get the same result every time, yeah, then you got something there, But until you actually, get the same result every time with the right test, you're not actually doing anything that necessarily proves anything. I mean, that's kind of a generalization, but if you're going to call it scientific, that's the way that shit works. If you're going to call something a scientific theory, it has to be repeatable, and you'll have definite. You'll have to set up the test, the scientific test, in the same way and get the same result every time, and then it becomes a scientific theory.
And that's not something I understood before it became to flat Earth. So one of the first things I realized is how little science is made of. I'm sorry,
Yeah, it
who talked?
reminds me a lot of the. You remember how they used to do the water going down a plug hole experiment, and there were even people who did it at the equator, and they went a few steps one way and they did it one way, and then they did a few steps the other way and they did it the other way, and it was just a function of how they were pouring the water into the bowl.
Well, and they even have a little. They do it. They have a trick that they do it. I've seen the videos on it. I know how they trick people. With that little test. It's like, look,
Yeah, it feels like the same kind of thing, and it may be just a function of what we're seeing is just a function of the electromagnetic field, as you said, D-Town. I agree with that one. It could be very much to do with, if it is really to do with latitude and longitude, then that says it's probably something to do with the field then, in my mind. But, in the celestial sphere, field, whatever it is, ether, whatever it is.
Well,
we'll have to do things like
they're
map
getting-
locations and stuff. So we'll see what
Well,
happens.
I think, they're not getting a consistent result with all of the so-called pendulums, wherever they put them. They're not getting consistent results based on the mathematics. It's just a trick for everybody, and if it works for a couple of hours for them, they're saying, look, when the people come visit, they have this big elaborate setup, and they have some pegs that this pendulum knocks down. They have to keep it motor driven, and people are only visiting long enough to say, oh wow, Foucault, oh yeah, it was a brilliant idea. Blah, blah. So nobody's really. It's not a test of anything. It's just a trick, man. It's crazy. People like, oh yeah, well that just 100% spin of the Earth. Get the fuck out of here.
I really
like
think.
you said, they always put it at the front.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's cool. We have a delay. Go ahead. I was just gonna say they always put it up front for all the kids. It's terrible.
I was just going to
wait,
say.
for the kids, it's for the adults too. What are you talking about?
I was just going to say, I do wonder whether it is worth en masse, going to these areas like Corbett Report right now covering the Foucault pendulum. And actually, because you've got people in a very interesting state where they are beginning to question things and they know something's up. And I think that's a really good time to sort of go in and sort of like maybe see if any, you can help in the comments section with the people, because there's already people in there fighting the case. And I think the same is true. Like we could have targeted places where we go, because, there's also the Electric Universe people. Like they're on the verge of getting it, man. And they just have these terrible assumptions that they're still building into everything they're thinking, but they're on the verge of something, like they're coming at it from a different direction. And then you got people like the whole group that's into Nassim Haramein. I don't know if you know him. He's got some very interesting philosophies, but he's clearly a glober. And I think if he and his crowd had a little injection of some flat earth empirical information, I think it could be very valuable, when you get them when they're in their questioning stage.
Yeah, Alex, do you know who Santos Bonacci is?
Yep, I do.
Okay, so you heard his story about flat Earth, right? He was doing all the astrotheology kind of thing, right? Like
astrology, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah. Well, he called it astrotheology. That's what he calls it.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was doing it all with the balls everywhere. He was teaching the same thing that he still teaches now, but it's flat Earth, and it just kind of the way he described it just kind of flowed into what he was doing. So it's weird. It's what this kind of reminds me of with these baby steps to understanding a lot of this stuff. That even though these people are supposed to be red pilled, that are finally discovering this, it reminds me of like I think it was like sometime about this time last year, Tucker Carlson put out his big 9/11 fucking. It's just like
Yeah, it's so boring waiting
he's
for
like,
them to
it's
come up,
like,
isn't it?
dude, that's fucking 20 years ago, bro. We fucking figured that shit out. Tucker Carlson, it's like, dude, we're gonna expose this guy. We got, and it's like, dude, you guys are way behind the 8 ball. So it's gonna take that long, I think, for people to really get around to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but I
Yeah,
do think these people
us
are
people in the
on the verge.
conspiracy world, we've been doing this a long time, and so, but it's still fun to see it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I was teaching bloody sustainable architecture, and then I found out that all the climate shit was complete bullshit, and I was like, oh my God, I have been like propagandizing university students. It feels terrible. But we all come from a different pathway. Like I was definitely questioning the ancient history, architecture, chronological timeline, Egypt, all that stuff for a long time, and 9/11 and all that sort of stuff. But I sure as hell didn't get the Club of Rome stuff. I didn't know that but I knew something was up, and I did fight against it. But it was hopeless. It was so captured in that uni.
Well, it sort of is. I mean, the further you get, the more hopeless it is, right? It's like we're just gonna have to wait for this cycle to finish. I think. I mean, not that you can't speak out and while you're living your life, do what we're doing. But yeah, there's just too many dumb people.
Yeah, I feel sad though because like my dad passed away a couple of years ago, and he taught me about the wonder of the universe and maths and music and Fibonacci and pi and phi and like how physics has got it all wrong, and that we can't decide whether it's a particle or an atom. We really got into grand unified theories of the universe when I was a little kid. So I was super into it. And when I began to realize that the earth was flat, I just so wanted to bring it up with him, but he was in his 90s. And I mean, I'd gone there to try and stop him from doing harm to himself, if you know what I mean, 5-6 years ago. But he was like, oh, you paint a dark picture of the world. What would we do without the polio vaccine, darling? And I knew I couldn't go there with flat earth. He would have been he was a maths teacher, and he would have been so into it if he knew how all these people are questioning all the science, and because he knew there was a problem between quantum and Newtonian science. He knew that the standard model was bunk. So I had that kind of grounding, but I never got to talk to him about it. So sad. And it was because, there was just no way you could. I mean, I would have worried I'd give him a heart attack or something.
Right. So, I mean, these generational kind of things, I mean, they are, check this out. Let's see, we're only, the pushing of this new narrative, the globe idea and all that, everything surrounding it, it's new, really, as far as humanity goes. And they've convinced everyone that you can't necessarily think for yourself. I mean, if you like when someone says, "Well, it looks flat because it is flat," then you're obviously a retard. It's like, what if I show you the flat water? Well, you're still wrong because I don't know why, but it's everybody doesn't know why the Earth is a globe. They just know somebody smart figured it out.
I think it is valuable when we, try to explain that not everyone is in on it. And there's a lot of good scientists, good doctors, good people out there meaning to do well. People who think that they're saving the planet, for instance. Do you know what I mean? There's always the pathway to hell is laid with good intentions. That not
100%.
everyone is part of this conspiracy. It's not like everyone is trying to pull a fast one on you. So, it always comes down to how is it possible that so many people could be lying, but it really isn't that many people lying, is it?
Well, and when it comes to
authority, that's all.
Well, right. The people that actually want change or whatever, people that call themselves activists, and they're all about like, oh, they're just totally infatuated with the green agenda or whatever. That's you know, green is the new red. That's communism. Everybody's starting to see some of that. Like you were talking about. Oh, you thought the global warming thing was a thing, and then that, yeah, the green is the new red as far as that goes. But to be honest, people are so superficial these days; they don't even give a shit about that anymore. So it's like,
Yeah, I mean, I look at all the data centers and stuff. I mean, it's like they've just bombed through the mountains to put a cable just to make things 0.3 of a second faster or something across America. And they're building all these data centers. No one gives a shit. I mean, the way I could tell something was wrong at uni was that everyone was pushing the sort of Internet of Things, everything monitored, water monitored, metered, everything, pulse meters on the electrical meters, smart cities. And I just very high tech green as well. There's something called passive house, and really I think it's a pseudoscience kind of regime that just sells maximum number of materials and makes building almost financially impossible. And you're not allowed to do breathable walls, which would mean that people would be actually healthy in their buildings. You're not allowed to do hemp and straw bale without going through a circus, and you probably won't get a mortgage, you won't get insurance. I wouldn't get professional indemnity insurance because I would only build in hemp, and that's the problem. And yet that is the kind of building that would be the healthiest for people and make them self-sufficient, grow your own vegetables, green roof, rainwater tank. None of that was pushed. It was always this high-tech green, everything controlled, everything computerized. And I just tried to resist against it, and it was hopeless. It was hopeless.
You know about Agenda 21, right? You remember that one?
Of course.
All right.
Yes, of
Well,
course.
you know about Agenda 2030, right?
Yeah, same thing, really.
Yeah. So no, it's worse, and they're doing it when you're talking about the data centers. That's it. It's part of it, and they're going to do it regardless. Everything that the general public sees on TV, what's on TV, for entertainment purposes. But I mean, it's hard to say. It's like they want to say, "Hey, well, you got to vote. You can't vote this shit not to happen."
No. No, I try to remind people about the peer review process, and that Robert Maxwell basically is an Epstein class creation, and that you might get the odd bit of good science through the peer review process, but on the whole, the entire medical scientific journal, like printing sort of whole industry, was bought up by the Epstein class. And so everyone is building their science on assumptions, assuming that it's peer reviewed, when it's the opposite. It's the opposite of the case.
See, this past week in America, they had Dr. Fauci in front of Congress, right? And now,
that was ridiculous.
Prior to this, Biden pardoned the dude. He wasn't even convicted of a crime, but he pardoned him from whatever he might be convicted of. And so his lawyer told him, say, go in there and plead the fifth. Well, okay. So Congress is grilling him, saying, well, what did you do? Why did you do this? And I'm like going, where the fuck were you when he was doing it?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's
fun to say, scream about it after the fact. You guys had the power back then to stop him. And now you're going to say, and if he does it again, or people like him do it again, they're going to do it again. They're going to let it happen. So I don't.
But I would argue again, you've got a false dichotomy there, because we're all led to believe, lab leak versus bat soup, and that's both of them are bogus, and we know it. Like, if you actually look at the science, both of them are bogus. There's no such thing. Virology is bullshit. So they give you two suggestions as your option. You can either fight for lab leak, or you can fight for bat soup natural. And you're not allowed to actually say it's all fake.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we're far enough away from it, and I don't know, but yeah, the release, the propaganda and everything about the disease was that they did that so that they could put out the jab. So it wasn't
Correct.
because they because they needed a jab for the disease. They needed the jab, so they made the disease. So it's both. I mean, neither one was true.
I think it only exists in a computer model, just like our globe. You know, it only exists in a computer model. What they're all talking about, that you know, like yeah,
it was a test. It was a test to see
IQ
what we
test.
did.
Yeah.
Well, not as well. I mean, it was a social test by the powers that be, the world powers that be, because it affected everyone across the world. Dude, we were just stunned. I mean, people have been following this stuff. And, I mean, day one, I was like, oh shit. No, they didn't, And then I saw everybody doing it, and I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, it was crazy. I had to go straight into a hip replacement operation in 2020. It was fucking scary because I just thought, well, what if my family's not allowed to visit? And what the fuck are they going to put in the anesthetic? I was already very, very cynical, let's just say.
Yeah, well, I'm sure. That's like none of the kids could go to school anymore. Half the country couldn't go to work. Fucking crazy, bro.
I'm unfortunately married to a blue pillar, and the only thing I've managed to convince him of is that fluoride is a neurotoxin, and that children shouldn't be, watered, jabbed. And that's about it. Other than that, he thinks I've just gone off the deep end, and Flat Earth has just made him think that I've lost all credibility. Yeah, but I mean, credit to him. We're still together, and he's still nice. But
it's just like it's just like it, with all family members. I don't say anything unless they ask me.
Yeah, the other day he pointed out a container ship when we were fishing, and I just got my marine tracker out and spotted it was like 13 kilometers away, and then I was like, oh, Earth curve calculator. Oh, 30 meters should be covered by Earth curve. And you could see the whole boat. You could see the whole boat. And so I was like, no, it doesn't work. And we looked up the boat type as well and looked over the overall height. And I was about to concede and go, oh, well, it does say it's 50 meters high, so maybe you should still see. And then he went, oh, no, to be fair, most of that is mast. And you can see a lot of the main body of the ship as well. So it was like it completely debunked his own claim. And I let him bring it up and demolish his own argument by himself, basically. It was great.
That's cool.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like a lot of things. I mean, just like I was saying, I don't know if Tucker Carlson knew anything. He just plays. You know who Tucker Carlson is, right?
Oh yeah, I mean he's probably
a brilliant man, brilliant interviewer.
Yeah. But I mean, he's, as you say, slow off the mark.
How could you not know some of this stuff with all the connections he had?
His dad was CIA, and he pretended he didn't even know that. I mean, come on. And also, I've heard him bring up even Flat Earth. I have heard him talk about it. He's like, oh, I wouldn't, I question everything now. So I have heard him actually, acknowledge that. But I think, Candace and Tucker, they're all part of the old controlled opposition to bring in a new thing.
Like Candace, showing, bringing up all the information about how these patsies work when they do these, those false flags and shit. It's interesting.
Selling bones, basically. I mean, he's
in
one
cool.
of
That's baby steps to help people. It's because I watch, I watch the Candace stuff, and she's got 100,000 people watching, so I watch the chat, and it's mindless drivel most of the time, but it's just like people are starting to say, oh yeah, well, maybe there was something fucked up. Then they'll see a school shooting on CNN and be like, oh yeah, completely 100% legit. We got to figure out what's going on here. It's like, dude, everything.
I think Candace's producer is a flat earther. Did you know that?
Who? Oh, can yeah, I think I
The
heard something
producer
about
is
that.
allegedly a
And
flat earther.
she's openly talked about NASA's bullshit. So yeah.
Of course. But she doesn't bring up, she's all into a cult of NASA and a cult of government and all this stuff, but she doesn't look at her own husband and the fact that she's probably been MK Ultra'd to even marry him. I mean, like, you know, the guy is the same organization he headed up, basically destroyed heritage buildings all around England, like being, you know, having a raucous party in a beautiful old building, and they would destroy it on purpose. And it's like the skull and bones of England. All the
Wait,
prime
wait.
ministers all the
Are
prime
you
ministers
saying?
went for that.
Are you
All the
saying
prime ministers, they were in that
in
club.
the same way that she's exposing Erica as a plant for Charlie, her
Yes,
husband's a plant for him, for her? I
correct.
mean,
Yes, yes. And, you know, Boris Johnson and David Cameron and Tony Blair and you
no, I
name
haven't
it.
even researched him at all. I didn't even know who. I don't even really know who he is. So yeah,
Yeah,
I haven't
Mind
heard that.
Unveiled has done an expose on Candace. It's really interesting. And I reckon Mind Unveiled is probably a flat earther too, actually, although it doesn't completely come out with it, but you kind of get the hint.
Yeah, I
Mm.
mean, I don't blame anybody that is for if they're already doing something else and not bring it up. Yeah, fine. It's cool.
But I mean, it's pretty disturbing. They destroy heritage buildings as well, like ancient, beautiful buildings. They apologize while they're doing it. And it's just a kind of club. It's like a crazy skull and bones kind of Masonic, whatever, Fabian club. Yeah, it's crazy. And I just
I
think
thought
both
those
of
are.
them, you know, the
That's just the
story
way
is that
war
that
works, right? You destroy a
they were
cult.
told in their brain that they needed to marry each other, and they married each other within weeks of meeting each other. And I think they all had handlers. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I mean, I take, you know, like I said, you know, with Tucker on 9/11 and Candace with the Charlie Kirk thing. I mean, like I said, if it's on TV, uh, I would say 90% that
Yeah,
it's complete
fake.
fake. I've been following that Nolan Wells shit in Mississippi. You heard anything about that? Officer Tatum here, all that, and then you know the race baiter lobby here, whatever they call it. It's just it's people are crazy, man. It's like, dude, I don't know if you heard any about it. I just been following that a little bit, but yeah, it was like far on the world stage. What do you the next step? I mean, we're only 4 years away from 2030, and you don't even realize when they put these agendas together, people like us, even though we're paying attention, we don't realize that they already did it till several years later, you know. And I think it
Yeah.
has a lot to do with these data centers because and it is like doesn't matter how many people complain. I mean, like this flock cameras shit that's going on now. Oh, they're breaking down flock cameras. Well, that's they're supposed to, because that's the ones that people see. The ones that they don't see, they're going to keep in place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. They're gonna, of course, they're gonna spy on us. It's just fucking Judge Dredd. They put these movies out too, like Judge Dredd, Minority Report, all that shit. Think they're
And
not
in
gonna
New
do
Zealand, there's
that?
kind of race war between Maori and white New Zealanders. It's like it's got ridiculous, like the copium. It's apartheid. They want apartheid. Literally, if you go for medical help, you are less likely to get medical help than a Maori person going for medical help. It's not on the basis of need, it's on the basis of race. It's insane. And everyone thinks it's really like, what do you call it? Gesture. You're doing the right thing by supporting Maori, and everyone's got this sort of, trying to talk about Maori, Treaty of Waitangi, but other people sort of saying, hey, how about just everyone having equal rights and making sure that justice is done when it comes to injustices, whatever the race, it doesn't matter. But no, they all want to get this complete civil discourse going and everyone
Oh yeah,
hating
that's
each
what I was saying. I was about to say
Yeah.
that's not the way politics works. Come on. It's like that's what we're about, right? Politics. It's like no. Like people say, we want to bring everyone together, not divide. It was like, well, then why are you supporting politics? Oh, you're an idiot.
Yeah, have you noticed all the freedom supporters are divided? All the, people are all divided. All the flat earth people are divided. All the sick gender, whatever, wokeness people are divided. We've got Antifa here in New Zealand. Like, honestly, it's crazy how much division they're pushing. And I just want to encourage people to point at the correct enemy, because we keep on pointing at each other, and we should be pointing at the real enemies behind this deception.
Well, they would. I think most people. It's like I would look at flat earthers, not all of them because I don't know all of them, but I would say we're pretty far to the right on most things because I think a lot of us are anti-government and in any I'm even leaning toward anarchy. I'm an anarchist, but
I'm
I
an
know everybody's.
anarchist. Just
I just know it's practical because everybody's too dumb to know what it is, and they wouldn't be able to do it. So
I think left and right now have come together when it comes to some anti-war and anti-surveillance and I think a certain amount of freedom even has become now mainstream on both sides. I think that I think it's interesting how things are shifting, but
well, I'll tell you what.
I think
Check this out. Here's something. I'm addicted to these cop videos, right? The body cam. Oh, let's put body cams, and now they're supposed to. Oh well, and then the cops are acting all nice, and they're here for your safety, and it's like, look, these people are acting bad. That's all to get us used to the security state. It's like, yeah, they just show us the worst of the worst on the body cams, and it was like, yeah, man, we definitely need those cops. They're here to help us. It's like I know the fucking psyop. Even though I still watch the shit because it's fucking crazy. There are crazy people.
I got assaulted by a policeman sexually, actually, when I was holding up a sign for Jacinda Ardern for her car that was coming out of a driveway, and I got totally squeezed in my breast, pushed and like he twisted it actually, like it was pretty vicious, and it was crazy. All I was doing was holding a sign up on the side of the road and the pavement. Yeah, nuts. These people can't be trusted. But yeah, I'm definitely not a statist, and I don't believe in left and right anymore. I think it's just about right and wrong.
It's like when you see all these policemen that have these big shields, for riots or whatever. No, the riots aren't. I mean, nobody. I would never recommend anybody start a riot. Now, if it came down to it, and it's like they want to teach you the only way for revolution is through war, which sometimes it is. I guess that. I mean, I don't know. It's like how because I guess that's what people want. They don't want to go to war, but they want somebody else to do it. You know what I mean? It's just like, dude, and it's just it always comes to boiling point.
And most of us want the same thing. I mean, I was a lefty. I was a climate change lefty, anti-war, free press activist for Julian Assange, and I went through the right, and then I went out the other side and became completely anarchic because I learned a lot about what anarchy is, and I realized it wasn't as lawless as we're led to believe. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, it's personal responsibility of it and strict liability for each individual person, and if you're not. But then you get, you get in tribal and villages, communities, and that there's no, I think that having an elder council and that kind of shit, like the Indians used to do, whatever you call it, and that's been that's safe in anarchy. You can have, councils, local councils and stuff. Safe in anarchy.
Yeah, it's totally lawful. I mean, basically, what is it they say, that your freedom is inversely proportioned to your morality? So the more morale you exhibit, the more free you are in that sort of society. And I think most people argue that anarchy is something you work towards, and that it's basically natural law, LORE, not LAW. It's mostly natural law that dictates in that world. So you still have, imagine you still have courts, but you would be very strictly just observing natural laws, not man-made laws,
Yeah. Well, it's like even in an anarchist, quote unquote, society, a murderer's still going to get their ass hung. You won't have what the so-called justice system, but there will be a trial, I would think, in anarchy, or at least in a local area. Like, yeah, we know the guy did it. You don't have to have. I don't know. There's just a lot of people, man. I don't know.
I was
That's what
kind
I'm
of
saying.
wondering,
Like
as a scheme to
anarchy.
try and fix it and become anarchic, maybe an idea is that instead of paying our council taxes and our taxes, that we individually donate to, your local water place and your local rubbish place and your local road agency or whatever. You donate to them, get the receipt, and then basically say, there you go, I've paid my taxes for everything that I believe in paying for. Do you know what I mean? If we could all be a bit more discerning in what we pay taxes for, perhaps there's a chance.
Would it be similar to like people like, oh, I hate my homeowners association thing, HOA, right? But they pay dues, to live in this neighborhood, but they still own their house. But they've agreed, through contract to keep it nice. You know what I mean? And yeah, and if you sign a contract with someone or you make a promise, then yeah, well, then under anarchy there is no legally binding necessarily, but you could put in the contract that if you don't follow these things, I'm gonna do this and that, and you'll owe me this and that. I was like, who's gonna enforce it? I'm gonna enforce it. I'm gonna enforce it myself because that's where anarchy ultimately comes down to. It's like, all right, if you make an agreement with someone and they don't follow through, what are you going to do? Oh, I'm going to call the cops. What are they going to do? Well, they're going to arrest the person, and who's going to decide what the real thing is? That's what we have now, the legal system. So it's just like, I mean,
when we vote, we give authority to that legal system. Like when we sign up for electoral roles and we vote, we're basically giving them authority and contracting with the government, in my mind.
What was the question?
I was just saying that I think, we give our authority away to the pedophiles when we join the electoral roll and when we vote. Do you know what I mean? We're actually contracting with government.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah. Well, I haven't voted for I haven't voted for a very long time, so yeah. Well, that's like even I was saying, with the, it takes a village, right? That's what Hillary Clinton said. It takes a village, but she's not talking about the same thing. She's a communist. But it does take a village. I mean, everyone needs community, but you have to be of a like mind and similar values to kind of, follow a path that's going to lead to an out. I don't know. Humans are so complex, man. I don't really know. I just think anarchy is impossible, even though I like the idea. Everyone does. Like
it's just something you strive towards. It's not a destination. It's like, libertarian is the gateway to it. I don't know. Some people come egalitarian, voluntarism.
I've met some libertarians here. I'm like, you guys are fucking crazy. They are, man. A lot of libertarians
are.
But they're not. I think it's just like they're still. When you get into politics, if you're going to follow it, because I was involved with the Libertarian Party where I'm at for a little bit, for a couple of years, and it's just like, you know what? This is still politics. It's dumb. It just gets it. People get weird with it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like I do have respect for police, you know, and representatives that are supposed to represent, you know, communities, you know, local
But they have
local
to not be
people or whatever.
politicized. They're not politicized. Like, you know, there's all these cases at the moment where people have drawn their attention to crimes in the 2021s, and the police just ignored people bringing crimes to their attention. And when they're used as a political tool, obviously they're not working anymore. So it's almost like in an anarchic situation. I guess you're paying for your own local police directly and know who they are, maybe even vote for them. I don't know what you do, but like I can imagine you can't really rely on the state to manage policing, you know, centrally.
Well, let me.
I think
Is it
problem.
is it in Australia? Is it like? Do you have? Everyone has local jurisdictions, like, but here you've probably seen some American films about it or whatever. We have local county sheriffs who are ultimately the authority. The counties in different states, the authority is the
Yeah,
sheriff.
you have it way better than us, can I tell
Yeah.
you? Like, we're so close to already being
Yeah,
smart
dude.
city
I mean,
globally.
if you got a good sheriff, you have a good, decent place to live. You know, and,
Yeah.
yeah. If you have a bad sheriff, shit's gonna get fucked up.
So
And
I'm in New
sheriff,
Zealand. I'm in New Zealand.
and we vote
I'm in New
our
Zealand.
sheriffs in too. We vote for sheriffs here. So
Yeah, I'm in New Zealand, not Australia. But in Australia, they have a Senate and they have local councils. But obviously, all the local councils signed up to Agenda 2030 a long time ago. They already contracted with that, and no one complained because no one knew that it was bad. Everyone assumed, you know, that it was a good thing. Yeah. But all councils are effectively corporations. All countries are corporations. Do you know who one of the biggest shareholders is of New Zealand Corporation? Bill fucking Gates.
Oh, no
Bill Gates.
there, yeah, of course.
So yeah, in New Zealand we don't have the Senate, and we don't have two contrasting parts of Parliament. We've only got one, but we do have very much apartheid Maori government versus Pākehā government, if you like. Pākehā being white New Zealander government. So it's close to apartheid here. It's crazy shit in New Zealand, but for different reasons. Australia is more tied to America, whereas I guess we're more tied to Britain.
Really?
Yeah, you know, like comparatively, yeah. I mean, we're both tied to Britain. Everyone's tied to the City of London, Vatican at the end of the day.
We're tied to Britain too. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The
Sorry.
brotherhood, yeah. It's all the dark magic and the families and shit. Well, it's just like since you told me you know who Santos Bonacci is, I don't know if you listen to some of his stuff about the ancient families and the bloodlines and stuff. Did you ever see what was this guy's name? He had a weird name, but he wrote a book called Bloodlines of the Illuminati. What was it?
Sounds familiar.
Bloodlines of the Illuminati. Well, he used to go on. Oh man, his name is on the tip of my tongue. But he used to go on Tex Mars' show. I used to listen to Tex Mars. You ever heard of that guy?
No.
He was he's from Austin, Texas. He's a retired Air Force officer, and as a matter of fact, he married Alex Jones and his first wife. So they knew each other, and he used to go on Alex Jones' show. But one of his main things was talking about, you know, the JQ, and so he wasn't. When I first when I first found out about Tex Mars, I was listening to Alex Jones and stuff, and Tex was on there, and then I found out about his podcast. He had one called Power of Prophecy, and he'd always come on talking about his book that he wrote. One called Codex Magica, which kind of and he always wrote a really long book, like 600 pages, with like Codex Magica is about Freemasonry and all the secret shit. That's like 600 pages of crazy stuff. But anyway, yeah, look up Tex Mars. It's called Power of Prophecy was his show. But they have all his podcasts archived on there. And as a matter of fact, I ignored. I was following David Weiss, Tex Mars, bunch of those guys before Flat Earth, and then David Weiss started talking about Flat Earth. I was like, ugh, Flat Earth, that's dumb. And so I was like,
How
stop
long
listening.
have you
I
been a
stopped.
flat earther?
Me since 2015.
Yeah. 2015?
Yeah.
Okay, get this. My hairdresser, my French crazy hairdresser, told me about flat Earth literally a decade ago. I swear, my kids must have been 5, like literally a decade ago. And I just thought, no, because I was so much a NASA space fangirl, unfortunately. I could not believe it. But I listened with interest and I never took the piss of her. You know what I mean? And it was only COVID that obviously got me started to look at it again more deeply. And I was like, oh my God, she got it so right. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Interesting.
it's like I was following Tex, and I stopped listening to David, and he was kind of having a falling out with. He was doing the. You probably hear him talk about it if you listen to any of his stuff. That he had a podcast called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole with a couple of buddies, and and they were like, well, "Why you keep talking about this flat Earth shit? We don't want to talk about that." And so he kind of stopped talking to those guys. But anyway, I was listening at that time, and so I stopped listening to Dave, and I was still listening to Tex Mars because he had great shit. And then he had Edward Hendry, who wrote, I think I have the book here, The Greatest Lie on Earth. And he had him on his show to talk about his new book. And I was like, Tex had a flat earther on there? Holy shit. And I don't think Tex Mars ever talked about Flat Earth again after that. But it made me take a deeper look at it. And dude, 2 weeks later, I'm like, holy shit, the Earth is flat. And I found Mark Sargent, Eric Dubay, and all that kind of shit back then. And I just watching all that stuff. But yeah, so I understood what David Weiss was saying. Yeah. 8
So you
months
went back
later.
to David Weiss after that, or you gone off Flat Earth Dave?
Sure. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay. I see what he's saying now. And so then I got in and I started watching, David. And that's when Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer and Nathan Oakley and Antonio Subarats and all those guys, were talking about it. So I started listening. They started doing live. That's when Google Hangouts, they could start doing live streams from Google and stuff back then. And so, yeah.
I had an argument in the comments with Flat Earth Dave not that long ago, maybe like a year ago. Funny. He was dissing me because I was saying, hey, maybe look at the dual pole model. Like maybe pushing the AE map all the time is actually not the correct thing to do, and maybe consider other models. And he just went, because on my profile it's clear that I'm an Assange free press activist, and so he was like, oh my God, why am I going to take advice from someone who believes in the Assange psyop? And I was like, oh no. Shit. I felt so bad because, I do know, I'm aware of all the possible questions into Julian Assange and all the rest of it, but I always thought free press, anti-censorship, anti-war was the thing to fight for. And I was a big, I was the grassroots global protest lister, I guess, Candles for Assange for the whole movement. And we just didn't agree with any of the main WikiLeaks organizations because they all seemed so corrupt and everyone in the family seemed so corrupt. It was bizarre. But we did believe in the precedent that it was setting and protecting whistleblowers and free press. You know what I mean? So you fight for these causes, but yeah, he slated me badly.
Well, hey, we got one up on him because he's still doing the damn circle map all the time, and it drives us all crazy. And we call him out
Yeah,
on it here.
that's
So
what I was
I
pulling
mean, I
up.
love
was
David
saying,
Weiss, and I think he has a lot of good things to say. But when he just says on the flat Earth model, the airplane would go this way, it's like I want to punch him in the mouth.
I mean, he's so prolific. You've got to admire him. But yeah, I do struggle with that. He has got better, and it seems like he's had a bit of a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord schooling because
He's been here.
when he talks about
I
the
think he
ice
was here like
wall
a
now,
year ago, or
when he
like
talks
a year
about
and
the
a half
ice
ago.
wall or outer lands now, he always prefaces it with, "This is pure speculation. Now you're asking my opinion. We don't know." So at least he's kind of getting better.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that's because of us. I think honestly, or people, not necessarily just us, but yeah, other people that are going, "Hey man, stop just throwing that circle map in everybody's face. It's not necessarily the flat Earth. That's actually a globe, bro." And so, I mean, it's something that he's already got the platform. He's already got all his slides and everything set up, and so it
Yeah,
may
it would
take
be an
some time.
expensive thing to fix on his platform, let's face it.
And
But
to
I just
be
thought he
honest,
could
like if you're going to use the map, I mean, it kind of to see where the land is compared to the stars. I mean, that's what you do with the globe map anyway. But what if it was depicted this way and you're actually just going over here? I guess it kind
He
of,
should actually set up two views, and one is a dual pole. You could center it on different places. You can look at a projection, but the projection is centered on South Pole, or the projection 80 is centered on Africa. So you can look at the world in relation to you based on, a projection surrounded by your country. Those maps are really interesting, actually. I could drop them in the chat. They're like, it's amazing when you look at the globe projection centered on different countries. It becomes so
100%,
different.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I mean, it's just like the reason everybody is thinking, that the Earth looks like this or looks like that is because of these world maps. And then when you say, well, there's 200 of these projections, you just move it to a different part of the globe, which is actually the celestial sphere, then, which actually isn't the Earth at all. It's just where you would see the stars from different parts of the Earth. That's how the
Right.
map was built. So it's like
Totally prepared to believe that the sky is like 4D, 3D, and we're on a 2D plane, topographical plane, and we're looking up at a projection that is from a sphere. I could believe it was from a sphere, but it definitely measures flat. So there's no explanation that serves both models.
No. Well, I mean, it has. I have a question about the southern, quote unquote, hemisphere. I mean, has all of that been completely, confirmed? In the way that the northern hemisphere has, because there's a lot more land in the northern hemisphere. It's not set these vast areas of ocean that you can't necessarily get measurements to the stars from. And yes, you can see the Sigma Octantis from the southern hemisphere in different places, but does it actually kind of map out the same way? As
We're
in the
taught that you can find south by using the pointer stars and the pointer stars and the Southern Cross axis, and you can basically find a dark spot in the sky and go down to the horizon, and then you know where the south is. And I imagine it's true that maybe that same effect happens in Argentina and it happens in South Africa, and we can all see the Southern Cross rotating around something in the south for sure. I mean, I can confirm that's going on.
Yeah, and I'm not denying that at all. No, I'm saying that's true. So, but as far as like the vast South Pacific, there's no
map
mapping.
territory.
You can go on Google Maps and find a few islands there, but it was just like you can't just. There's no stability necessarily where it's like, hey, we've mapped it the same way we did in the northern hemisphere, you know.
Aren't people saying that there's a Mandela effect in that New Zealand further away from Australia or in a different angle? And I mean, it's all a side effect of the global projection, which is only basing your land measurements on star angles on a flat Earth measurement flat plane. So it's hard to know what the fuck's going on. But I'm very interested in the dual pole model. I think it's interesting to explore different possible models because I know it's the biggest query we get because no one, understands. But I can't see why we can't be a 2D plane with a 3D, 4D sky. It just makes more sense.
Well, sure. I mean, especially since it measures flat, you're going to have to come up with something else. Right? You can't just say, well, it's just, it measures flat, but there's refraction and gravity, bitches. It's like, no, it doesn't work like that, man. If the water's flat, it's just not, that means it's not curved. So your globe idea is out the window. So we got to figure out something else about this guy. And it's always been a complete mystery. But people used to think that the planets were gods and stuff. And who's to say they aren't?
Yeah, the Maori have got a very interesting kind of genesis of the Earth, which is kind of like where the Earth is the female, the mother, and the sky is Papatunuku, the father, and the meeting of these two forces is the creation, basically, that we're looking at. And then when you look at the Australian Aboriginal kind of ideas on it, which must be even more ancient, they suggest a similar sort of scenario, but in their situation, they're very much more tapped into the whole singing things into existence. Like they believe that, like they carry all the stories of their walkabout in the desert and their places they go to and interact with. And there's this whole history of genealogy that you get in both New Zealand and in Australia, which is really intriguing, like how they deal with that whole stuff. I mean, do you know that in New Zealand there were redheads here 3,000-4,000 years ago?
Redheads, you said?
Yeah, like allegedly came from Persia, were persecuted, left Persia 3,000-4,000 years ago. Their whakapapa, their family genealogy says that they went to the north of Africa, then they went to Mexico, then they went to Peru, then they went to East Island, and then they came to New Zealand. And the proof of it is...
Are you saying the whole world was discriminating against gingers?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think the gingers came, like even the Vikings, I think they came from Persia originally. Solid, I do. No, listen.
Who knows?
Seriously, there's a moa bone. Do you know what a moa is? Have you heard of a moa?
Moa, M-O-A?
M-O-A? Yeah, it's a big bird. It's like an ostrich or bigger.
Oh, okay.
Giant bird. Okay, so there's this moa bone where they ran them into a mud pit, and that's the way they caught the big birds. They would make a mud pit somewhere, and these, group of humans would basically chase the moa birds into this mud pit, and then they get stuck in the mud, and they'd machete them or cut them at the leg where they're stuck in the mud, and then they'd eat them at a fireplace right next to where the mud was. And this whole scene was captured under a lava, provably 3,500 years old. And when Cooper came to New Zealand, he quotes that there were little redheads and giant redheads in New Zealand when they arrived, and they taught them how to make fishing nets and a whole bunch of things that they didn't even know how to do, that the redheads taught them, and then they basically cannibalized them out of existence. Yeah. and there were caves of thousands, tens of thousands of skeletons of this group of people that were here long before. It's
Dude,
crazy
that's
when you get
weird.
into.
Did you? I don't know. I've seen something about it, but I don't know if it's true or not. But there was some reports when the soldiers from America, maybe in Australia too, because they had support there, that there was a freaking redhead giant in Afghanistan that they found. I've seen reports of that. It's like giants in Afghanistan.
I've seen about Welsh language and also Viking influences in the DNA of African. I'm sorry, American natives. I think, if you look at the ancient history around the world of China, Egypt, New Zealand, obviously, interactions with Aboriginals in Australia, although I think there's even been Egyptian artifacts found in Australia in the Gisford glyphs, but some people say it's a fraudulent, but I don't believe so. There's like redheads all over the place. Some people say they were the sea people that kept on attacking. You hear stories of, like, there's a lot of redheads around the world. Peru, you've got all those statues with blue eyes and red hair. Easter Island, you've got the Easter Island statues with the big red kind of dreadlocks on their head or whatever it is. So, yeah, I think it's all around the world. It's really interesting. And then, have you heard of Space Busters, Steve Falconer, Flat Earther?
Yeah, I know Steve. I mean, we're
Yeah.
friends on Facebook. Yeah, I think he knows who I am. A
So
little bit.
he's just put out the most amazing series called Apocalypse Infinity. And he's only done 2 parts of 3, and it's like 2.5 hours per series, but it's really interesting. And it's looking at a whole new idea chronologically and religiously about how things have been subverted long ago. It's just really interesting, and he talks about the Irish when the Bible arrived. The English version they couldn't, or the Latin version they couldn't understand, but they could understand the Hebrew version, which is crazy. And then there's a lot of talk about Magyar around the world. Like, Australian Aboriginal languages are highly linked to Magyar, and Magyar Hungarian is also linked to Finnish. It's really weird, disconnected language that seems to have been disappeared.
It kind of makes me
Around
think of that old map. People. The 4 rivers at the North Pole or whatever.
Hyperborea.
Yeah. Hyperborea at the North Pole, and the quote unquote Garden of Eden could have been there, or what? Because I mean, what they're telling us now is, the Garden of Eden, well, it's probably over in Iraq somewhere, and that's close to, and so that's close to the Holy Land, and all that kind of stuff. It's like, I call myself a Christian here in America because that's my heritage. I'm a Christian, through heritage, and as far as like the ancient scripture, the Bible. There's a lot there. What's crazy is I was Pentecostal Christian for a long time, and so I know the Bible pretty well, but I know it enough where I've met the Creator. And the modern churches aren't necessarily depicting the Creator. Religion is human. Religion's man-made. So that's basically, yeah. Something about it.
I think that Steve Falconer lots of truth in the Bible, and that the Bible is an allegory for a basic manual for human health and science and spirituality. And that it's just been misread by everyone. And I don't know, it's really interesting. It talks about Jesus Christ, because I'm definitely spiritual. I definitely believe in a single creator. But it talks about Jesus Christ actually being the fluid and the Christ within you, which is the spirit, which is from your pineal gland down your spinal column. Have you heard that one?
I have, and in essence, I would say in English that would maybe describe it, because but at the same time, it's like growing up as a Christian, you can't say, well, hey, well, I am, which I have, through this process, it almost, the way that my path and my spirit wants to go is like, hey, now there is a reincarnation. I was thinking about it earlier. I don't know how it came into my mind. That, like I was saying, religion is man-made, and religion is for control. And so, however you're taught the Bible, it's beneficial. Well, it's one of the acronyms when you were talking. An acronym, the Bible, basic instructions before leaving Earth, right? Well, what about while you're living on the Earth? There's some good instructions in there for that as well. But that also implies that, there's a judgment, and they're going to weigh your good and bad, which I don't think that's necessarily true, because of the Christian story, that Christ was sacrificed for our sins. That sin that's washed away the sin. So while we're here in the flesh, we're in the flesh. I don't know. Just I don't know why I'm saying it that way.
Do you want to know a crazy?
Go ahead.
So my mom would be totally Irish Catholic, and my dad would be totally Protestant, science, mathsy, kind of, I don't know, Glaswegian, socialist, totally socialist, right? Very secular, didn't believe in religion and school, and didn't really believe in indoctrinating children. And because mum was Catholic and dad was Protestant, and my sister had totally fucked up in the, state school system that my dad had been trying to advocate for, basically they decided to bring me up. My sister's way older than me. They decided to bring me up like without religion, right? Because they couldn't agree on it and blah, 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 blah. And my dad tried, that definitely got me out of going to Catholic school, right? But at the end of the day, I didn't discover that they were even religious because they weren't really practicing. I didn't even discover that till I was on my hospital bedside of my dad, and I'm literally asking him, because he had always taught me about the wonders of maths and science and the universe and music and all this sort of stuff. So he'd already taught me about the wonder of the universe. So I assumed he was agnostic or atheist, I didn't even know he was religious. And then I was asking him on the hospital bed, I was like, oh, so what do I put you down, Dad? Do I put you down as agnostic, atheist? And he's 83-year-old, and he told me, oh, no, Church of England, no, Protestant, oh, no. And I was like, shit. Holy fucking shit! Like, I had discovered spirituality way later in life, only after a near-death experience. And I'm like, now I know, and then only having kids just makes it stronger, right? So I already knew that God was real, right? And it was
Yeah,
so bizarre
yeah.
to me. So
See,
bizarre to me.
I was raised Catholic. I was Catholic until I graduated high school. Then I stopped going to church, and then I met some people that said, "Hey, man, why don't you read the Bible?" I was like, "Oh, that's a novel idea." I was raised my whole life Catholic. They never told me to read the Bible, so I think I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, wow. But what I'm saying, I guess, because those two very similar religions were arguing amongst themselves, I meanwhile got raised up completely devoid of religion or any kind of spirituality. I mean, sure, we visited churches, we went to weddings, we went to funerals, but like,
But is it
I
because your
never.
parents couldn't agree on it? They couldn't agree. They both believed in God, but they couldn't agree on how to teach it or something. Is that what you're saying?
And then they had this kind of leftist belief that you don't indoctrinate your children. But I would have loved them to have indoctrinated me with both their ideas, and then I could have made my own mind up, you know?
Yeah, you gotta tell them about God. Come on, man.
Yeah. So it's bizarre. Like, this Abrahamic religions in some ways is just a bastardization, a human writing interpretation of the real gospels, which I don't know if we really know what they are. That's what I question. Yeah. And so, like, I just see a whole bunch of religions fighting amongst themselves, but the same God is the same God. It doesn't actually matter. We're all, the same creator fundamentally is ruling us all, and theism is the cult, to be honest.
Well, what do you think about the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew chapter 5? That's good stuff.
Remember, I wasn't brought up religious, so I've only come to these things way late in life, right?
Oh, well, you got to
You know?
read it if you haven't read it. Matthew chapter
Okay.
5. That's
Yeah.
what they call it. That's the famous Sermon on the Mount. It's when
I might know it. I might know it anyway because I do digest a lot.
Blessed are the poor in spirit, for they shall inherit the earth. That kind of, you probably heard that kind of stuff before. That's where Jesus said, "Oh, that was his main sermon in his or one of his main sermons in the Bible."
No, I've definitely heard that. Yep.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, it's just like, if you don't necessarily connect all of which you have to, I mean, to understand the story of the Bible, it takes a lot. I mean, you can't just read it and know what it means. It does take a lot to understand. I was under Catholic growing up and Protestant teaching through personal reading, and also, in different Protestant churches, listening for years and years to teachers of the Bible and stuff. And I love it. I love the Bible. And but if you don't know anything about it, if you just read the red letters, as they say, just read the red letters, what Jesus said, that it wouldn't hurt anybody to just do that.
Yeah, I just have a problem with anyone performing the role of middleman between me and my relationship with God. And in my mind, anything human written is that middleman. Any church, any pastor. Now, I want to hear the maximum number of opinions about a whole lot of things. So I do digest a lot of information that you would say would come from quite Christian and even other religion channels. I want to hear it all. My idea is that I just wanted to digest everyone else's opinions. I don't want anyone forming a middleman. I have to believe in order to know that there's a creator.
Yeah, it's really, I won't say, like understanding the entire story, the New Testament to Old Testament. It does take a dedication and years. You know, people say, "Oh well, yeah." Most Christians aren't aren't that dedicated to it. You know, to really kind of see. It's like when people read some of the stuff in the Old Testament. If you, unless you already know, if you're a Christian, you know, you have to have the right Bible teacher to kind of like connect the Old and New Testament. But also, like I said, there's so much different influence over the years. A lot of it could, you know, has kind of been corrupted. So religion, you have to be really careful about what somebody tells you the Bible's saying. You know what I mean? Whenever when it comes to something important, but
Hear
but
the
you have
maximum number of opinions and then come to your own conclusions, I
sure.
guess. Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
also, dude, read it yourself. Find a teacher you trust, but then also, you know, back up what they're saying. Say, yeah, that makes sense, and then also, you know, your spirit will connect with, you know, if it's right in spirit, you'll know it because the Holy Spirit will tell you.
Hey, Helio. Are you there? You guys
Yeah,
hear me?
what's up?
Hey, just thought to ask, man, which so when you were being raised in Catholicism, which Bible did they give you, or did they
It was the Catholic Bible. It had all the apocrypha in it.
what's it called? Because my understanding is there's probably like a bunch of different ones, right? Is there only
It's
one like sanctioned
Yeah,
one
there's
for the
one Catholic Bible. There's one Catholic. It's called the Catholic Bible, I think. If I,
Okay.
yeah, but I mean, like I said, they didn't tell me to read the Bible. You know, it wasn't like encouraged. You know, like to
Because I,
study. I mean, it was. I don't know if it was just the church I went to or the way I was raised. It wasn't like. It was just more like a social kind of thing. I was in the youth group and stuff, and had catechism, what they called catechism, which was Sunday school for
yeah,
Catholics.
I
But
went to it a little bit. I didn't do the catechism thing, but
yeah,
like Catholicism, kind of just like a side dish kind of thing growing up. Like went to church on Christmas. You know, we did Sunday school for a little bit, but you know, I kind of just brushed it off. At one point, I did went to like a sports camp or whatever. I joined a sports camp, and it just happened to be run in the basement of one of the churches. All right, and to do one of like the sports
oh,
outing
dude, we
thing,
used to have
whatever.
lock-ins at our church, man. We just sneak into the
Yeah,
fucking kitchen,
yeah,
get the wine or the beer that was back there they had for the bingo nights and shit. Get into the beer, but
yeah. Like the
yeah.
sports camp thing, it was like a week long kind of like sleepaway camp kind of thing, sports camp type shit. But to be able to do it or to go, you had to have your confirmation. So that kind of like pushed me into doing it, right? So I kind of like did all this stuff haphazardly or willy nilly, however you say it, growing up. I never really took it sincerely, and then into my late
Well, it's like
teens, early 20s, I totally disregarded everything.
yeah, well,
So,
confirmation is like that's the Catholic bar mitzvah, basically.
pretty much.
And
I was just curious. Yeah.
the first
I was
place
just
I
curious
ever
if
got
you did,
drunk
right?
was at a Catholic church. It wasn't at my church; it was somebody else's church. I went to a Halloween
Yeah.
party for kids. It was a Halloween party for kids, but they had a keg there for the adults. But I was 14, but I
Right.
wore a tuxedo. Me and my friend went there, but it was a different church, and a lot of people didn't know us, and so we just stood around the. I can't believe that they freaking. I don't know how we got away with it, but I don't know how many beers I drank, but I drank a lot, and I ended up.
Yeah.
I was
I was
supposed to
curious.
spend the night with my friend and his mom, and she was like, I was puking in her car on the way home, and she was like, "Fuck you, I'm taking you home." That's why I got busted.
Yeah. I was curious if, like, so you said you ended up reading the Bible. Did you read the New Testament and the Old Testament, or just the New Testament?
All of it, man. I mean, I spent 10 years, like I was saying, I was in.
It's only in the
I
one
met
book.
a friend of mine that was really he was into the Bible a lot, so we'd sit around and just. It was a guy in my band, so we'd just sit around and we'll say we were in altered states, talking about different aspects of spirituality and stuff. And then there was a certain point in my life where I stopped doing all that, started going to church, at Assembly of God Church, and I really got serious about it. You know what I mean? And was listening. All I did all day, just like listening to flat earth shit or doing what we're doing now. I was doing that the Bible all day, like listening to Bible teachers. All I listened to for years. So yeah, I was studying it.
Did you read it cover to cover, or did you do it in blocks? Kind of just
Well, I mean, reading it cover to cover is not necessarily going to do anything without comprehension.
Yeah,
So,
I just thought I'd ask, because that was kind of my approach.
because
I just read.
Yeah. I mean, you have to there's so many references in the New Testament to Old Testament stuff that won't make any sense at all.
It's a lot, man.
Yeah, that's what I was telling. That's what I was just telling Alex. It's a lot. It's a lot. I told you it's 10 years I studied it. So it's like.
Yeah. I had a hard. I had a real hard time.
But I was in love with it. I was in love with it. I couldn't stop.
Yeah, I just wanted to I just did it because I was curious, and I just wanted to. I was encouraged to, but also it was one of those to-do list items. Oh, let me read it. Right. So I did the whole New Testament. I didn't do the Old Testament. I've read parts of it, but the real intention, the real goal was the New Testament.
Well, what got me into it was like once I found it, and then I found some really good Bible teachers. You know what I mean? That made it awesome. You know what I mean? Like listen. So when I was working, I'd be listening to some good Bible teachers. All right, and we're going to take you through this, and this is how it compares, and this is what Jesus was talking about. This is what Paul was talking about. In the Old Testament, he give you the history of it. And here's the Jewish tradition, and this is what it meant. With the law and this is how everything. There's shadows and all of that involved, and so you can't just read the Bible and it's going to make sense, necessarily. Especially if you're talking about the history of it, because it spans thousands of years. So,
yeah, I really struggle with this stuff, man. To be honest with you, I've only really started entering that kind of world or whatever, if you want to put it that way, maybe in the last 5-10 years. So I've had some stuff go on, and people in my life and whatever. So I was kind of encouraged to do that. So it's opened up that can of worms. But it's been a real difficulty for me because of my understanding is there's just so many different interpretations and translations, kind of like along the lines of what Alex was saying, right? Like there's just so much, and I have a hard time really trusting any particular one, and I don't necessarily have the wherewithal.
Here's the way I see it.
But the story is still the same.
Here's the way I see it. It's just
that's why I
embrace.
say I got the gist.
Embrace the cultural aspect of it. It's like that's what I was saying, and I think India was kind of the same way. He's like, yeah, I'm a Christian because I'm a Christian. I grew up a Christian. So this is how we understand God. You know what I mean? So when somebody grows up in a different culture, they're going to understand God another way. And now that doesn't mean you have to listen to every Bible teacher and then they're teaching it the right way. The Bible, understood correctly, and if you're curious and get into the story of the redemption, that comes through the blood of Christ, then and what it really means, then it becomes a hunger in you to to understand it more. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I get that. It's just there's so many different nuances, and what one group might say is the correct way is different than another, right?
If you think about it outside, it's for you though. It's for you.
Well, yeah, but I don't know if I'm
It's a
doing it
love
right.
story. It's a love
I need
story
a
between
chance.
you. It's a love story between you and your creator.
At the brass tacks of it, I understand that. But the nuances, like the steps along the way, am I taking the right step? Am I going down the right route? In the
Yeah.
right overall, within the overall or along the overall correct trajectory? Am I on the right side route? You know what I mean? Taking the right steps. And those are the type of things that people bicker on, and it's been a real difficult thing for me to reconcile.
I think you're overthinking it, Mick.
Yeah,
Just
it
read
sounds
it.
like
And,
it's like.
yeah.
I don't
Just
know,
read it
man.
and see what you come up with.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can think of.
I don't know.
I could tell you some
Man.
Bible teachers to listen to, but not everyone's for everybody. You know what I mean? But if you're really curious about the Bible, there's a lot of really good teachers out there, man. But you kind of have to find the one that you kind of feel good with. You know what I mean?
I mean, maybe I'm overthinking it, but there's something about the notion that people are bickering over the details that I can't let go, right? If people are arguing over the details, there must be something important that somebody's missing. And I don't know who that person is. It might be me. It might be the other person. Right? So
No,
before I can really
Maybe
acknowledge
you're the one
something or
that's going to find the missing piece then, eh?
well, and that takes a lot of effort, and that's a lifelong journey, right?
Read it and see how you go.
Which one though, right? Because that's where it ties back into different translations. Because different translations will invoke
Why don't you
different
start with
understanding, right?
the modern English translation? Yeah,
Sure. I did the Catholic
easier to
Douay Rheims
understand, right?
version. Yeah, I did the Douay Rheims version, right? And like just a little silly example of what I'm talking about, right? We're all familiar with, just the earth reference stuff within these Bibles and how they all have different wording for the nature of the earth that in the passages, right? In the Douay Rheims Catholic Bible, it's the only one where it references earth as being a globe in Isaiah 40:22. All the other ones are circle or arc or tent or whatever. Like those little word changes exhibit a different understanding and meaning, right? So I'm hard pressed to ignore the possibility without having like scoured them all and read them all and compared them all, right? That there are going to be other things in different passages with that are similar in kind, that have different wording, that convey different meaning and thus different understandings, and thus reorient you along your path ever so slightly differently than another one. You see what I mean? So I'm walking on eggshells when it comes to this shit. Is all I'm saying. But in spirit, I get it. But the details, overall, it's just very difficult. So I just want to know, Helio, where you started, and that sounds pretty comprehensive to me. So appreciate that. Damn, I didn't think I would kill the chat with that. Sorry about that.
No, sorry, I was just picking up my son, so I was in the car. It was getting noisy, so I just shut up. But I kind of missed a lot of it. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
One second.
Okay.
I was just gonna say 20K, man. I kind of agree with your sentiments. That's kind of where I'm at. I think there's a lot of truth in it, and maybe part of it's just because we're fucking gun shy, right? Like we've been fucking deceived so much, you know. I don't know, but I kind of share your sentiments on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Because it was like this for me, right? So growing up, it was kind of like a mixed bag, right? So it was a standard education system with a little bit of familial kind of influences, here and there. And then you go into the education system. And I remember in grade, what was it? I think it was in grade 1, we had like a religion course and a little bit of Jesus stuff in there, for kids, right? For a half hour. And then you go into the other courses, not a big deal. And then, over the years, they start introducing the heliocentric model and evolution, all this shit. And it's like, I've got all that shit in my head, from the age 5 to 12 or something like that, with like the heavy emphasis on the science stuff and everything. And it kind of just, the rest of it kind of just dilutes or whatever. So I ended up kind of forgetting it. But then trying to juggle all these different things. And it's like, so I'm right. So my earlier life is kind of riddled with all the, materialist kind of worldview, and then going out in the world, it's like it's a giant mixed bag of all sorts of this stuff, right? How do I reconcile it? I have no idea. I don't know who's right. Where's the standard? Who set the standard? Right? And I've just been juggling these types of things for a long time, but I've come more to an alignment with the notion that there is a creator and it's not just random. But the nuances again, it's like I don't know. It's hard to articulate at 1:20 in the morning. But yeah, you struck a chord there, Helio. So kind of just rambling a bit. But yeah, appreciate that, Boogie.
Yeah, my parents opted me out of religious education. And this, just as a reminder, was a Catholic mum and a Protestant dad who decided to bring up their children left-wing style without religion. So it's so bizarre. I mean, I'm glad I did music because I'm a musician now. And I think that is one way to connect, actually, with the ether and the God and creator, whatever. But, it's just bizarre to me that they would opt me out of all that. I guess because they saw it as a secular thing. Don't know.
Yeah. And I get that too, man. I get that. Yeah, the music thing for me was a big trigger, if you will, or how do you put it? A thing that got me considering a lot of this stuff too.
Would
Right?
you believe a good portion of my spiritual growth came from listening to Jimmy Swaggart?
I don't know who that is, so I couldn't really.
He's a televangelist from. He was like one of the original televangelists from the 80s, and there was a big scandal, or he was caught with a prostitute or whatever, and so for a long time, his wife stuck with him through that, whatever. And they talked about it, after when I started listening, and so it was kind of like it was years and years after all that happened and everything, but they were still going strong. He's from Baton Rouge, and anyway, just the way he's. I know it's crazy. It sounds crazy, right? But the way that he teaches and people that he had around him teaching, and I've looked at what they're doing now. It's not what was going on during the time that I was kind of, or maybe it was just a time in my life where I was listening. It's kind of like you have to have an ear to hear. You know what I mean? Just like
Were those
Jesus.
flat
It's like
earthers
if
that
you have an
priest?
ear to hear, then
You
hear
believe in a
this.
flat earth? Your priest, from the church?
The flat Earth.
Do they
Well, no,
teach globe earth and wokeness or no?
no, I don't go to church anymore.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think I would get along with anybody at church anymore.
Are there any churches that do proclaim flat earth properly or not? No.
Well, I do here, and everybody that knows me knows I'm a flat earther, but but yeah, they don't talk about it.
No, but I mean, is there any church that openly proclaims to flat earth? I just am interested because I guess I find that I could treat someone who knows that the earth is flat to teach me about the Bible, but I'm not sure I could teach any part, like I could be taught by any pastor who still believes the globe nonsense. I just feel like they've got no
I see where you're coming
credibility.
from on that. That's what I'm saying. I'd find a church around here that I might be able to go to, but it would just what would that look like? You know what I mean? It's like how am I? Yeah, I
Here
don't
they
see how
all
it would work.
demanded vaccine passes and masks, so I did not gel with that.
Yeah.
So, like, obviously, joining any of those is not really an option. You know.
You know, I don't know. I think we should have some Bible studies in here, or in our home server probably, and just kind of go over some of the stuff, you know, that we each, you know, some of the experiences, some Bible teachings. So I was trying to think of like. Say that again.
Do you follow JT versus JC or JT follows JC? Do you know that guy on YouTube?
No.
He's a flat earther and very Christian. He believes in the little season. I think T-Dub's been talking about it, or someone definitely here has been talking about the little season idea, which is, you know, that Christ is, you know, we're in Satan's little season and the chronological timeline has been distorted to hide it from us. And yeah, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, I was totally into the end times thing for quite a while. And it started with with Tim LaHaye wrote the book that had what's the guy from Growing Pains that was in the movie that he made. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, you know, the pre-trib rapture kind of thing, or post-trib, and all that kind of stuff. There was a little bit I considered the pre-trib, and then there was some other things. It's like post-trib. You know, this is different factions of, you know, the idea. It was just like when the Bible clearly says nobody knows the day or the hour. You know, it's like, you know, it's like, but we can try. But yeah, I mean, it's really interesting stuff because the prophecies that surround it, you know, in like the weeks of Daniel, 70 weeks of Daniel, and that kind of stuff. And there, see, that's why we don't need to
I
necessarily
think
go
they
through all.
theorized that it happened in year 536 or something, when there was supposedly like lots of volcanic flows and the sun stopped and like, you know, like there was massive issues on Earth. I think they posit that is when, and I think they base a lot of their theories on. Do you know how there's a weird 3-hour time difference between Alaska and Russia in that zone of the time zones? They believe that Christ is up there in the north in the Isle of Jesus or something like that. Anyway, I don't know exactly. Yeah, no, there's this land, right? And so it goes that the Alaskans are looking out onto a piece of land that they think is Russia, and Russia is looking out onto a piece of land that they think is Alaska. And that is why there's so much control about the seaways around that area. And the crossover there
is a couple islands out there that do separate Russia from Alaska, and you can.
And they posit that Jesus is up there in the North Pole somewhere via that route.
Oh, is that
But
where it's like what? Because I've heard it when it's frozen, you can walk from Russia to Alaska. Is that where Jesus walked on the water at? Is that what they're
who
getting at?
knows? Who knows? But yeah, a lot of the theories come around to the idea about flamenco. Do you know about flamenco?
No.
Okay, Fomenko is a living Russian mathematician, statistician, historian who is basically digesting the chronological timeline as much as he can. And his theory is that 1,000 years has been disappeared from our timeline, and that if the Christ, maybe the reason we don't see so much evidence for what we think happened 2,000 years ago is because it happened probably in the year 1150 in our timeline. Like it uses a whole bunch of sources. But interestingly, Isaac Newton, I think, or maybe I've got the wrong Newton, but Newton, a scientist, definitely was examining the eclipses and observed when they had the Gregorian changes to the calendar and it moved to Greenwich Mean Time. They had the theory. He had the theory that if this is true and the chronological timeline is how they're setting out, then eclipses slow down and looks like 1,000 years have been copied and pasted, and the same eclipses have occurred in the same place over 1,000 years, and then it's happened again. And so this 1,000 years has been added to a timeline. And a lot of the art and architecture, if you look at the dating, a lot of buildings will have I or J and then some numbers after it. And J is for Jesus. And it's meant to be it's meant to be years after Jesus. But that I or J has been misinterpreted as 1,497 rather than J497, if you know what I mean. And there's a whole lot of art and architecture that exhibits that very issue.
Well, that kind of makes me think of when I was in the Catholic Church. Right? They have INRI, which is, I think that, what does that stand for? I just looked it up the other day. No, forgot it. What's funny is when talking about this, where I work, I'm a cabinet builder. And it just so happens this guy that knows the guy that I work for, they have his grandfather or whatever was making these crosses that they stand in front of Walmarts and sell these crosses for so much money for whatever benefit they have or whatever. So I've been making crosses. Matter of fact, this morning when I went to work, I was making crosses. I made between yesterday and today 500 crosses, which is they're just crossbars. It's made from pine. Well, we had some alder ones, and in the past few months, I've made like a couple thousand of them, and I'll keep some out so that because they're just plain, just a cross. We router out a part of it, put two pieces together, shoot it on, glue it. Boom! It's just a cross, and you can do whatever you want to with it. Well, I'll keep a couple out, and then I make them better, because these ones are just cheap they can throw out there. But this last batch he brought, there was a good portion of them that were alder. I was like, I want one of those alder ones. I'll send you guys some pictures of the ones I've been making. So yeah, I'm making crosses now. I thought just design it comes up in my head, and I'll just add something to it and put a little bit of stain. I did one the other day that I have a blowtorch. I didn't like the color of it after I stained it. I was like, it's a little bit too bright red, and I took a blowtorch, kind of torched some parts of it, like it's been sitting on the wall, kind of age it, kind of. So yeah, I've been making crosses. I don't know why I was bringing that up.
What do you make of all the alt media people going over to Catholicism? Charlie Kirk, Julian Assange apparently converted to Catholicism. Everyone, like all these people converting to Catholicism. And then when we look at the Vatican and we look at, you know, I don't know if you go into the free legal arguments where everyone's birth certificate is basically a contract with the City of London, Vatican bullshit that makes you into a dead entity, like lost at sea under Admiralty law. I don't know if you subscribe to that kind of side of thing, but I do wonder what's going on with so many of these alt media, and if Steve Falconer is correct and all the religions in some way are like diverting us from the true creator, if that's true, I don't know. But what do you make of this kind of push for that, the authority to Rome and all the rest of it?
Right, and that's one thing about, say, like Candace Owens saying, "Oh, yeah, I converted to Catholicism." It's like, if you really know about the Bible, I don't think you would be a Catholic. See, because I in my mind, like Catholicism, it's a fleshly move. If you're gonna look at spirituality that way, that's more fleshly. You know what I mean? You want the symbolism. You want something that's not God. You want to see, because Catholicism, the Catholics have a lot of symbols and like, oh, this is a Saint Christopher. You pray to different saints and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you're not. The Bible itself tells you not to do that. So I don't know why you would
Yeah, it
even
feels
lean
too
that
much
way.
like a middleman, doesn't it? Like it feels again like a middleman between you and God. I just think that's no go. But I just note it because I've got previously what you would have described as spiritual, but maybe totally not religious friends who've now gone hard out Catholic even I could think in response to so many people going in that direction. And for that particular person that I know, which really shocked me actually, it was a demonic situation that she felt she could only resolve once she was doing Hail Marys and doing all that sort of stuff, and then for some reason that fixed it, and so for her that's real.
Dude, it never fixed. Well, I mean, yeah, if it's real, I guess for you, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
For her
if you're
it's
doing,
real.
yeah, if you're doing something, I'll tell you what. I in my mind, God will honor you. He'll meet you where you are. So if you're ignorant and but you have a heart toward God, He'll honor that. So now, don't think God's up there going, "Well, you're not doing it right." Come on, man. If you're if you're loving God and you're reaching out to God, He's not going to say you're doing it wrong. So as far as all that goes, that legalism in your brain, that's you. That's not God. He's reaching out to you. That's why He sent His Son to die for you. Not so that you could know how to get to Him. He came to you. So if you think that, oh, well, God's not going to accept me because I'm not doing right, read the Bible and see how many of God's people did right in the Bible. Those were His people, It's like, dude, all of them. The whole story is you. It's about you and God reaching out to you every time. It doesn't matter how many times you fail. I just sent 20 cups.
You don't think the Bible has been perverted and used as a tool of power and control, and that it may, like the original writing may have been kind of subverted by meanings. The very words could have changed meaning. You know,
That
I just have
yeah.
a skepticism about anything human written. Like, I just I'm not going to revert my authority to any written thing because I just think that, you know, like, look at the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're totally fake. Like, there's someone trying to push a certain, and there's too much familiarity between all the different religions all around the world. They're all kind of talking about the same God. They're just interpreting it in a different way, really, is what's going on,
Yeah,
right?
but I'm not
Who's
necessarily
correct?
I'm not necessarily arguing for the book.
Yeah.
But you're not going to find anything closer necessarily to what you might understand about God because there is nothing else.
Yeah.
Besides your own personal your heart and your connection, your soul connection to God. That's your connection, and this the handbook. The Bible's the handbook. Whatever anybody else is telling you about it, that's you have to filter through that because God is reaching out to you, and this is one of the ways that He does it. And yes, men have had their hand in how the information in that book that comes to you. Just a lot of, I'm telling you, most of it's preserved.
Yeah, most of it, definitely there's truths in there. I can see that. But like, I'm just saying, if you're going to change the very definition of the word Israel or the word, I don't know, creation light, Ephilim, or like whatever, if you're going to change the very definition of it due to Rockefeller education, who's to know what we're missing? And how much it's been subverted. I think it's naive to think that it's been completely untouched. And obviously you think that too, but so I don't like, I like to just try and have a personal relationship with God and
Yes.
just pray
Well,
and
I'll
know
tell you,
what
and
I'm doing, trust what
that's
I can learn.
that's why I was like, I learned a lot of the teachings from the Bible from people that most people have never heard of. You know, so that when I was talking about Tex Mars, I just sent 20 Cubs a message to with one of the president of Jimmy Swaggart's Bible College. You know, people say whatever you want to about Jimmy Swaggart. Just listen to what they're saying about this, and even after, it's like, dude, there's a time and season, even in someone's life. Just like, you know, it's like I don't study it as much as I used to, but it never left. You know what I mean? So there's seasons in your life when it's the time, and it's a period of your life you'll never forget, and everybody goes through different periods like that. And but yeah, but the clear understanding from the message that's coming that God has for you, and the message of the cross, the message of Christ's death, burial, and resurrection. The true message of that is that's your death to the flesh and resurrection in God, in the new life, which is it's the life that you're already living. So the kingdom of God is here. It's now. And so then you're not going to be going, okay, so we got a timeline here, and then God's going to come back and do this. Then he destroyed it by a flood the first time. We know he's not going to do that this time because he said he wouldn't do it, and the rainbow was proof of it, and it's his promise. He's not going to destroy us with a flood again. And this time it's probably going to be by fire. And you think it's going to be nuclear weapons? What do you think it's going to be? World War III? You know, all this. Sure, it's fun to talk about, and we see. But everything that we know, the devil knows it too. So that's why you have to keep your connection with the Creator, because who's the God of this world? It's not you. Not even Jesus, because the kingdom of heaven isn't on earth yet. The God of this world is Satan. So This is what this message is for. That's what the Bible exists
Well,
for.
that's apparent from what's going on in the world. But I do think there's a lot of black-pilled kind of takes on the world which are unhelpful and, in a way, giving it energy, giving it like clicks, and going and looking at all that stuff is just fueling it in some ways, you know?
Well, it's because people. I mean, it's an emotional topic, but people are they get emotional about something that is fueled by either hate or all the 7 deadly sins. It's just like it's like, dude, you're focusing on the wrong thing.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, I see we've got Matthew Learns in here. Matthew Learns is a Glober, right?
Right. He's also
Are you
a Christian. He's a Christian as well.
Christian?
Yeah.
Christian Glober. Like, I think Matthew Learns, from what I've heard of you, you probably don't know me, but from what I've heard of you, you have been quite ethical in the way you generally handle the debates, and you sometimes correct other Globers. So, like, for that, I'm appreciative, I guess. That's nice.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Are you
I mean,
friends
just in
with
general,
ZZ, what's his name, Pop? ZZ Pop?
it doesn't sound familiar. I may have talked to ZZ Pop before, but I can't remember.
He's another one. I would put him in the same category as you, as like one of the more genuine, honest flat earth Globers. He is really fascinating because he's working in physics, and he is he's a believer in MOND, like the modified Newtonian dynamics.
Okay.
Have you not come across him? I just, because I sometimes listen to New Perspective, often clips this channel, and he often clips Earth Awakening's channel, and he's in there, and I think I've seen you in there. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I just don't remember that name, or maybe maybe I've even talked to him but forgot.
Yeah, no, he had a great back and forth with Witsit, and they were debating over a whole load of issues, and he was acknowledging the serious problems of dark matter and dark energy and the rest of it. It was really interesting. Like, it's a whole series, I think, on New Perspective channel. Like, it's got several parts, but it's actually a really good conversation. Like, it's one of those ones where there's a lot of learning done on both sides, I think,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry to butt into you. I just was feeling like we should talk about Flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's good to know. I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, ZZ Top or ZZ Pop or something like that. Yeah, he seems to be working in the field of debunking the whole standard model and looking at modified Newtonian dynamics. It's just like another one where I really enjoy listening to, because you get a different perspective, and it actually just makes your arguments sharper when you talk to other people, because you've heard a rebuttal that is reasonable. I mean, most Globers just, have a meltdown. So it's refreshing.
You don't believe in gravity? What do you mean by gravity?
Right.
You dumbass!
Hey, Alex, wouldn't it be pronounced ZZ Pop from where you are, from your neck of the woods?
ZZ Pop.
Oh, like I'm actually a Londoner in New Zealand, so I might sound Antipodean, but I'm really a Londoner. Yeah.
Well,
Fair enough.
They don't say Z for Z in
Actually,
London.
Huh?
They don't say Z for Z in London.
Yeah, they do, totally. But I know that ZZ Pop is called ZZ Pop, and I pronounce it accordingly.
Okay.
That's funny.
Really? I mean, ZZ doesn't really matter. Tomatoes, potatoes, potatoes. Let's call the whole thing off.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
You know, no one in New Zealand thinks I have a normal accent anyway, because I've got London, and Australian. So I'm a total, mutt when it comes to accents. And when people talk to me, I bet you if I got Jedi talking to me, you'd hear me sound much more British. And if you get me talking to Matrix, you'd hear me sound much more Australian. And I'm very fickle.
Yeah, you sound like you pronounce your T's more than a British person would. So,
I guess
like
it's
you
where
said.
you have your formative years is what makes your
Yeah.
accent, isn't it? Yeah. So for me, my teenage years were in Canberra.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, you said Brit.
Yeah.
You said Brit instead of British.
British. Oh, believe me, I can do Birmingham accent. My dad was Glaswegian, so I can do a lot. But I think it's just actually it was survival in Australian schools because I came with very Queen's English, like my mother, and at that time I got slaughtered in an Australian school as a very pommy, they call you pommy in Australia. So yeah, I quickly changed my accent just purely for survival in school.
What's a pommy? What does that mean?
It means
Like
port
bumper?
out. Yeah, pommy, posh. It comes from posh, I
Oh,
think,
posh.
originally, which is port out, starboard home.
Like
It was about the sunny side of the ship. If you're posh, you're on the sunny side of the ship, and pommy is, yeah, I think so. I think
a
pommy
little
is,
uppity. A little uppity.
yeah, you've got a plum in your mouth, Queen's English, all that crap. Yeah.
You got a what in your mouth? A palm? What the hell's a
Plum in
palm?
your mouth. If you speak like the Queen,
Plum.
plum in your mouth.
Okay.
Yeah. Like you speak English, like the Queen. Yeah,
For a second,
I
I thought you said palm, like POMME, which would be like
Yeah,
which
pommy.
would have been like
I'll have to look it up. I'll look it up. Pommy.
No,
I'll look it up.
I've never heard that before.
No,
So I'm curious.
I heard the palmy part, but when you said plum in your mouth, I thought you said pum in your mouth, which sounded like an anglicization of the word apple in French, which is pum.
Oh, pomme de terre. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I thought it was like a
Oh
weird
no, I get
twist,
it.
like a
Yeah,
poshy
I
French
had
English
a
anglicization.
plum in my mouth. I spoke like the Queen, and I got slaughtered in an Australian school, and I quickly adjusted my accent and sounded as Australian as I could. So I think I've got a good ear for changing my accent. And then you live with a Brummie, and you end up sounding like you're from Birmingham, and I just pick it up. Whoever I'm living with, whoever I'm talking to, I just pick it up.
So you're a pommy or a brummy?
I'll tell you, it all sounds the same to me.
No, brummy is completely different than pommy, I would say. I think I know what she's talking about. Yeah, the brummy was.
I've just looked it up. Pommy means immigrant, as in pomegranate, immigrant. So you're an immigrant, a pommy in Australia. So you're an English immigrant in Australia.
Gotcha.
A pommy. Yeah, pomegranate.
But if you're in England and you're a brummy,
you're from Birmingham. You're from Birmingham.
Yes, and you have a weird accent.
Yeah. Good to be here.
It's just like I've been watching these videos. There's this dude. I don't even know if he's from England, but he goes around London and he's like interviewing people, asking them simple questions. Like he'll say, "What's 0 + 0 + 0 + 0?" And then somebody's like, "Oh, I'm not really good at math, innit?" It's just like, what the? It just asks the simplest questions. Name three countries in Africa, and they're like, Africa. Africa's a country, isn't it? It's like, dude.
In
Is
it
it?
is almost a
That what?
closure of conversation. It's like an
And it,
invitation to talk more, but like you've discarded whatever was said before.
I know it's just it's a filler term. It just sounds funny, but
Very
it's
much a London like youth. It's kind of like I guess it's what you get in central London, that kind of gangland, tough talk. You know, you wear your boxers above your jeans, and you look like you've just come out of jail, and you go in it, and yeah, that's kind of like what I remember from it. But but I've said it too, like it's in it. Like now it's your turn in it.
and yeah, it's just like, is that what you're talking about? Isn't it? Isn't that what you mean? That kind of thing. It's just the short term. I know. Yeah. I get it. It's just funny. Yeah, it's just it's like a filler term for in a conversation. But yeah, I think it's interesting. More interesting is these videos of these guys. He asks the simplest questions, and they're completely just like, what? Let me see if I can find one of them. Here we go. This is crazy. I don't think this guy's from England. He's a black dude, but he's like just going around London, just asking basic, simple questions. What's the capital of London or capital of England? They'll get that one because they're in London. But they can't answer any other questions. It's fucking crazy.
I do think people get starstruck, when someone comes up to them with a camera.
No, yeah, I mean, of
And,
course, I attribute
I think
some of it to
some people,
nervousness. Yeah.
you can imagine a lot of them are probably stoned, and they're going, "Oh my god, I can't answer anything responsibly." Like I can just imagine the scenario. So like, I don't want to dump on them too much, because I reckon if you really grilled them, they might be able to figure it out a little bit, maybe.
He does grill them a little bit. He'll give them like,
Does he?
what's 11 times 11, and then he'll sit there with them for like 5 minutes going, and they're just going, all right, 11 times 11. We got 11. We got the moon. So plus the. And you can he'll sit there and wait. He'll wait for them to go through it in their brain.
Common Core in the Rockefeller education system, and thank you for that. It's terrible.
Like
I witnessed it myself when I was teaching at uni. Like there was a sea change in the students that came to you, and suddenly no one had ever sailed anything, no one had ever floated anything, no one had ever taken anything apart. People didn't really even know how to. They're going to architecture school to learn architecture at uni, and they're literally struggling to do the most basic things, and you kind of like, wow, it's a different world. And in the engineering world, I hear the same thing is going on. Like most engineering university students, you'd at least have expected them to be the type of people that would like pull things apart and see how it's made, float it, sail it.
You've seen in here live Professor Triangle come in here with the triangle test, and half those, more than half, don't even know what a fucking triangle is. So, and this guy actually does triangle tests on people. He said, "How many?" Dude, you wouldn't believe there's several people in some of these videos. This guy just posted. He'll say, "How many sides are on a triangle?" And they don't know. Or how many angles is in a triangle? He does triangle tests on these guys. They don't really know. I thought it was, well, when Professor Triangle, otherwise known as Radwin, started doing this, it was trying to prove that, well, you can't take an angle off a curved Earth, right? A triangle measurement from the surface of Earth. But then he realized that they don't even know what a fucking triangle is.
No, but obviously if they admit that, they're kind of giving up. So it will be the people that know too much and are just trying to hide that they can't admit it, because that really blows apart their narrative. So it's cognitive dissonance that's doing it in some cases, and in some cases it's just pure ignorance. But yeah, I mean, Matthew Learns, you know that a triangle's got 3 straight sides, eh?
Right, of course. Now there is something called a spherical triangle, which is not a triangle. So that's where some people get tripped up.
See, look at how honest he was about that. How many times have you heard Professor Triangles argue with someone saying, "Well, a spherical triangle is not a triangle"? You just said it's not. We all agree on that because a spherical triangle is not a triangle; it's a spherical triangle. There's 2 words there.
Does a spherical triangle have 3 curved sides?
Yeah, it's just you put 3 points on a sphere and connect them with great circle lines, and then that's what's called a spherical triangle.
Right, and so that's a spherical triangle on a ball, but it's a spherical triangle, not a triangle, because a triangle has it's 2D. It has 3 straight sides, 3 angles. That add
So
up to
why do
180
people
degrees.
argue for triangles with bigger than 180 degrees? Can anyone explain that to me?
Yeah, because they're talking about spherical triangles. Spherical triangles have more than 180 degrees, but they're not triangles. They're spherical triangles.
So how much more than 180 degrees can they achieve?
Depends on how big
Small the
of a ratio
ball
it
is,
is to
right?
the whole sphere.
Yeah, how small the ball is.
Let me ask
Yeah.
you, Matthew, since you're a math teacher, since you can't get an angle from a curve to a straight line, what is that not angle called? Do you know?
You mean like trying to find an elevation angle off of a curved
No,
surface?
just the straight line against the
I
curve.
mean,
What is that called? What is
A
that called?
tangent.
No.
I
No,
don't know
the
what you're
tangent
saying.
would be another straight line off of the curve. Talk about where the
Yeah,
straight line meets the curved line. What is that? It's not an angle, but what is it called?
The
Come on, man.
intersection of the two?
I looked it up. I think it's a psi. Psi. It looks like a little. It's a symbol. Looks like a little trident.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, it's a Greek letter, but I mean, maybe you can have different symbols for those, but if you have a circle and then you draw a line that just intersects it at one point, then that's a tangent.
No, you have to draw another line. That's a tangent. If you
Well,
have
well,
if you're on
yeah.
if you just draw a line that touches the top of the circle, I'm talking about the non-angle from the surface of the circle to the line that's touching the circle. That now, if you
Isn't
draw
it
a
just an
tangent
arc?
from that line, that's going to be 90 degrees, But I'm talking about the line that is curved touching the other line. There's a name for
Yeah,
that
literally.
line, for that angle or not angle. It's called a psi, I think. But isn't that what it's
Isn't
called?
it just an arc? Isn't it just an arc? An arc length?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on, let me find it real quick. This is weird.
Wait,
Because there is a
because
name for it, but it's not an angle. It's called something else.
well, you take 2 arcs, right? And don't they do what? Like Matthew, you can probably confirm this, right? So you have 2 arcs between point A, point B, and point C, or point A to point B and point B to point C, right? To get that, to get the angle, so to speak, between these things, don't they have to project up these arcs into the space above the curved surface where they can connect them with a straight line, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could extend it out and then figure out what the angle. There is a way to figure out an angle between a straight line and a curve. It's just sort of as you get closer and closer to the intersection, what does the angle tend towards?
Right, yeah. Because there was a visualization, I think someone pointed out. I think it was I forgot his name. Where it's like you have a ball, picture a ball with 3 points drawn on arcs connected, right? And at each of the points, picture like lines extending out from the radius through those lines, and then connect those lines with like a piece of string, so to speak, right? So you'll have the corresponding actual triangle to those points on that sphere or on that ball at that size, and basically you take it from there. Right? But the problem is, the triangle is not on the sphere anymore, right? So those angles of that triangle actually correspond to 180 degrees, but on the sphere they don't. So they have to, you're right, they have to manipulate shit in order to actually make it at all kind of coherent in the framework that we're accustomed to. Right. Yeah. Okay. Still looking up that term, Helio?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it's like when you have a straight line touching a curved line. It wouldn't be an angle because there's not two straight lines, but it's called something else, and that's what I'm trying to find an example of it.
Oh,
If you try to take an angle elevation off a straight line on AutoCAD, for instance, it'll instantly come up with an angle measurement. If you try to take a curved line with a straight line and you attempt to take an angle measurement between those two things, AutoCAD will pretty much crash. In the old days, it would practically crash. These days, it just goes, no, sorry, I can't give you an angle to that elevation because you've given me a curved baseline. It's really obvious. And so, like, it debunks it straight away.
Right, but in mathematics, so like say you have a circle and you have a tangent line that touches the circle, right? The where the curved line and the straight line split, even though there is an area between that point of intersection and where it starts to deviate, that even though it's not called an angle, it's called something else, and I can't remember the freaking name of it.
Yeah. I can't. I mean, it is a tangent point that you'd have to draw in a straight line in AutoCAD
Yeah, you're gonna have to. Yeah,
it
you're gonna have to draw more
read a
straight lines
line
to
angle.
actually
Yeah.
figure out. Yeah.
Point is, like, if you're measuring an angle to an elevation of a mountain, and your mountain is 10 miles away, then it's 66 feet wrong. If you're measuring an angle to a mountain 20 miles away, it's 266 foot out. If you're measuring an angle 100, 200, which we have seen, there are observations of the Alps in Switzerland from Wales and from northern Spain, which are over 750 kilometers, miles, I can't remember. But anyway, like, really obvious that you're looking at the Alps. And do you know what? Those angle elevations that you'd be taking would be so out, it's almost laughable. But the fact is, you can't take an angle measurement between a curve and a straight line. So the further away, the more inaccurate. And that's how it is. Don't you think?
I do. I mean, I'm just thinking of the long distance observations that we have. Every single argument that they have against it is just saying, well, the light's bending up around the curve, when they have no evidence for that. Why would you be able to see something that's blocked by the curve, like in perfect view? Like, you could take a zoom camera, you can't see it, zoom in, you can see it, and it's supposed to be behind the curve. And you're going to make excuses for why you see it, saying, well, there's actually a curve there. And what you're seeing there is not actually there. It's behind the curve, but the light is bending up refracting around the curvature so that you're actually seeing something that's hidden. It's like, wow, this telescope's
What about
pretty
when it's
badass.
that Canigou Mountain and it's a shadow?
Yeah.
So you're saying that the shadow, the lack of light is being refracted around the horizon. Like, it's insane. It's insane on its face, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, I don't think so.
Quite a bit.
Oh, go on,
Especially,
Matthew, give us a rebuttal. I'd love to hear it.
especially when you do the Canigou in infrared. That's even more insane. It's like, okay.
So first of all, remember we're talking about tiny little differences here, whether the path of light is going in a perfectly straight line or whether it might deviate 0.007 degrees per mile, which is a tiny amount. So arguing about whether there's refraction or not, we're talking about tiny differences. Now, of course, those tiny differences add up if you look across long distances, 20 miles or to Mount Canigou or something. And so the question about whether the path of light is bending or not, I don't think it helps either side that much.
So you're arguing that the 1.22 figure for your horizon distance per foot squared or whatever it is, you're arguing that's wrong.
Well, that's if you're, it would be right if all light always went in a perfectly straight line, but it doesn't seem to do that. It seems to bend a little bit, especially over humid water, which is where most of these observations are done.
Isn't that assessment based on a begging the question circular fallacy reasoning?
Oh, 100%. This is all based on the knowledge that the Earth is a sphere, and we explain all these observations based on that knowledge. We're not trying to prove the sphere from this or try to prove refraction. We just use it as an excuse for the
Nor can
observation.
refraction calculations prove any kind of visual thing that you're expecting to get. But you see what I'm saying when you're taking an elevation angle to a mountain and that mountain is 10 miles versus 20 versus 30, you understand that the further away, the more desperately inaccurate it is on an exponential level.
Well, I don't think it's that inaccurate. I mean, it matches fairly closely what the predictions are, especially if you're above sea level.
Only if you beg the question, put the radius of the Earth into your calculations to assume everything from every distance. Like, I'm thinking of the, do you know about the taboo conspiracy, like ice lake observation?
I'm not familiar with that one.
It's
And
got
not
a
by that
red
name
light,
either.
a green light, a blue light, an orange light, all with wavelengths that should have different different kinds of reactions to refraction. Placed 1 foot exactly above water level on a frozen lake. And I think the first observation is something like 5 miles. The second one is 6. The third one is 7. And the final one is 8 or 9 miles. And all of them appear to be on the same level. So what you're arguing for is that the exact amount of refraction has to happen almost exactly with 8 inches per mile squared, the predicted, globe radius, right?
Well, it doesn't have to be exact. It just has to be. It doesn't have to be exact by any means. In fact, who knows what the temperature variation along that path is, and who knows what the humidity is, and all that type of stuff. It just has to be at least 0.007 degrees per mile, which is barely any. So
but
you're
if
right.
you believe in the 1.22,
each mile, it's just make another. See, like you're saying 0.07 or whatever, and so that one's lifting up, and then that one's lifting the other one up, and the other one's lifting the other one up. Each mile is just lifting it all up to make it look flat. Is that what you're saying, Matthew?
I'm saying that if you have that much of event, then light, then yes.
It can look flat over hundreds of miles.
Right.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here with no nonsense.
You don't think 0.007 degrees is tiny? Seems small.
Over 1 mile? Over 1 mile? Yeah.
Right.
1 mile, you wouldn't be able to know the difference.
So how does that compare to like what you're seeing, how far you're seeing from the horizon? Isn't that kind of debunking how far the horizon is, 1.22 times the foot. Like, it just seems to be, to me, circular reasoning that you are bringing that horizon line so it's actually become nonsensical. And do you remember that amazing debate that happened with Flat Earth Dave? I think it might have been on Nino Rodriguez's channel or something like that. But he had a physicist PhD come on, and he definitely claimed that you could not expect more than 10, maybe 15% at the absolute maximum. And for me, I'm kind of converting the horizon distance that you should expect to see by 10%, 15%. I'm not kind of just assuming a infinite globe. I mean, because otherwise, as I think Indio said, you'd be able to sort of see with a strong enough telescope, you'd be able to see your own back of your head.
Yeah, it's unlikely that that type of refraction would exist all the way around the globe, and that at some point the atmosphere becomes so fuzzy that you just can't see stuff. That's why when you're in a plane, you don't really see a sharp horizon. But yeah, the globe is so large
See
that
it as
these
sharp
tiny
because you
amounts
can
do
see
make a difference.
so far due to your angle of view.
Is
And it's
this your
fuzzy
crisp
because angular
horizon?
resolution is a problem. Sorry, Helio.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, like McToon's been talking about this crisp horizon lately.
Oh, McToon's a
There-
muppet.
I know, but I mean, is
In a
Matthew
very
on
short
the,
time, Helio, check this out. In a
is,
very
Myth-
short time,
is Matthew
when
on
I
the
get the
crisp
rest of my
horizon
lenses,
tip now?
we're going to crush him with his crisp horizons. He's going to go, that's not a crisp horizon. And then we're just going to lay infrared shit all over him, and it's just going to buckle him. He's not going to know whether to laugh or cry.
I know, it's crazy.
Whenever I'm on a
personal
plane,
opinion of the
I don't really see
horizon.
a crisp horizon.
Your claims of refraction causing light to bend, you've got to show that it's happening at a consistent rate,
Well, I just
Matthew.
asked him about, it's like 1 mile, 2 miles. Say it's 0.7 or whatever over this mile. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell over a couple of miles, but dude, we're talking about hundreds of miles. And he's like,
well,
yeah, it's all going to look flat. Yeah, the light can do that.
The problem
Get
is,
out of here,
Helio,
Matthew.
a couple of the tests, they've actually taken air temperature readings above and below the laser, and it's the same. So there's no reason for the light to bend in the first place.
Well, we were talking about the infrared or the Canigoo, viewing the Canigoo from hundreds of miles away.
The spectrum used, the light bends less anyways than it does with the bloody greens and blues.
Yeah, and then you'll get pretty much the same image, just there's more clarity because it's in infrared.
Yep.
So it's like everything's
Who's
still
this?
there. It's just there's not as much of a lot of the haze is out of the way because you're using infrared.
Oh, it destroys the haze. Absolutely beautiful for that.
Yeah, it is awesome. And that infrared Canigoo thing we got, man, that shit right there blows flat Earth out the wall. I mean, blows the globe out the water. Easy.
Have you seen the Wales one? I always am blown away from the Wales one. It's just so crazy. You can see all the pictured mountains of the entire Swiss Alps from a mountain in Wales. And it's not that high. No mountain. It's just incredible. It's like, I think 750 miles. And you can see the snow cap. You can see the snow caps. It's insane. And it's not even infrared. Imagine if they did it with infrared. We need a flat earther for sure.
Hold on, I can't be everywhere at once. Just be patient, little one.
So you're saying there are observations of the Swiss Alps from Wales? That seems
Yeah, and the guy wasn't even a flat earther. He didn't even figure out what he was posting. And I've actually discovered quite a few in New Zealand like that as well, because I've observed from Hokitika Beach, I've observed Falwyn Lighthouse, which is like 112 kilometers away. And I've also seen on Facebook a whole bunch of photos of something that I've seen with my own eyes but didn't photograph. But it's Paikakariki to Taranaki Mountain, which is like Mount Fuji for New Zealand. and it's perfect conical. You can see like where the snow line starts and everything, so you know kind of what you're looking at, and you can see that from Paikakariki, and it's 215 kilometers. It's insane. Like it
Yeah, that's
should
pretty
not be
far.
visible. Yeah. In both
Yeah, it
cases,
shouldn't be
either should
possible.
be visible. The Falwyn Lighthouse is 70 meters. The top of the lighthouse on the peninsula is 70 meters above sea level, and I'm seeing it from 100 and I think it was 117 kilometers or something like that away.
Well, that's pretty amazing. I didn't know it was possible to see that far.
I'll
I got the
post
picture
it.
for you of the Alps in the side chat. I do believe that's the one.
Yep, that's the one. I reckon we need a flat earther in Wales to go and do it. For sure. But also, what do people think about the idea of like promoting flat earth in comment sections of channels that are almost there? They're like on the verge of getting it, but they're not there yet. I just think it would be so valuable. Like I was pointing out, Nassim Haramein, the Electric Universe, Thunderbolts people, there's a whole bunch. And today, Corbett Report did something, a blow up of the Foucault's pendulum, but used it as evidence against flat Earth. But as we know, it's quite bad evidence for flat Earth, against flat Earth, if you want to say. I reckon there would be so much value from going into those comment sections en masse. We can be like the rival of the bot army. No?
This little Teji person in the side chat that's having some kind of nervous breakdown on me. Teji, please stop copy pasting crap from AI.
That image from Wales sure would be nice if they'd taken it at a higher resolution or zoomed in on those mountains. It's a little bit fuzzy, so it's not super easy to tell what we're looking at.
Have you seen that there's
You shouldn't be able
two
to zoom
posts?
at all, Matthew. The fact that they're
No,
fuzzy or not, there should be nothing there.
No,
Right,
there should
and
be no
that's why I'm wondering.
snowy peaks.
That's why I'm wondering if
There's
there are
no
clouds
mountains
instead
in
of
Europe
snowy
before
peaks.
the Alps. There's no snowy mountains in France that you can possibly say, oh, the Alps there, that's what you're looking at. And they match so perfectly. And the fact is, this guy was not a flat earther, but you've still got an image there that's a close up that shows you the range. I think probably we need to post an image of the Alps because it matches 100%.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there might have been clouds over France. That's why I was hoping that there would be a higher resolution version so we could distinguish if those are clouds or mountains.
Well, if they're clouds, they match the perfect orientation and heights and elevation of a perfect picture of the Alps from the
Do
Belgium,
they?
France direction. Yeah.
Sad part is if you have a good look at the image, for those with their eyes open, you can see the clouds above the peaks of the mountains because you can see the cloud deck there. So, wondering whether there's clouds or not when you can clearly see them. I don't want to be rude, but I'm thinking about it.
No, I agree with you. There are clouds. There are close by clouds up in the top of the picture. Obviously, those are clouds. But I'm wondering if there are like thunder clouds way off in the distance.
If you click on the source link that's above it and go to the page, I'm going to say no. Each of those little sets of white dots there is the top of one of the lots of hills there, or mountains there. I'm only used to hills. Ours are all worn down.
I just put a link to a breakdown video of the picture.
Yeah, I'm just saying the picture is 575 pixels high, and that's it. It would be nice if somebody had zoomed
That's
in a
just
little bit
excuses,
more.
Matthew. I don't care if it's 5 pixels high. Stop making excuses. Here's an idea. If you don't like it, go and take it yourself.
That's a good idea.
And then, when yours is only 508 pixels high, we'll all point at you and go, why didn't you make it 509?
I'm just saying cell phone cameras these days are really good, and 500 pixels is not very much.
I just went to search for the video and I found like a video that had been deleted. Classic. It's usual, I suppose, but yeah, I'll look up Matthew. I'll look up and see if I can find anything that's high res for you.
Yeah,
I'll
that'd
just
be
do a little bit of
interesting.
search now.
Right, I'm just sort of pointing out what other Globers are going to say if you try to use this. I'm not saying it's definitely clouds. I'm just saying that you'd need to rule that out with maybe a higher resolution image.
I love this. I've personally observed that ships disappear hull first over the horizon. How did you know that was the horizon? Did you have some kind of demarcation there to validate your claim? And you actually raised or lowered your head or your personal elevation to match the demarcation, so you knew that based on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, that you were in the exact perfect position. I love these text rats. I think they're great. You'll be grabbing the mic later on when you come back, little one. You won't be sitting in text chat. You bailing, Helio. Big girl's blouse. Considering Platter, the how old the account is and what room it's in, I'm willing to throw a wild guess that it's some kind of anti-FE clown that's just trying to weasel its way back in. Just throwing it out there, but yeah, that's my guess. Just the fact that like second last post or third last post, no, by itself is not conclusive proof. Atmospheric refraction and other optical effects can sometimes produce similar observations. I can win the lotto too, but I haven't done it. So making claims that things can happen. I don't want can happen. I want you to validate that it is happening. That's the difference. And what's this? Your point is that Earth's curvature predicts this effect consistently. What, ships going over the horizon? Well, this is something to think about. We can make things disappear bottom up on a flat surface. So you claiming that curvature is the cause of this cause and effect relationship has been nullified with very simple tests. And combined with many other independent observations, such as changing star positions, well, the stars move. So you don't need to have to move your position. You can just sit where you are and have a nice time. Maybe drink a beer if you're old enough. Who knows? And yeah, stars moving. So that's not really proof of anything to do with the ground. What else have we got? Changing star positions with latitude. Lunar eclipses. Okay, looking up into the sky doesn't prove anything about the shape of the ground. Geodetic surveying. So normal survey dudes pass their information on to geodetic survey. They smash it through Habersign and compare it to a model. Interesting. Why the necessity to compare it to a model? Why not just take the measurements firsthand and then go, yippee-ki-yay, this is good. I'm happy with that. Oh, you ran away. Probably didn't like what I was saying. Anyways, what do we got? Long distance navigation. And the spherical Earth model explains all of them with one coherent framework. No, it doesn't. The spherical model is a combination of models tied together that you believe is one coherent framework. Can a flat Earth model do the same? Well, I haven't put forward a model, and I don't intend to, because I go and measure reality directly. Why would I want to have a model of a Ferrari on my coffee table when I got the real deal in my driveway? If I want to go and measure its rims, I'll go outside and measure them directly.
Hey, Alex, you still there?
Yep, I've been listening.
Hey, did you see the X post I put up from 20 after the hour?
Oh, I'll have a look. Hang on.
It's a breakdown of the picture. It shows basically that's Mont Blanc. Matrix, I think you'd like that video too. It does a bunch of graphing and stuff showing the horizon lines and different things like that.
Oh, which one? The one you chucked up 20 past the hour?
Yeah, and that's a breakdown I found of the picture.
Oh, cool. Cheers, man.
Sorry, what time past the hour? I must have missed a load in chat. I'm way behind.
20. 20.
20. Okay, thank you. Yeah, all these debunks of these Alps pictures would be all very well if they could just show us one observation of curvature. Like it just always comes back to that. Like, okay, so you're going to go and anti-flat earth debunk it, but where is your evidence for your side? It's there.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
pretty simple. We just
interesting. I'll
think
have to
that
look
the
at it.
globe Earth is the best explanation for all kinds of observations, like sunsets and moon phases and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but that's begging the question because it was designed to do that role for you.
But begging the question is a fallacy when you're trying to prove something. Instead, science is coming up with the best explanation, not trying to prove things. So I'm not proving the Earth is a globe. I'm saying, hey, look, of all the explanations, this is the one that best explains what we see.
So you're a flat earther then, and you just like cool stories.
If you want to call stories explanations, sure, the best story.
Well, they are explanations. They're stories until they're validated.
Right. That's why you got to look at the evidence and see if it which story it validates the best.
Excellent. So a sphere would have curvature. So to validate that, you'd measure drop over distance. So not validated. So just cool stories.
Yeah, you'd expect there to be drop over distance, and if there isn't, you'd have to explain why.
You'd at least question it. You don't have to explain it. Just
Right,
question
right.
it. Like if I go out in my driveway and my Ferrari's not there, I don't have to explain it, but I'll bloody well question it. I don't have to make up reasons why I think it's not there. If I don't know, I don't know. But just so you all know, I don't have a bloody Ferrari either. I've got a Mad Falcon. I love it. It's great. Flog the piss out of it. Enjoy it. XR6 turbos rock. For anyone asks. A few years ago, I went up against an AMG 63. Fucking toasted him. That was awesome. He was spewing too. I don't want to know what that thing was worth.
I just aim to get a pre-internet car these days. I just want something before the internet came, without fuel injection and without all the rest of it. I really want an old 1960s Mini. That would do me.
Oh, nice. British Racing Green. Yeah, I could do that. They're like some Doctor Who shit. They're little on the outside, and then when you get in them, there's heaps of room.
Yeah, the TARDIS for sure. Absolutely. I've had. How many people have you ever been in a Mini with?
Me, no, we haven't tried. I haven't done that. Try to cram heaps of people in.
That was a regular thing in London. Is to how many people have actually been with a load of people in a minivan with the doors was sort of sticky taped onto the back, like it was insane, and we were all knocking around in the back. It was insane. You know those minivans? They look like Mini in the front, but then they've got this kind of ute and a square back. Gorgeous.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was a pastime of Londoners is to like see how many people you can cram between one club and another. 21 I think is the record.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I didn't do
I had a
21.
Commodore years ago, and we squeezed, I think it was about 17 in that, and I was the driver. That was funny as shit, eh? I'm so glad we didn't get pulled over. Would have been sore for a long time.
No, that would be nasty. Yeah. So Matthew Learns is saying it's the best model. I missed a bit. I had to go away
It's the
and
best
come back.
explanation. Not the best
Right.
model,
Yeah,
the best explanation.
If that was the case, Matthew, then you would have some observations that empirically show your side of the story.
Right. So sunsets and the constant angular size of a full moon, the moon phases, seasons, and then engineering things too, human-made things like satellite TV, geostationary satellite TV transmitters, and
Wow.
the success of GPS. So those things are well explained on the globe.
Yeah, but a lot of those are begging the question. So where do you actually come
They're all
to
begging
actually
the question.
take a measurement, Matthew? I'm not talking about like stories. I'm talking about, you've taken a measurement somewhere.
Yeah, no, these are all begging the question. The question, you come up with an explanation and
Yeah,
then you
but
see if you can
the
validate it.
best model, then it must have some empirical evidence. So that's what I'm asking for, not the stories. What is that?
The full moon stays the same angular size. It doesn't change size as if it were coming at you over a flat plane as it's rising, and then if it were set as it's setting, it doesn't get smaller and smaller.
Yeah,
So
but we
therefore,
also shouldn't see that it's the same size as the sun and exactly the same face everywhere on the earth either. Because then you should see slightly different faces. So that doesn't really, it doesn't provide you any evidence of Earth. So I'm asking you for the curvature, observations that make you think that this is the best possible model. That's all.
Well,
If you're going to,
yeah, I don't,
can't all be stories, surely, Matthew.
oh yeah, I don't think it's possible to directly measure the curvature of the Earth.
Because it's always going to perfectly curve up no matter what color light, no matter what. It's always going to perfectly curve up the exact distance it needs to look like it's flat. Is that
no,
correct?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I'm saying that to come up with a direct measurement, I don't think that's possible because it's such a slight curve.
Well, anything you would be measuring would be a flat Earth measurement because it's a triangle anyway. But even so, you'd expect to see some regular, we've got thousands of observations of too far. So where's your observations of cut off?
Oh, the millions of observations that weren't cherry picked.
Excellent.
So when things
Post
are
one
cut
up
off.
for us, if there's so many.
Yeah, we've been waiting here for 10 years, Matthew.
And we need some kind of demarcation too, Matthew. So where the horizon is, we can validate that is the distance from the photographer or observer in this circumstance.
Oh, well, let's see. Like if you watch the sunset over the ocean, that'd be an example when the sun is sort of halfway
Yeah,
cut
but there's
off.
no demarcation there. We need something to demarcate the horizon.
Oh, the distance doesn't matter. The fact that you can see the top of the sun, but not
the
the
distance
bottom is
does
what I'm
matter.
talking about.
It makes a hell of a difference.
Right, it'll make a
Because if
big
you're
difference.
only 1
but the
foot
point-
tall, say you're laying down at the beach watching a sunset, your head is 1 foot high, and you're seeing the horizon at 50 miles, that is a very big problem for Baltardia.
Yeah, I'm talking about whether portions of something distance are visible or not the distance.
Yeah, well, the distance is the important thing because the horizon is the thing that's cutting it off. That's what we're discussing here.
Yeah, I'm talking about whether it cuts it off, not how far it is.
Well, you should be talking about how far it is cutting it off. Because if
Why
it's
does that
cutting it
matter?
off beyond, because that's the horizon, that's the thing that's allegedly supposed to be cutting it off. You're on a ball, remember? The horizon, the limiting factor, that's what should be cutting it off.
Yeah, I don't know how to calculate the distance accurately because sometimes it changes.
Square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. Now that's something I do want to know for anyone that plays with cameras and shit. If I've currently got a 300mm lens and I can see 30 miles, if I was to jump to a 600mm lens, does that mean I can see out to 60 mile? Or is the conversion factor, something a little bit different. Might have to ask Yoda this. He's good with this kind of shit. Actually, DJ probably know. I like the idea of going to Wales though, D-Town. I could get a visit in with Jedi, cruise across and see old dude. I think there's someone else up that way. Cyclone hangs around over there somewhere. That'll be all right.
It looks beautiful, and yeah, if you meet up, you could get a really good shot. Dude, that shot was just like done, like not even trying, dude. If you got your camera and got up there and like zoomed in and like took some shots, dude, you get probably some incredible shots.
Yeah, especially in IR, I think that would light it up quite well. The hardest bit with the IR is you've got to have the sun above you or behind you. If it's in front of you, like naturally with all photography, it's in front of you, you get lens flares and all sorts of weird shit. But yeah, if you can get it to behind you, so if you're facing west, get some morning shots. Anything up to lunchtime's good. Well, at lunchtime is pretty awesome, actually.
The sun sort of looks behind him and to the right on that picture, so we'll see. You should be able to get a pretty good shot. Yeah.
Does he say what camera he was using? Or lenses?
Well, no, see, that's what she was saying. Like, this guy was not even trying to take this picture. Like, he was just taking a picture from up there. And then he posted it online, and somebody, like, grabbed it and was like, yo, that's a flat Earth picture because it's got the Alps, like Mont Blanc, all the way in the background. And, like,
Yeah,
everybody started looking at it
definitely.
because of that.
Not a flat earther for sure. That guy in Wales, for sure, he wasn't. It was just a random picture that someone picked up and then went with.
Well, that's like
I'm pretty sure.
That's like the South Australian coastline one. That was just taken
Yeah.
off a drone. That was just an advertisement there on an advertisement. But hey, check this out on bloody Google Maps of all things. You know how like you people chuck photos up for locations? It was just one of those.
Yeah, I found a heap on Facebook of Paikakariki to Mount Taranaki, and so on the comments was hilarious to watch because the cognitive dissonance was insane. But like, yeah, that was clearly someone who didn't intend to take a long distance observation, but clearly did, and everyone was questioning it. But it's like it is there, and then that's where it is, and you can see Kapiti Island in front of it. So you know, you can't make that shit up because Kapiti Island is very close to Wellington and not Taranaki. And it was clearly in the picture, in the vision. But yeah, that guy. And what I found, I just went to go and reverse image search that image. and all of the links, all of the videos, anything that would explain it has disappeared. It's all gone. It's all
funny how that works.
yeah, yeah.
No, I can't wait to get all my lenses and stuff sorted out. That'll be brilliant.
What are you getting, Matrix?
At the moment, I've got my infrared camera, but I've only got a 300 and a 400 millimeter lens. The 300 has got image stabilization, but the 400 doesn't. So that's top end is 400. So like the 300 only goes, I think it's 70 to 300, and the big one's 120.
And why don't you want stabilization? Sorry, I might have missed it. I've been listening in the background.
I do want it. The problem is the lens I want is worth about $3,000.
Oh man.
Yeah. So there's a thing called a teleconverter, which doubles the length of your lens. That's worth $1,000 by itself. And I'd also like a whole pile of different filters, and that's what I need for the IR. And some of these, like a whole range, you can get I think it's a 10-pack of the filters, which is about $1,200. And by the time it hits my house, put Australia tax on top, and I could probably.
And you're probably waiting till what, next year till it arrives?
Well, actually, I should get a fair whack at coin in me tax, so I'm hoping that come tax time I'll be able to get all my camera shit sorted and go from there. So even if I just get one filter, one lens, and the teleconverter, and what that'll do, so at the moment I can zoom, the good photos are coming out off the 300 millimeter lens. When I get this new
camera
one,
like a 1000 or base camera? What is it? Sorry. Sorry, I might have.
Canon R10.
Canon. Okay, so it is like zoom similar.
Yes.
Like a P1000.
No, that's Canon. Yeah, not Canon. That's Nikon. Sorry. They're a great camera.
But
Don't get me wrong. If you've got one of those, they're brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, put it this way. It has two functions. So it's got an optical zoom, and then when it gets so far, it changes over to digital zoom. Whereas I'm only playing with direct optical. So the P1000, when it goes to its optical and then switches to its digital, goes up to, I think it's about 3,500. Now, I will be once I get all my stuff sorted out, I'll be at about 2,600, but I'm pure optical. I'm not digital. So I don't get any degradation of images like the P1000 does. And anyone who's got an older, small digital camera, when you zoom in, there's normally two little lines. So you'll zoom across, and you'll see the little marker go across. And those two lines show where it changes from optical to digital. And so basically when it hits digital, instead of being 4K, 2K, 1K, 700p, it steps down in quality as you go more and more digital. So that's all that happens with digital zoom. Best way to describe it.
What do you make out P1000 pictures of stars? You know,
what do I make
you know how people posit. Yeah, I'm just saying that because some people posit that there are digital filters that begin to when it detects the moon, it places an image of the moon in the space of the moon.
Phones, there's some phones that do that. I think it was Samsung's that used to do it. I don't know if they still do. I've got absolutely no idea. But there was actual phones that would, if you pointed your camera up to the sky, the moon is supposed to be there, it would give you a preloaded photo of the moon.
That's
crazy. But the only downside is it was doing that on cloudy nights when you couldn't see the moon.
Busted!
So they got busted just with simple shit like that, the moon's behind a
Yeah.
tree, and people were taking photos and getting these beautiful moon shots. So I don't know what kind of
But when
digital
it comes
trickery was
to
going on in the
stars,
background.
when it comes to stars, you know how we see like each star has almost its own characteristic of cymatic patterns and craziness when we see it.
That's out of focus.
Supposedly, yeah, is it out of focus? Because I wonder whether
Yeah.
there's a digital algorithm that is basically trying to make sense of the light that
No.
is creating
What
these
happens?
patterns.
No, what happens is you switch your camera to manual mode and focus it by yourself, and you get a clean shot. That's what I've got to do for the long range stuff. Because
Yeah, but when
the
you say
infrared
clean shot,
runs on it, as in
when you say
focus.
clean shot, is it having the cymatic kind of crazy wavering that it is that we see in
Nope.
those stars? No.
Nope. You know when you
No.
see people
Oh,
pointing
okay.
lasers at a camera and you see the core of it and you get that real white clean shot of the core
Yeah.
and you'll get the
Yeah.
streaks either side, you get that.
Right. Okay.
So,
Okay, so all
yeah, it's just
those
a matter of
David White
focusing. Yeah.
pictures are not real. The ones, you know, because
They're
there's all
real.
those.
They're real because
Right.
that's what your camera produces if you're not ready for it. The cameras don't really like focusing on some lights and things like that. I went to a car
Yeah.
show years ago, and because the cars were so clean, when I was trying to take photos, the camera, all it saw was mirrors, and it was trying to focus on the lights reflecting off of the cars. And it couldn't do it. I had to actually manual every single thing, and it was just a pain in the ass. So just little things
That's
like
why
that.
I think some of those cymatic patterns that we're seeing are literally just like visual algorithms running. Do you know what I mean? In order to make sense of what they're seeing.
Nah, they're just out of focus. So whether the star actually does move or
Pulsate.
oscillate slightly,
Yeah.
and we're picking
Yeah.
that up, and that's what the camera's picking up, I don't know. But yeah, if you can put it on a manual, focus it properly, you'll get a good shot.
And have you tried the moon yet? Like Crow 777? You know how
What do you
he photographed a lunar wave and he keeps on
Oh, the
photographing all
wave.
sorts of weird objects and
I'm only
things?
using a 300mm lens, but when I step up to the 800 with the teleconverter in front of it, I think it'll be a different story. I might actually get to see it. I've seen videos and stuff of it, but I know what you're talking about. But I did take photos of the moon the other night. I'll just scroll down to.
Yeah, because
Oops.
he did it in America, but someone also did it in Germany, and now there's multiple places that have confirmed it. Yeah, that have seen the same feature. But again, I mean, it could be water. You know, you're seeing things through a watery background. I don't know.
Yeah.
It could be all sorts of excuses. I'm not sure, but I think the same kind of sweep has been observed in front of Saturn and Pluto and
Yeah, it's
other.
interesting.
Yeah, crazy.
So I grabbed that.
But
the
yeah,
other
I
night.
wonder
Where's the
whether
other
it's
good
worth
one?
trying to do. He must have put in a lot of money into sort of getting this kind of sun observations he is now. Because have you seen his ones where he like changes the contrast and you can see all the movement of the sun? It's
Yeah,
crazy.
they've just got dark filters on, so you get a very high f-stop filter. So what it forces your camera to do, it forces the camera to think it's nighttime. So it lowers the light to the point where the camera goes, oh, it's nighttime, I've got to film in night mode. And that's the simplified version of what's happening.
Yeah, well, you can really see it boiling away, eh? Plasma or whatever
Yeah,
it is.
pretty cool stuff.
Mm.
If you get a really clean shot, the sun actually looks like it's hairy.
Yeah.
So yeah, really, really, really cool stuff. Now, where was the other ones? Now, it is interesting when you're trying to focus in IR because of the different wavelengths. The camera doesn't like focusing, so you've got to do it in manual mode, and sometimes it's bloody hard to do. And none of my IR ones really came out the other night.
Sorry. Is it true what they say about that when you focus on the moon and then you kind of zoom across to stars, it's kind of the same focal length?
I've heard that, and I would like to try it. I'd like to actually get someone that's got a telescope, and I actually know a bloke who's into astrophotography. I might see if I can round him up one episode and just go, look, bro, this is pretty cool shit. I won't tell him I'm FE because I think he'd probably shoot me.
No.
He'd probably have a flip out. But yeah, I might hit him up and ask him that, because I've heard other people say that once you focus on, say, one star, you can pan across and the whole lot of them are all lined up, which is really freaky because they're all supposed to be different distances. And different distances equals different focal lengths. But anyways. So yeah, in the side chat, that was one of the moonshots from the other night.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. I would love to get a P1000 camera because I am just, in a position where I can take some amazing of South Island from where I'm at. Because I can see the South Island every day, and there's two mountains. One is about 117, 150 kilometers away, 100. There's two of them. And so there's also some dips in the valleys that go almost down to sea level.
Well,
and yet we can see the profile of the whole South Island from North Island.
The P950 versus the P1000, they are identical, except for there's three things. One of them was the charging port. They upgraded to the latest and greatest Euro standard. The second one was the weight of it. It's 5 grams lighter. And the third one was something else really trivial. Nothing to do with the lens, nothing to do with the sensor. They're all identical for the 950 versus the 1000. So if you're happy to not have the latest and greatest...
what does the number mean then? 1,900, 950?
Latest model.
Oh, I see. It's just like 0.1, 0.2. Right.
Yeah. But there's a jump from the 900 to, is it 900? To 950. There was a jump between those two. They went from a zoom of 75 up to 130. But so much of that is digital. I don't know what the cutoff is. So whether it's 50 optical and the rest is digital, I don't know. I haven't looked that far into it.
Right.
They're great cameras. Like, I'm not dissing them. They're brilliant. Like, seriously, if you want an good all-rounder, I can't knock it.
Yeah, I have to go back to Pycock and do that big long observation, and it has to be on a good day. It's hard to time it. Yeah. I tried to look last time I went over the hill, and it was just, there was nothing visible, so the horizon was a good 50k shorter than it was the previous time. So the ball must have got smaller and bigger. So obviously that's the only possible. That's the easiest explanation, eh, Matthew?
Oh, he ran away earlier. He didn't like my questions. I didn't think they were that hard.
I do think he's one of the most genuine. I do have heard him point out, errors in global arguments. Like he trims their arguments a little bit, which I find refreshing. And there's another guy like it. I was trying to ask everyone before, ZZ Top or ZZ Pop, something like that in Earth Awakening. He's like a PhD dark matter he believes that dark matter is complete bullshit, and he believes that the standard model is bullshit, and that we should be doing a modified Newtonian dynamics. Yeah. And he was having this debate with Whitsitt, and it was fascinating because for once it was like a respectful conversation where there was back and forth, and it was just a discussion of the more subversive ideas in science. And this guy, although he's a glober, he was amazing at educating on alternative physics ideas that are being in the fringes. Yeah, it was
'Cause
awesome.
He's not a fan of the model that he was fed. That's why.
No. So MOND, it's called Modified Newtonian Dynamics. And it's like there's maybe 2 parts to it. It's on New Perspective channel. He clips this channel occasionally. Yeah, so you can
he
find
drops
it.
in
Maybe
and has a chat with us every now and then. Yeah.
yeah, like a week ago, I think he did it. Yeah, it was awesome. Awesome conversation. I think it's worth listening because it really like refines your argument when it comes to like how the physics world is dealing with this information, because they're obviously copium. They're obviously coping massively. And so it's interesting to hear from someone who is frustrated with the current model, but a glober.
I think the frustration, if you got to, if you isolated him from reality, or the media and all the rest of the shit, you'd probably find out his frustration is he's seeing problems with it, and he knows that he can't report it or push it, because if he doesn't toe the line, he'll get sat on his ass.
No, but I'm saying he fully admits that that is the fact, and yet he argues from the other side, I think still from a kind of cognitive dissonance position. But what I'm interested in is he really pushes the knowledge of the edges of what is mainstream science, I guess you could say. Just it was a fascinating conversation, and what was so good was it was quite respectful, and it wasn't like no one devolved into name calling. And I think ZZ Pop actually acknowledges that there is a lot of problems with his model, and that's why he's investigating MOND and all these other things, because he can see dark matter is a load of shit, and he can see that a whole load of the assistants are a load of shit. And
That's
it's
where he
just
needs to step back and have
great.
a look at why it was added in the first place. Yeah, and he'd probably go, oh shit, that's why it was added, because this didn't work. That was added because something else didn't work. And when you have a look at the whole system, all the little add-ons, it's like a patchwork quilt. Oh, we put this piece in to protect that one, and we put that piece in to cover that hole, and it's just full of holes, so they just keep patching them up. And every time us get out and find another hole, they've got to come up with something cool. Let's put another patch on.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I think he'd be someone on the edge. And I was just saying to people earlier that I was thinking that we really could, I don't know if anyone from the electric universe kind of community or the Nassim Haramein community, or like I said today, I don't know if you heard it, Corbett Report just did a thing on debunking the Foucault pendulum, but then he did a whole bunch of copium at the end about flat Earth. And I'm like, shit. We know there's shit to go in there and deal with this, you know. But there's 3 areas where I think they're on the verge of understanding the deception, and they just need a little pushover, you know, a little help from someone who knows Foucault. We had a good discussion earlier about it. I know a little bit more, but I thought I probably know enough to argue with them. But it's an interesting comment section at the moment on Corbett Report today. It's really good. I always appreciate it when I see normies and, you know, I guess non-flat earth alt media getting into this topic.
Are they releasing that just slowly so the normies don't have an absolute meltdown? So they'll have a little splash on the Corbett Report, and then they'll have a little splash on the 6 o'clock news, and then a week's time there'll be a little more of a splash on someone else. And then instead of just dropping the bomb and going every single channel all at once going, sorry dudes, it's flat, we lied. Like everyone would just have instant meltdown. And like, I reckon with the amount of copium, I'd probably run up the street naked or some shit like that. Just try to swim through it. But yeah, they can't do that because like the society just flip on its head and just people go just mental. Like they are now. They wouldn't need to put that on the news and help them out. So it makes me wonder if they are trying to just slow release it at their own pace. We want people to know, but we don't want to flood them with it. We don't want them to drown.
Yeah, sort of soft disclosure, easy, does it, purple pill, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't think Corbett's here. I understand why, being a NASA fangirl of the past, I understand why people are so passionate about this topic. It's like a debasement of science as far as they're concerned because of they haven't looked into it.
you know, so I can understand where they're coming from. So I actually think Corbett Report, I think these people are real. You know, I think they're on a path and they're deep. You know, they're the sort of people that like have blinkers on and they look at information and they really get into it, but they can't see the big picture. Like, you have to be able to see the big picture to be able to step out of your programming in some way, don't you?
Can't see the forest for the trees.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's that. I mean, I don't know. I generally found I do struggle listening to any kind of news show when they've got so many things wrong. There's a number of shows that I watch still that I know don't understand about viruses. They don't understand about flat Earth. They don't understand space is fake. They don't understand contagion. They don't understand, like, there's a whole bunch of things that really frustrate me and make me discount their opinion. But I still try to keep my ear in the alt media, I guess, where people are going. And I think that's where there's hope of change, really, you know, to bring them over gradually with baby steps.
Personally, I think just push them all in the pool and see who swims. Much more fun.
Well, I think we need many, many methods of doing it, and I think you have your own one matrix. And actually, like, I do think it works, because I think, you know, there'll be someone who goes softly, and there'll be someone else who will be, you know, go biblical, and there'll be someone else who go full science, and there'll be someone else who's scathing, and there's someone else who's comedy. And maybe by the time they've gone through all those modes, you know what I mean? So everyone plays a part in awakening, right?
Yeah. Everyone's got their methods. Some people seem to get it better than others.
Yeah, but you're quite a late adopter. You're not like a 10 years ago, Flatter, are you?
First time I heard of it was in 2007, 2008.
But you didn't believe it. Same with me, and maybe 10 years ago, though. But yeah.
But for me, it's just been a slow accumulation of just things not adding up. And all of a sudden, see, when the events of the last 5 years kicked in, I got stood down from work and I got a 3-month vacation from work. So when you're sitting at home twiddling your thumbs for 3 months and you're bored as batshit, you start researching stuff, don't you? And you look up a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and then it's like, you know what? For 2.5 months, I spent researching, watching videos, hours and hours of watching documentaries and videos and shit. I was sleeping about 3 hours a day. The rest of it was just absorbing information. Fucking near fried myself doing it. And I know some people will watch about 3 hours and then they need half a day to defrag. Whereas my defrag was me 3 hours of sleep, and then the next day I was back in for more. I was loving it.
Yeah, I was watching 5-hour videos for sure, but I did get told by my hairdresser, like, you know, literally, I guess my kids were like 5 years old. So it must be like 13 years ago, she told me. And I didn't believe her. And I listened though, and I was not scathing, but I didn't believe her because she was well into, I think later on she became quite into the QAnon, and I just didn't believe it. The new QAnon was a load of shit. So I was like, wow. Okay. And then it was only when 2020 came that I really started to like deep dive. And like you, I caught up quick. I watched probably thousands of hours of video by listening to you guys all the time. So I'm learning fast.
But I was already FE before I jumped into these channels. So thinking about it, I was having conversations with people in 2020 about FE stuff. So yeah, about somewhere about 2019, 2020. Now that I think back, was when that it had kicked in. Like if someone had said, "Are you a flat earther?" it would have been yes. So because I was telling people about it then.
I remember defending someone in 2020 who was exclaiming about flat earthers and how stupid they were, and I was like, "Hey, why like, I didn't believe it, but I was like, hey, why are you dishing on other people who are exploring, you know, what they believe about the cosmos? Why is that triggering you? Like, I actually felt with her, a good friend, over it, because I was defending her, but because I knew Eugenie, my friend, the hairdresser, was a flat earther, and I felt no, I'm still going to listen to those arguments, even though I didn't believe in them. I didn't think you should censor them and mock them. You should like retort with something that wasn't a fallacy, you know? But yeah, I remember doing that, and then it was probably, probably 2021, 22, and then I came into this server maybe like a year and a half ago now. Took me a while to work out how to use Discord like this.
Yeah, there's a few people like that. It's a very interesting subject. The bit that amazes me is how well it triggers the normies. Like years and years ago, it was you don't talk about politics or religion. Like when you go to someone else's house, make sure you do your best to stay away from those subjects because some people just flip out. But now it's politics and religion combined doesn't even look like triggering people as much as what FE does. And I'm absolutely amazed how one subject can flip people so friggin' well. It's like you've hit them with a cattle prodder or something. Then watch them jump. And for no reason. Like,
yeah, you can say that you're in a simulation and the universe is flat and that like everything is on the axis of evil and rotated to the same axis as the earth, and you can believe all that stuff. You can believe the holographic universe theory, you can believe biocentric universe theory, you can believe, you know, the Nassim Harris, every atom is a black hole and we live in the event horizon of your black hole. You can believe any of those things, but you're not allowed to believe flat Earth. Why? It's crazy.
Because of the amount of propaganda that's been put out over the years of flat Earth has been stupid and this is wrong, and because you get barreled in with the rest of the conspiracy theorists. See, it's crazy, but it's entertaining on how well it triggers people. You know, is the Earth's shape how we're told it's a ball tard? Is that so ingrained, so driven into us that people actually take it on as their own personal invention? I invented it. I'm the one that came up with it. And in short, to answer my own question, is yes, they did, because they didn't come up with it. They were sold the idea. At school, they were told they live on a ball and they were given an idea. So they were the ones that came up with it. That is why they're so offended by it when we go, ha, it's measured flat. And
Your
then
logic is
it's
kind
like,
of weird. It just doesn't make any sense. Like whatever
say
logic
again,
you're
sorry?
giving about, whatever logic you're providing here about, yeah, people are getting all triggered just because it has been
FE
engraved
people.
in their brains.
FE people. No, this is the globetards triggering when we say it's flat. They flip their shit out, bro.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's going to be triggering for them. Like if I
Why?
tell you like,
Why?
okay, if I
It's not
tell you
necessary.
have,
Check it out. If you and me are having a conversation about Ford versus Chev, there's no reason to have a meltdown. They're just cars. So if you and me are having a conversation about the shape of the Earth, there's no reason for you to flip your shit. Some of these globers in here are that broken, they come back just to whinge and bitch about us. Like, seriously, dude, you've got no idea. There's been death threats. There's been all sorts of levels of crazy.
wait, for real? That's insane.
Yeah, you've got no idea, bro. Some of the older guys were saying back around 2014, 2013, 2014, 2015, you know, people, they'd be online talking about it, which is fair enough. Get online, have a chat with someone about it, all good. There'd be other people that were looking to dox the flat earthers specifically for the purpose So they could ring their bosses up and say, so-and-so is a flat earther, that's un-American. And people would get sacked, would lose their jobs because of these anti-FE clowns. That's the levels of crazy we're dealing with, bro.
That's sort of insane, but honestly, if people are losing their job because of it, I mean, I guess their boss has just decided, I don't want to have someone with low IQ here who doesn't know the obvious.
So check it out.
Guess.
Let's just say you're a garbo. So your job is to hang off the back of a garbage truck as it drives along, pick up the garbage cans, throw them into the back of the truck, or empty the rubbish into the back of the truck and put the cans back on the side of the road. That has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the earth. So why should you be sacked because of your personal opinion? What has that got to do with your job?
I mean, your personal opinion kind of defines what kind of person you are and what kind of knowledge you have.
Excellent.
If you're defending,
so when I say the earth is flat, your instant reaction is low IQ because you just said that a second ago. But when you find out in a very short amount of time that the earth is actually measured as flat, whether I like it or not, what are you going to say to that?
The earth is not measured as flat, man.
Would you like to bet me?
Sure.
How about we put in the side chat? I'll get my hard drive spooled up again since it likes.
How about you give me some actual facts instead of some theories? Does that work?
Theories? I'm not giving you theories. If you want theories, you're in the wrong room.
Okay, cool.
So how
Let's
about
get
we
the
get a
scientific
laser
facts
test?
first.
Oh, do you think this is a question of science? See, this is where you've mistaken yourself. So you've already gone down the wrong path, my friend. This is not a question of science. This is a question of geometry. So me putting forth scientific facts has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Okay.
You expecting scientific fact is not really going to get you far. But anyways, we can still put some laser tests up and show you. That's cool.
Okay, cool. I'm here. I'm here for your geometrical explanation. Let's hear it.
Right, there's a couple of laser tests, and I'll chuck up 3 more. Oh, good. Toby Dog can split that for me. Oops. And with those last 3, I need to put up the PDF because some people like reading documents, which is awesome. All right, so the basics of it. You know what a tangent to a circle is? Or a tangent to a curve is? Excellent.
Yes.
So when we do a laser test, the laser behaves as the tangent. So, from the tangent point, that's the bit where it touches the curve, from the tangent point, as you move along the tangent, the distance between the tangent and the curve should increase. True or false?
Mm-hmm. True.
Excellent. That's what we're looking for when we do one of these laser tests. We're looking for the deviation increasing as we get further away from the tangent point. So to give you an idea of how much deviation is expected, and I'll put up this drop over distance chart loading, at 10 miles it's about 66 feet. At 20 miles it's 266 feet. 30 miles about 600 foot. 40 miles about 1,066 feet. Okay?
Yeah.
The problem is, when we do these laser tests, there's no deviation. That's the problem. So, like I said, measured flat. I'm glad you didn't put any money on it. Could have been rich.
Oh my god. So you're basically saying if you basically shoot out a laser, there is no changes in the tangent, and that's why, hence,
No, the tangent is consistent. The deviation, the distance from the tangent to the alleged ball. So what we're looking for is curvature. We're not finding any. So these laser tests, just so you know, range from 10 mile up to Dayton University punching one out at, I think it was 93 miles, 147 kilometres.
Okay, so may I ask you, what's your backgrounds on maths?
What's that got to do with anything? That doesn't change the
How
shape
much
of the Earth.
how much maths did you cover?
How much?
Just curious.
I missed what the
What's
word
the
was. It started
highest
with
math
M.
did you take?
And how does that change the shape of the Earth? So let's just say I dropped out of school at kindergarten. How does that prove that the Earth's a ball?
No, I'm actually
It doesn't.
talking about your specific laser experiment. Can you tell me
Stop for a
what's the
second.
highest math you've taken?
Stop. What I'm trying to establish is the word you are using. How much mass? M-A-S-S? M-A-T-H-S?
No,
What is the word you're
math.
using?
Math. M-A-T-H-S. Math. Numbers. Math.
How much maths?
Mathematics.
So
Mathematics.
Yep. The chart that I put in the side chat, that is there for you. So you can see how much maths there is. It's not overly confusing.
I'm asking, what's the highest amount of maths you have taken?
My education level.
Yes.
Okay. As I stated quite clearly, if I dropped out of school at kindergarten, this does not have any effect on the shape of the ground. So, whether I've dropped out at kindergarten, or I'm an engineer, or whether I've gone through university and I've got 5 PhDs hanging out of my back pocket, the Earth is still measured flat.
Yes, that's where you're wrong.
Excellent.
If you really
so
wanna,
thank you very much. So my qualification levels, or education levels I should put it, has absolutely nothing to do at all with the shape of the Earth. Thank you.
it has not. But you also need to let me finish, man. Come on. You're not even letting me finish one sentence.
Well,
You're
you're
getting
asking
really
a
triggered for some
question.
reason.
The thing is, you're asking questions that are absolutely non-related to the subject matter.
There is. I will tell you
Well,
why.
you tell me now how my education level can change the information that I've given you.
So first of all, if you really want to prove your theory with actual logic and actual numbers, you have to actually go for more knowledge, and that's where your educational level kind of comes in.
Yep, that's great. That doesn't tell me how the information that I've presented to you is going to change. So you tell me again how the information that I've presented to you, that's in the side chat, so anyone can see this, it's in the side chat. You tell me how that information is going to change just because my education level has changed. So if I'm a school dropout and I left school in first class or second class versus I've gone through university and I have a PhD, the information that's in that side chat is exactly the same. It is not going to change because my education level has changed. Do you comprehend that?
Okay. First
Excellent.
of all,
So now that you understand that,
what?
Yeah,
You didn't even
what?
let me
That's
finish. I
right.
didn't even say
Now that
anything.
you understand that, why are you trying to tell me my education level is going to be of any importance?
Yes, because you haven't taken calculus and you don't understand how a
I
curve
don't
can
need
actually look
calculus.
like a line.
I don't need calculus.
Yeah, you're a funny guy. I like you.
Yep, you're not even here to listen. Look at the blue
I am here to
picture of
listen.
the Earth in the side chat. That's a
Yes,
drop
and
over
I'm telling
distance
you,
chart.
whatever.
Yeah, Rafs,
Okay,
you're
first
not
of
listening,
all,
mate. I can tell you,
they
I know
are
you're not
using
listening.
cosine,
You know how I know you're
sine.
not listening? Rafs, do you know how I can tell you're not listening?
I'm listening.
That's where.
I'm listening.
Because you asked a
Go ahead.
question non-related to the subject matter.
Do you see there's a formula at the end?
Yes, I do see the formula at the end. That formula there is there for your convenience, so you know how it's worked out. So if you're not happy with what's I haven't finished.
Formula works?
I haven't finished. If you're not happy with that formula, you can put it into Excel and check it for yourself. That is why it's there.
Oh my god! So you're basically saying
Or better
I should just
still,
put the data.
if you're not happy with that particular formula. You can offer up a different one, and we'll use that. Do you have something better?
Even if I do, are you gonna listen? Because you're not letting me
Do
finish
you
one
have
sentence. So,
something
like,
better? It is you that's not listening. You have established that quite clearly.
Oh my
Listen,
God, you're not letting me
Sunshine,
finish.
you're not
getting
listening.
Oh my God, you're getting so
You're
defensive.
the one that's getting triggered because I've put information up there that offends you. I've put information there that offends you, and your first question was, what is your mathematics level? What has my mathematics level got to do with what I've posted in that side chat? The answer to that question is quite simple. Absolutely nothing.
If you don't let me finish, you're never gonna find out. That's the thing. If your ego doesn't let you finish, if somebody is trying to explain
Hey,
something,
Junior, this is not about my ego. This is about your ego. Your ego's
then
been
let me
broken.
finish.
That's
If
why
if you
you
really
haven't
think my
started.
ego is getting finished, let
Then
me
ask
finish.
questions.
You're not letting me start.
Then ask questions pertinent to the fucking information displayed. I hope you understand that.
Assumption. Your education level doesn't have anything to do with if the
Are you that fucking arrogant that you were speaking through your own mute? My goodness. Ravs. My education level means sweet stuff all in this circumstance. The information is presented for you in the side chat. It doesn't matter if I'm some primary school dropout or some kick-ass PhD, I know everything type of person. The information is still the information. You are the one that's coping, not me.
Can I ask him a question?
You may.
Yeah, cheers. Hey, mate, do you think that the math that's been presented to you is incorrect? Did he leave?
No, he's still there.
Yeah, what's his name?
RAFS, R-A-F-S.
Appeal to authority, RAFS.
Rafs. Do you think the math is incorrect?
Yes.
It's incorrect. All right. So you need to take that information that we presented to you and go fact check it and see if that's correct before you just assume that it's incorrect because you've seen some evidence that contradicts it. Just quickly go double check.
As first of all, our first argument is education level doesn't have anything to do with if the earth is round or flat.
Wrong.
I totally
the
agree.
Education level, that's incorrect. Stop. Do not lie. The education level has nothing to do with the information presented. I can be a complete dumbass. The information's still there. I can have a 10 zillion IQ. The information's still there. My education level doesn't change because of the information. So please don't strawman me with such crap.
Did you verify the information?
You're the one claiming it's incorrect, not me.
So you're basically saying you're concluding or trying to prove something based on information
You're
somebody
the one
put
that
up
said
there
it's
in Reddit.
incorrect. Go and validate the correctness of it first before
you never
opening
validated
your
it.
gums.
So you never validated it, right?
I have. You have not.
How did you validate if you don't know what sine and cosine is?
Where did you come up with that idea?
Hey, you don't
There's a
even need to
formula.
understand. Hey, bro, you don't even need to understand it that deeply. All right. All you need is the values. All right. And the claim. So this isn't about us understanding the math. This is about the claimed math. This is about the math that they claim represents the Earth's form. That being of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now, would you agree that if the Earth is a sphere with a specific radius value, that its surface must be curving at a specific rate? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. Now, that's what the information that's been presented to you is detailing. and then being pitched against what we actually find in reality. Now, if you have a problem with that math, then you go and you post the correct math. Because that math is
And
going
they
to
are
tell
using a
you,
laser,
that
right?
math is
They
going
are
to
using a
accurately
laser,
tell
right?
you, that math is going to accurately tell you how much drop over distance from a tangent plane there will be over a specific distance. If you have a problem with that, go fact check it. Don't speak another word until you've fact checked that math to see if it's actually correct or not.
People with low level of maths are trying to like defend their argument without validating the data itself.
How do you know he's low level maths?
It's so funny.
Hey, fuckwit. How do you know that we are low level maths? How about you stop coping and start thinking? You've dropped in here thinking you're all superior and you're something special. For whatever reason, you know absolutely nothing about the people in this room. Nothing at all. And you're claiming that we've got some low-level maths idea. You are greatly mistaken, my little friend.
It wouldn't matter if I understood it or not, right? All I need is the values. So if I go to the experts and they say, oh yes, over 10 miles there'll be 66 foot of drop of curvature drop from a tangent plane, then I can use that. I can test it. I can form a tangent plane and see if that drop is there, see if that drop exists, right? I don't need to know how it was formulated. I don't need to know how it was derived or discovered or whatever. I just need to go and test it, right?
Here's an idea. If you're not happy with the maths, Rafs, or you think it's incorrect, please provide us with the correct mathematics for a drop over distance of a ball with a radius of 3,959
Yeah, I'm
miles.
going through the slides.
The
Give me a
floor's
minute. I'm
yours.
going through the slides. I'm going through the slides. Give me a minute.
Can I recommend a channel for you, Rafs?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Bruce McGuire. There's a playlist on logic and fallacies. I think if you want to really survive in here, I would his logic and fallacies kind of
Here's the
overview
thing. You guys are
because
not
you might
willing. You guys are
discover
not
a lot
willing
of
to
the
listen to
things
me.
you assume are incorrect.
Thanks
You
a
guys
lot,
are
Rafs.
not
You just
willing to
spoke
listen
straight
to
through
me.
her. Because you're choosing to speak at the wrong time. The last 5 seconds of what Greenweaver was just trying to tell you, you missed because you had to tell us that we're not listening to you. What you just did to her was called fundy muting. She's trying to help you, and you still had the necessity to cut her off. Your smugness has been noted.
And you're the one who's always muting me whenever you don't want to listen to me. Well,
You've
I'm
provided
going through
nothing
the
of
slides, by
note
the way.
yet,
I'm
except for
going
your
through the
smugness.
slides. I'm going through the slides. Give me a minute.
There's about 3 hours of slides there. Come back when you're done.
And maybe visit Bruce McGuire channel and check out Logic and Fallacies playlist. Highly recommended if you want to deal with an argument in here. I really would think you'd do better then. I have to disappear, but I'll be listening for a while anyway. I'll talk to you guys later. But yeah, I hope that Rafs gets through those slides. Good luck. Yeah.
I don't
See ya.
need to read the
Good to
whole thing.
talk.
Sorry.
Well, if you don't read the whole thing, how are you supposed to process the information that's in there? You might as well just say, "Nah, I'm not going to read any of it."
Did you go through the slides?
Unfortunately for you.
Oh, did you say yes?
That was a cheeky yes. Yes.
Yeah. Did you understand everything?
Yet again, unfortunately for you.
Just one question from you. I understand that you believe in flat Earth, but do you not believe in gravity?
Well, gravity pulls things down.
Yeah, do you believe that?
Which version of gravity will you be appealing to?
How light is also affected by gravity?
Which version of gravity are you appealing to? So whether I can give you an answer of whether I agree to that or not.
Well, hang on, it doesn't matter anyway because he just put his foot in it. So physics does not accept that the Earth's mass is great enough to distort light to that degree. So you would have to appeal to something else. Try again, though. The sun's mass, yes.
No, I know.
Bend light around it, all that, right? Yep. Within your paradigm, but not the Earth, sorry.
Yeah, I know. I was just confirming. Yeah, scattergun, sure. I mean, pretty sure the person who said it, he never went to the slides like me. I'm at least going to it. So you know the way you said the Earth's mass is not significant enough that the gravity cannot pull the lights, or it doesn't pull or push the lights to a significant amount that it is affecting the experiment that much. In a similar way, the amount of length where the laser is traveling,
You haven't watched the videos yet. Maybe you should watch them first.
Wow. So you're basically saying in a huge Earth, you're only gonna experiment in 9.5 miles.
What I said was nice and clear. Maybe you should watch the videos first. That's what I said.
Wait a minute, I found a problem in the picture. Interesting. Wow. That's amazing. In the picture, the maths that they had done, they kinda
Be a
assumed
little
that.
more specific. Which picture?
Okay, yeah, I'm
Posted
getting
up
there.
1,
The
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 videos. Which one?
Oh my god, it's fucking echo chamber
the
guy.
one with the table. The one with the table.
The one with the table.
Yes.
Which
The Excel
video?
formula and everything.
The first one, the second one, the third one. You get the picture.
This one. Just marked it. You see it?
Yeah, what's wrong with it? That's a drop over distance chart.
Yeah. But the assumption is that the Earth is a sphere, but the Earth is not a sphere.
Okay.
The Earth is not a perfect
It's an
sphere.
oblate.
It's an oval.
It's an oblate spheroid, and that's an average. there's about a 12-mile difference, which in the scheme of things is about 0.03%. So please continue.
So you're basically saying the research where they assume that it's a sphere and
No,
all the
I'm not
data they had
basically saying
provided.
anything. I'm basically telling you your claim of it's not a sphere means fuck all. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, sure. What I am saying is that it's a sphere. That assumption kind of tells me the whole table is also off. Like it doesn't have.
Well, how's
doesn't
this?
make
Check
sense
it
because
out.
they are not
If you're
accurate.
claiming that it's not a perfect sphere, you've got a slight problem. And this is how it works. In some areas, there's going to be less curvature. In other areas, there's going to be more curvature. So which one is it?
In some areas, there is more
We
curvature.
wouldn't want to
It's
do our
both.
tests where there's more curvature because that would fuck it up even more, wouldn't it? And that would show how wrong you globe believers are.
I feel so good about myself. Thank you so much, guys. I feel like I have a future. Thank you so much, guys. It was nice talking to you all. Happy Flat Earther. Bye.
And fucking stay at you arrogant little prick. And that, boys and girls, is someone who's just realised that his argument means nothing. What an arrogant little shitstone. Imagine being a bloody 15 or 16-year-old T-Dub and going into your oldies and speaking how that little shit spoke to us. My mum would bitch slap me clean off the floor.
Was he 16? Or are you just saying youngsters generally? Was he 16?
No, he
That
just
guy.
sounded young to me. He sounded like an arrogant little shitstain. Like, just the way he spoke. Like, if I spoke to my parents like that, I reckon Dad would bust me head and Mum would just knock my head clean off its shoulders.
God, I hope he looks at Bruce Maguire's channel because he's got this amazing playlist about fallacies. It would be so good. Like he'd come back in and realize that pretty much every argument he gave was a fallacy. It's insane.
No, he won't. His attitude was, flat earthers are stupid, I'm smart, I'm smarter than them. That's it. And yeah, every single thing he put forward had absolutely nothing to do with the information put forward. He was more interested in flat earthers.
And they're stupid as that argument probably dissolved and he realizes that he has to mug up now, which is good, right? So he's already had one of those things dissolved immediately.
So what's going to be good about it is he's going to rate himself highly and he's going to sneak back in when hopefully Yoda or DJ or Cyclone or someone else that's got a lot more patience than me, and they are going to walk all over him. He's going to come back in with that attitude, thinking that I need to be this, and they are just going to absolutely shred him, which will be funny.
Yeah, it would be funny.
But the attitude he came in with, that was crazy. Oh, who was that? El, was that you trying
Mitch,
to talk?
let's hope the ocean guy comes back, bro.
What ocean guy?
This guy that he thought that the ocean had any relevance to do with your height or some shit.
Oh, no, he won't come in here. I know who you're talking about. Vax Wax.
It's so funny,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, he's next level stupid. He hangs out in FED. I don't even know if he still hangs out in FED. And instead of understanding the arguments, he just copy pastes them. So as soon as you put some pressure on him about them, he just turns to water. But he'll grab what he thinks is their argument and use it, and he uses them in the wrong situation. So, how did you establish your height? Oh, well, instead of how do you establish a height of, say, a mountain or something like that, where people will be taking elevation angles, which in which case he could have used that argument. How do you measure your height? Well, using a ruler. And what's it based off? The ruler. Like it was painful. It really was.
That shit was so funny.
Did you go and have a listen to it, T-Dub? I know I told you what timestamp it was. Actually, what's the time? Oh, he might nearly be cooking.
Dude, we should just use that like every time.
You're mumbling, T-Dub. You're like, I don't know, you're eating your microphone or something. Every now and then it just does that. I don't know why. Like, I know my voice is supposed to break mics, but yours isn't.
That's probably the same for you. So
I don't know what that was either. That was, yeah.
oh, don't tell me this mic's going on me already.
Nah, you're
Has
good.
it?
Do that. Keep doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm in the kitchen and I didn't get a chance to look at that other thing yet. Sorry, man. Yeah, no.
Oh, well, you'll have a laugh, man. When you go and listen to it, you'll be like,
The guy,
I didn't realize he could be that stupid. Seriously. It's funny as shit. I don't know which is better. Him saying dumb things or me just flipping me shit at him. We had Mark, Philosopher Monkey, too. We had Mark in.
You can go to
And,
the time mark and you could probably hear me just laughing in the background, bro. Like I was
Yeah, you
dying,
can.
bro.
Yeah, there's a couple of spots where you can hear you laughing in the background. That's pretty funny.
Oh my god, dude, I was dying. That shit was hella funny. So, do you know what the timestamp was and like which episode that was?
Oh, shit, yeah. I wrote it down.
Yeah, that was it's so good, bro. Like
Right. Episode 08022026. Timestamp 23:17 and 54 seconds. And continue on to 23:21 and 20 seconds for your entertainment.
oh yeah.
Welcome. I don't know who dropped in. Someone did. I heard the little buzzer.
Let's hope it gets interesting in here.
Who we got? Ibra 7, or Ibrat. I don't know how you say it. Help us out, dude. And welcome to the next person that dropped in. And another one. Welcome. Look at me go. and welcome.
Well, I thought, did I only for a sec, but no, as well. Well, Matrix, where's Matrix? Did he take off too? Oh, no, Matrix is just definitely.
Welcome.
Take a look and see what just breezed in the door.
Righty then.
Earlier today, I got sucked into a veganism discussion or debate, whatever. Because I was just checking the other channels out to like see if anybody else was in other channels was like granting members not being able to post media in their chats. See if it was like a server wide thing or just like specifically our channel. And like, oh, okay, thanks guys. Like we sorted it out or whatever. That they said they haven't that problem. I was like, oh, see you later. He's like, hang on. Like, oh shit. What, now I've got to talk about this or what? But yeah. I didn't have a bit of a discussion about it. Hey? Yeah,
Have you
it's
been
like,
converted?
no. Nah. He wanted me to, like he's like trying to get me on the whole moral code thing and yeah, well,
I mean,
I agreed with some points he made about, like exploitation and stuff, like, that it's no different to someone just waltzing into your environment and taking something that you've produced, like honey or whatever, like if I was a bee, but like literally if I'm a human and I produce something, someone's coming just taking it from me because, they like that thing and, or whatever. And I agreed like to a certain point, I said, yeah, I guess, I can empathize, I said, like, but, I like the stuff. So that's my justification for, continuing to eat honey, and,
there's right and a wrong way, right? Right and a wrong way to do things. And I never understood the moral argument. I mean, that would, are lions immoral? Are wolves immoral?
No, they're hungry. We'll just leave it at that.
Exactly.
Well, they kind of have this viewpoint that, like that's their natural state and blah, blah, but we're more intelligent and we should understand, we should these feelings and stuff. Like
That's right.
I didn't disagree with him.
We cage them first and then we eat them.
Yeah. But, I didn't disagree to a point, but I didn't say that, like, I didn't say, whether it is right or wrong, right? Which is a subjective opinion, really. I said, I like it, so I'm not going. I'm going to continue to do it. And then he brought up this thing about kicking a dog. Like is it right to kick a dog? And I said, no, I'm going to draw the line at kicking dogs. It's not right. And he's like, yeah, you'll do the wrong thing by taking the honey from the bees. And I'm like, yeah, you're contradicting yourself. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I said it's irrelevant, regardless of whether it's right or wrong, or whether I think it's right or wrong, or you think it's right or wrong. You said it needs justification, so I'm justifying it. I'm justifying it with the fact, honey, right? I don't like kicking dogs. I like honey.
Yeah, that's
Oh man, he didn't know what to think of my fucking logic, man. Like,
that's a stretch for an analogy.
Would you kick a dog? Did he bite you first? Yes. Then yes, I would kick it. Did he bite you first? No. Then kicking him is not cool.
Right. And probably will result in you getting bitten.
Correct.
I believe everything should be treated with respect, but eating critters is just the way of things as far as I'm concerned. They taste good and provide me sustenance. So is everybody else able to post GIFs and stuff, or is it just because I'm on my PC?
Not that I've tried.
I've asked our administrator friend in the back chats to have a look into it, but there's been no response from him. I don't know if he's even still around anymore. Are we supposed to contact somebody different? Because it seems to be our channel only.
It's working here once I got home on my PC. So maybe it's just a mobile app issue. I don't know.
Well, one of the guys in the politics and religion channel said something about they thought that there was mention of in one of the back chats or something about them doing something, messing around with the bots or something, and it could have affected us somehow. But yeah, because one of them actually came up into our chat and tried to post an image and couldn't, and came back and told me, and I'm like, yeah, all right, thanks. But I know I tried to post a message. I posted an image in theirs and it worked fine. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
It's pretty weird. But yeah, it seems to be working here on a PC.
Okay.
Maybe not. No. I can post a GIF, but I still can't upload a video. Yeah, it's not very good feeling to have your meme hand tied behind your back as a flat earther. Hopefully they can get it fixed.
Actually, that'd be an anti-flat earther's wet dream. Ha ha!
That's
We've
what I'm
just
saying.
taken their memes off them because that's all flat earthers have got, sick memes. So if we take that off them, they'll have nothing left.
Something, man. Well, our position is so simple and clear that memes do it justice. Well, I'm not too Discord savvy, but at least it's just like a satellite room. I guess worst case scenario, if it's just happening in this room, we could just have a new room created, yeah?
So what I got to do? Test and see if their gifts are working.
Well, I thought it was working because I got home when I was at work on my phone. I couldn't even post a GIF, but I got home and was able to post a GIF and thought it was working. But then when I click the little plus sign, it doesn't give me the option to upload any videos or pictures or anything. So it's not working, even though I'm on my PC.
All right, let's see if that one works. Loading, loading. Yeah, that chap's working.
No, mods seem to be able to, but people with the stream/media role should be able to as well. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
that's
Like
right. Mods can do it,
yeah.
but yeah, that's right.
No, but anybody should be able to if they've got that role. But people with that role, like they could earlier, like they noticed like minutes after they'd posted one. Didn't work.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. How are you?
So, what you people are discussing over here, I'm here for the first time. Hello.
Hello. Thanks for coming by. What brings you by?
Sorry, could you please ask your question again?
I said, thanks for stopping by. What brought you by? Is this a topic that you are curious about?
Flat Earth Discord. I mean, it's not about the topic. I'm here just to improve my spoken English because I want to move abroad. I'm from India and I want to move abroad. For that, I need to clear an exam which is called IELTS exam. So I just want to improve my spoken English. That's why I'm here. I just want to discuss various topics so that I'll be able to improve my English.
That's cool. Your English sounds pretty good.
Yeah, yours
this-
is pretty tidy, actually.
Yeah. So this room's a little bit advanced, but I think you'll do just fine here. If you're gonna learn English, you might as well learn other interesting things as well, right?
Right.
So, you probably believe that you live on the outside of a spinning ball of water.
Sorry, I don't understand. It's a little complicated. I mean, I just want to know more about what you are discussing over here.
Gotcha.
So then
Gotcha.
I'll be able to answer. Yeah.
Gotcha. You probably believe that you live on a globe. Believe the Earth
Yeah.
is a ball, right? As we were all taught, right?
Mm-hmm. No, what I have learned from books that Earth is not exactly round. It is it is it is something
And
like
yes, they say it is an oblate spheroid.
yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so it's really close, but it's off slightly, a little squished, right?
Okay, yeah.
But so regardless, we were all taught this. We were all taught that we live on the outside of an oblate spheroid, spinning and whirling and twirling through the vacuum of space. But what is interesting is that when we go out in the real world, in reality, and we try to verify the claims that we are taught regarding the nature of Earth, we get very different measurements from what we are told exists. The surface of the Earth, if it were a sphere, there would be results, there would be evidences that show that it is a sphere, because spheres must have curving surfaces. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
When we're shown these pictures of Earth from space, you say it's not a perfect sphere, but it's still pretty close. It appears to be pretty spherical, pretty round, pretty consistently curved. But in reality, when we go out, we do not see any evidence of this curvature. And there are hundreds and hundreds of observations that people have documented that shows we can see much, much further than what the spherical geometry should allow. So not only that, there have been a lot of measurements done of the surface that show 0 drop over distance, show 0 curvature. Are you familiar with the word tangent?
No.
A mathematical term, tangent?
No.
Well, first of all, we're told the Earth is a particular size. We're told the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So by knowing this number, we can calculate the amount of drop over distance that should be present if the Earth is truly a sphere of this size. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Let me I can't post the Discord's a little buggy. Let me see if it's up here. If you scroll up just a little bit in the side chat to 20 minutes after the hour, you will see a chart that shows this surface curvature calculations at 20 minutes after the hour. Do you see it?
No, could you please share it again?
I will try. Discord is being buggy. Let me see if I can.
Share
There
it
we
again.
go.
The old
Matrix
convenience.
was nice, and he shared it for us again. Now you can see it.
Okay.
So according to this math, which this isn't math that we come up with. This is the size of the Earth as that's what we're taught. That's what we're told. And the problem is this curvature doesn't exist in reality. So the most if it's a sphere, there must be consistent rate of curvature. Wouldn't you agree? So all water, no matter if it's an ocean or a lake or anywhere, there should be the same amount of curvature roughly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we go to a large lake, and you can see here, there might be a little bit more drop than you might think, a little bit more curvature than you might think there should be, according to this math. In just 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. In 20 miles, there should be 266 feet of drop. This is pretty significant and should be observable and measurable. When we go to large bodies of water and we get a laser and we use it to form a tangent against this supposed sphere, the surface of the water should deviate, should drop away from the laser over distance. Like I said, in 10 miles, the water should drop 66 feet away. But there are dozens and dozens of these laser transit tests, and all of them show no drop over distance. And that's a problem for a spherical Earth. Would you like to see one of these tests?
Yeah.
Just a second. All right. And there's one posted there in the side chat. And This was actually performed by a PhD who specializes in optics. Now, he wasn't a flat earther, and he was trying to find this curvature, to measure this curvature. You know, that was his goal. And his name is Dr. John D. And this is his YouTube channel. But to his surprise, he was not able to verify this curvature. And he has done many, many tests and observations that falsify the supposed spherical Earth. And this isn't a one-off. This isn't an anomaly. This is consistently what anybody sees, and the results that they get anytime they go and do this. You know, when you go to the water, if you're roughly 6 foot tall, you should only be able to see about 3 miles. And these observations, there's hundreds and probably thousands of these observations that show. But you would agree, something more precise like a laser can show us a little more information than just our eyes. And you know, I know it's crazy, and we're all taught the Earth is a sphere, and we're all taught that flat Earth is silly. And you've seen flat Earth ridiculed and misrepresented. You know, we are not claiming what reality is. We are not claiming what the Earth is in the overall construct, the overall shape, size. You know, we're not claiming anything like that. We're just claiming that it cannot be a sphere if the surface is not curving. Wouldn't you agree that in order to have a sphere, you must have curvature, yeah? And you would think in the year 2026 that somebody has measured this curvature. But when you really dig and look for this, we cannot find it. We cannot find an instance where anybody has actually measured this drop of a distance, actually measured this curvature. These measurements do not exist.
But what I know is Earth is not exactly a perfect sphere. It is like you
Yeah.
said, it is oblate spheroid, slightly flattened at the north and south poles. It is
Slightly being
slightly,
the key word.
Yeah, do you know how much?
and it is a slightly wider at the equator
Do you know how much
because
by?
of
By
its
how much?
rotation.
Is it enough that it would place a significant difference when testing the surface for the geometry at any different point?
What? Could you please repeat what you are asking? What is your question is?
Is the difference significant enough to cause one person to get different results than another person at two different locations?
No. Please repeat again.
Is the difference, right? Is the oblateness significant enough, like, to give two different people at two different locations different results?
In other words, is it so much off of being perfectly spherical that it still shouldn't drop over distance roughly the same amount? is its amount of oblateness, is it meaningful, or is it very, very slight?
I can just tell you now that the difference would be so minute that it would be insignificant and negligible. So you'll get roughly the same result, regardless of which body of water on which part of the Earth you'd be testing.
Could you please write your argument or question in a chat box so that I can know or search something about it? So only then I'll be able to, talk.
I'll do that. Yeah. Hang on 1 sec.
There are many of these tests. I'll post a couple more while he's typing out. You have a set date for when you're taking your English test?
Sorry, what are you saying? Actually, your accent is quite different, and I'm just learning. I'm on just learning stage, so it's difficult for me to understand what are you saying.
Oh.
It will take some days for me to understand
Yeah,
your accent,
no problem.
but
I
it's
was just,
fine. I'm enjoying. I mean, I'm learning from you.
well, good. As long as we're enjoying ourselves, that's what matters, right?
Yeah,
I believe he's about
but
done typing out. I was just curious. There you go. There's your question.
is the difference between the equatorial radius and the polar radius is enough to cause significant difference in results when testing the surface geometry? Different locations or the or is the difference negligible? Just give me some time. I'll think over it. Then I'll come back to you.
Sure. You know, it's a very small difference between an oblate spheroid and this perfect spheroid. When we're shown images of Earth from space, it looks pretty spherical. Wouldn't you agree? It would still have to have relatively consistent curvature on the surface.
I think it works out something to be like that the difference, like over a mile, is like a fraction of a millimeter or something like that. Like that's how much it would affect the curvature rate. Like barely. It wouldn't matter.
Negligible.
Yeah, it's good enough. It's close enough. It's not like the Earth, the globe Earth stretched out like almost like a cylinder, like a pill, right? Like a capsule, right? Like a vitamin capsule. Not that exaggerated, right? It's oblateness. It's very minute, very slight.
We would still expect to see this drop over distance, even if it is an oblate spheroid. There should, I think it's less. Yeah, I think, like you said, it's so minute. It's 66.7 feet compared to 66.8 or 9 feet, something like that. It's nothing. But the problem is we have no curvature at all. The surface of water seeks and finds its level and remains horizontal, completely flat, besides minor disturbances, waves, tides. But other than that, the surface of water is horizontal. And if Earth is 72% water, roughly, and this water is flat, well, I don't think we can have any kind of spheroid if 72% of it is flat.
What, you guys never seen flat balls?
Sure happened, Jimsy.
I know I heard that Mexican voice coming from somewhere.
Oh, it came from your brain rotted brain. Yeah, we got it.
No, it came from your accent.
My accent is not Mexican, flat lady.
Well, you sound like Latino or something.
You sound like you're from the ghetto.
Well, it's wrong. I don't know, like, what to tell you, bro. I live in a, like, relatively okay / good neighborhood. It's not the best, but it's good.
Yeah, the ghetto.
No, not the ghetto. Oh my gosh. You never heard of middle, upper class? Not rich? Like you're in the middle?
Oh, you mean you're Mexican?
No, it just means middle.
Oh, you ghetto Mexican. I got it.
Ghetto Mexican, okay. I don't build houses, so I'm not Mexican.
I mean, you're right. Mexicans are not as dumb as you.
I'm not dumb, but okay.
I mean, you sound dumb, act dumb, speak dumb. I mean, what else could it be?
Okay, all those things, but you are dumb. So it's like a difference, somebody can act that way,
Hey, I
but
never said
don't
I
be that
wasn't.
way.
I never said I wasn't, but I just recognize in my peeps, you. My Mexican
No,
brothers and sisters.
no, I'm not
Thank you,
Mexican.
sister.
You're
Thank you, sister.
crazy and slow, and I just act slow, but I'm not
Have you
slow.
ever heard of Speedy Gonzalez? I'm the fastest in Mexico.
No.
I ain't slow. Let me tell you that.
Right.
People, answer me this. Why
Okay.
every time you open your mic, the conversation devolves?
Devolve? What?
The conversation that they were having before, it was kind of like, teacher to someone learning, right? Someone was
Okay.
asking and trying to learn the terms, kind of like an engagement between someone learning and someone teaching, right? That was the conversation before you open your mic. Now it's like devolving into nonsense just
What the
because you
hell?
open
That
your
wasn't
mic.
even my fault. What the fuck are you
You
talking about?
you open your mic and now we're here.
No, we're here because of you.
We're here because of you and I, sister. It's you and I together. You and
No,
me,
no,
like
no, 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 no.
you and
There's
me.
no we. There's no we. It's just you, buddy.
I mean, we Mexicans, you and me,
I'm not Mexican,
You sound Mexican,
but I'm not.
but you sound like it.
But I'm not.
All right, so I'm not Mexican either. So there you go. Simple, right?
No, you are Mexican.
No, you are Mexican.
No, I'm not, but you are.
Ipo, you know what Ipo means in Spanish? It means hiccups, and every time you speak, you cause hiccups to other people.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Now I'm feeling like hiccups because of you, Ipo.
It really was my fault, dude.
That's what we call it in Mexico, Ipo.
Okay, so you are Mexican. Like what?
Like you, yeah.
I'm not Mexican, dude.
All right, thanks God, hallelujah. We're not related. Oh, hallelujah, thank you, God.
I'm glad we're not related. What the hell?
Yeah,
I don't
me
want to be
too, me too,
ugly.
Why the
me
shit
too.
would you wish that on yourself, Jamesy?
Oh my God, I'm just
Excuse me,
relieved.
Matrix. I know you're not talking. You're Australian. Nobody wants to be Australian. You just stay over there.
Heaps of people like Australians. What do you want about?
Nobody likes Australians.
Haters.
Fucking Timbo and bloody AJ and
Because
Tina.
they are
Yeah.
Fucking
Australian.
legends.
I
That doesn't
disagree.
count.
Yeah. They crack me up.
I
And y'all are
disagree.
all gonna meet
Listen,
ride
we
because y'all are
Mexicans,
friends.
we the Mexican people approve of Australians. Unlike you
Well, that's why
people,
you're not in
we
the
don't
U.S.
approve.
That's exactly why you're not in the U.S. Okay, buddy? We don't accept
Yeah, but
Australians or
we're
Mexicans
from
over here.
America. We Mexicans are from America, unlike
No,
you.
you're
You're
not. You're
from
from
Africa.
Guatemala.
You're from
That's not
Africa.
true, Hippo.
You're
Because
from Guatemala.
when I visited the US, everybody loved me as an Australian, and all my stories about riding kangaroos to school and all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Australians
Hey,
are weird people.
at least we Mexicans, we from America. Not like you. You're from Africa.
You're not even from America. You're from Mexico. What?
People, Mexico is in America. What is wrong with
No,
you?
it
I mean,
isn't. It's
Africans wouldn't know that, right?
behind. It's behind America. What the hell are you talking about?
Behind America, she said. I
I
mean,
don't
a
see what's funny.
non-American like you, only a non-American like you will say stuff
No,
like
I
that.
was
I get it.
born here. I was born
Cap,
on U.S.
cap,
soil.
cap,
So that
cap.
means so
Where you
okay. Like you're
capping?
just gonna say cap, but I'm not capping. I was born here.
You're definitely capping.
I'm
Americans
not.
are not that dumb.
What do you mean not that dumb? Who's dumb? Nobody's not dumb.
You! Who else?
Okay, so why are you talking for? Like, come on now. Like,
People,
I'm not
people.
dumb,
You can
but you
listen.
are.
You can paint and dress a monkey, but it's gonna be still a monkey.
Wow, using stereotypes now. Really?
I mean, the lady calling me Mexican, huh? Wow,
Because you
wow.
are. I'm telling you to be proud of your skin color, and you're bringing up black stereotypes. Those are two
No,
different
I
things.
never said black. I never ever said black. That's
I
you.
said black
That's you.
stereotypes, and we all know
But I never
for
did that. No, incorrect,
ancient
wrong.
ancient
It's
years, white people or
yo.
any other
Dumb
race
people. Dumb
called
people come
black
from
people
all colors. No.
monkeys.
Dumb people
Stop
from
acting
all
stupid.
colors. Monkeys come from all colors, lady. Have you ever? I've seen
Oh
white
my
monkeys.
god, have you never heard of stereotypes
And I never
before?
call you a monkey. I just said that, a dumb monkey that acts like a monkey, behaves like a monkey, doesn't matter the color, doesn't matter what color, he's still a dumb monkey. Like
Okay,
you.
but
Doesn't matter
are
your
you not
I don't know what your color
understanding
is.
that's
I don't
weird? Oh my
I don't know
god.
what your color is. I don't care what your color is.
Yes, you
Just
do,
you just
bro.
you're
Everybody
just a
knows that
dummy.
I'm black. It's not that hard to
You're
tell.
just a dummy, and there's nothing you can do about it.
But you said monkey, though. Why you had to use monkey?
Because monkeys act dumb, like you act
Monkeys are
dumb.
not actually dumb. They're actually very intelligent, actually.
Oh, that's because you feel like related to that. That's why you feel like that. I get it. I get it.
What are you talking? Okay, so now I'm related to monkeys. So you're leaning more into the stereotype.
Hey guys, what is going on with you? Why you're fighting? I mean,
Oh,
Oh,
we're not
well, I'm
fighting.
what
I'm
not
just
happened?
giving. I
fighting.
just giving Ipo the same energy. I'm just giving Ipo the same energy. Just,
No,
just,
he's
just to
being
mess.
actually
Just
very
to, just
racist
to,
and prejudiced towards
just
me.
to chill with. Just. Well, I mean, you're racist against Mexicans, so that's
I'm
you.
not racist against Mexicans. I
Yes,
had
you are.
tacos like last week.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, yeah. You can make
No.
baseless assertions, right?
I'm saying you sound Mexican or you sound that
There you
like
go.
you
There
see.
you go.
Why are
You see
you
how it works?
talking? I'm not racist.
You see how it works? Everybody can make racist assertions, just like you do. How
Okay,
you
but I
like
ain't
it?
sit there and call you a
You do it,
border
right? And
hopper.
you like
You
it.
sat there and called me a
Other people
monkey.
do it, you don't like it. I mean, you act like
Because
a
you
monkey,
use
talk
the
like a
stereo.
monkey, dress like a monkey. You use makeup like a monkey, obviously.
Like I said,
Doesn't mean like you're
you're
purple or
using
brown. You could
harmful
be like pink.
stereotypes towards black people. Okay?
I
Understand?
don't know about that. I don't know about
No,
that.
you do know
That's
about
you.
that. I'm
That's
pretty sure
you
you're old
thinking
enough.
about. That's you thinking like that. That's a
Oh
you
my
problem.
god,
That's
why
not
are you
me.
acting so slow? You're acting like lax,
Hey,
bro.
listen. We have monkeys in Mexico. They ain't black people. Let me break it to you.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Just, I mean, I know your little corner in Africa. Maybe there's all monkeys are black, but
So you think
not in
all black
this side
people
of the
come from
world.
Africa?
No, in South Africa, we're white over there. My sisters, my brothers from Africa.
Okay, so why you
South
keep saying from
Africa.
Africa if I was born here?
I mean, no. I don't think you're American. I don't think
Oh,
so.
why
We
do you not think
Mexicans
I'm
are American.
American, huh?
I don't
What's
know,
the
cause you don't act
problem?
American. You don't act
I don't
American.
act American.
No.
Okay, doing another stereotype against Americans.
Well,
Wow.
do you remember the person that said nobody likes people from Australia? You remember that part?
No, it is true though.
Oh, it is true though. I don't think so though. 'Cause
But
I know
it
you like
is
dough. I know you like a lot of dough. That's probably what you eat every day for every meal. A lot of
dough.
dough,
I
don't
don't
you?
even fucking eat dough. Who the fuck eats dough?
Dough. Like bread,
Dough.
dough, pizza dough.
Yeah,
That's
but like
the
who
kind
the
of
fuck
food you
just
eat.
eats dough by itself? That's nasty.
You,
I
obviously.
don't eat dough by myself. The fuck?
Uh, that's cap. That's cap.
Who eats dough by itself? What?
It's just demonstrated by your behavior.
Oh my god. You make me have a headache.
God,
And I'm already supposed to be relaxed right now. Okay.
hallelujah. Hopefully you mute yourself and don't unmute yourself for probably the next week.
How about you actually get a job or something? Like,
No,
go
thank you.
accomplish something in
No, thank you.
life.
No, don't offer me. Don't listen, Ibu. Don't offer me anything, please. Whatever you do, don't give me any advice, please, Ibu. Don't do
No,
it,
I
cause I
think
won't
I
take it
should. You should
from you.
actually,
From you, I
go
will
back to
never,
school.
ever, ever
and
take any
maybe
advice.
then go to college, study for
Thank
like
you.
being
People,
like a
do you know what
dentist or
no
something.
means? Do you know what no means? I have my doubts. I don't think you know what no means, do you?
No, I don't know what no
No,
means.
you don't know exactly. You don't know what no means, people. I get it. I get it. I get it that you don't get it.
A lot of men don't also, but you know.
Ooh, stereotypes against men. Ooh, that's why you're lonely.
Ooh, wow.
You probably have like
When it's
7
been
cats,
proven.
don't you?
Woo! It's been proven.
It's been proven.
Yeah, period.
Brainworms. That's all the dough that you eat.
Brainworms? Really? Okay.
Yeah, obviously.
We're eating the same food, mind you.
No, impossible.
Yeah.
I don't eat that same food. Definitely not.
All right.
No, it's not alright. Oh, thanks God she muted. Oof. That worked out.
Shut up. I'm just talking to you, and I can unmute anytime I want to.
Ooh. Finally. Everything is fine now, everybody. She muted. Beat the trolls in their own game. Hilarious, like people thinking that she eating Taco Bell, that's eating Mexican food. Hilarious.
Actually, I made my own Mexican food.
Cap. I don't think you have the brain cells to make your own
Not.
food. That's cap. That's cap.
I can
If it's
cook
not
and
made
I
by
can
Mexicans, it's not Mexican food.
She doesn't
Yes,
get
it
it.
is. What the fuck are you talking about?
How can you call it Mexican if it's not made by Mexican?
That's not how that works, Matrix.
Yes, it
It's
is.
just Mexican. No, it isn't.
If it's made by Chinese people, it's Chinese food. If it's made by Mexican people,
No.
it's Mexican food.
Okay, like the recipe, but like anybody can make it, you know?
Yeah, so you're not making Mexican food, you're making tacos. Done.
No, I am making Mexican food. I'm just taking the
No, you're not. You're
recipe.
not a Mexican. You made it quite clear earlier. You're not a Mexican.
Yeah, but like black people got the best food, so nobody can make black people food. Oh my god!
McDonald's is not the best food. Try
I
hard,
don't
please.
think I don't think
Black
Ibo is even
people,
allowed to
soul
get
food,
near a
soul
kitchen.
food.
I don't think you're even
Soul
allowed to
food
turn
is
on
better than
a
any
furnace.
other type of food there is. If you get a black mama to make you a
I'll be
good plate
surprised if you
of
can cook
collard greens, mac and cheese, cornbread, and some candy yams with some meat, some good meat. Oh my god, that's the best food you're ever gonna try in your life.
She
Cause
saw that
like,
she saw that on a TikTok video, and now she's repeating what she
no,
saw in the video.
No, actually not.
That's the extent. That's the extent of you making Mexican food. You watching a TikTok video and then just
Bro,
thinking about it.
I
You
can
made it in
cook
your head.
food.
Cap, cap.
Cap
You're
you,
capping.
I can cook food.
That's cap.
It's not, but okay.
Okay, so you can cook. Whether we class it as food or not, that's another story.
No,
Definitely.
it's food. It's definitely food, and it's definitely tasty food. Thank you. Like what? You're just mad. Can't cook no damn food. They're like mine.
So what are you saying? The chicken curry I had tonight is no good.
Yup, no fucking good. Thank you.
Huh, suit yourself in. I won't offer you any.
I don't want your Australian chicken curry anyway. And chicken curry is fucking disgusting. I need to say that.
Suit yourself. Off to McDonald's you go then. I'm not going to stop you.
No, I don't even eat McDonald's like that. I eat Chick-fil-A. Thank you. High end fast food place. Thank ya.
This is definitely a LARP. There's no way. There's no way people are this dumb.
Who's dumb? Chick-fil-A is for rich people. Excuse me?
You gotta be LARPing. You're
I'm
definitely
not
like a jester,
LARPing
right? You're like
what?
some type
You
of
don't even know the meaning of
low
LARP.
level,
You just
low.
saw it off my TikTok.
You're like a pretender clown.
What are you talking? You don't even know the meaning of LARP. What?
You're LARPing to be this Mexican cooking like a Chinese African.
Black or Shanice. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I
You're just pretending all over
literally
the place.
said I'm not
It's like a pretender
Mexican.
clown.
I'm not
You're acting like a
Mexican.
pretender clown, speaking like a pretender clown. You must be a pretender clown.
Oh my
Prove
god,
me
shut
wrong.
up. You're a burger. Oh my god.
You're a pretender clown, obviously.
You're a burger.
Yeah, that's what a pretender clown would say.
Yeah, and that's what a burger would say. Fucking loser.
Just to let you know, burgers don't speak. Just letting you
Oh
know.
my gosh, the term burger means loser. You're a fucking burger, bro.
Like in your imagination, in your own
No,
tiny
it's
world of
true.
your mind.
No, bro. Burger means
No,
loser.
bro. I ain't your bro, buddy.
Whatever, bro. I'm gonna keep calling you bro. Like what?
All right, sister.
Okay, bro.
Talking about losers. She unmutes.
And I can unmute. Thank you, burger. Like what?
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Cap, you can't. Prove me wrong that you can unmute. Go ahead. There you go. You see, you're wrong yet again.
Thank you, whoever did that.
Yeah, silence is definitely better than listening to that brain rot. Evo is like a living brain rot. Damn.
What's a really shit movie? I might go and watch that just so I can grow some brain cells back.
Oh, the language on you. You blow your father with that mouth?
Or as we say in Australia, yeah, nah.
Go ahead, ES. You can open your mic and ask your question. You can hear me now, right, ES? I cannot hear you, ES. You can hear me. I cannot hear you. Go ahead. ESS. Alright, so you weren't serious about not hearing anything. Now you can hear me, but you got nothing next. Alright, never mind. That's because you're not replying. If you don't want it to be quiet, you open your mic and you reply. If you don't reply, it's quiet. Yes, how tall are you? Can you answer me that? How tall are you? I mean, you ask a question, I give you sorta of a reply just to engage. You don't reply, so I guess we stay here.
My God, that shit was so hot. Like, oh my God. And I used to say after school, just so
Oh my god. Ew.
Wonder how long it'll take to realise that it just got kicked out. Welcome to the person that just dropped in. Don't complain if it's in here if you're going to call it.
Look at nobody with any questions.
Yeah. If the sun produces an analoma and the moon produces an analoma, why don't the stars produce one?
Um. Hmm. Uh, hmm. I don't
Interesting,
know
isn't
if
it?
they do or don't. Because the their plane doesn't change. Their plane, well, I want to say orbit, but like their orbital plane doesn't change. I mean,
Whereas the sun's does. The sun moves, it changes its
yeah,
circuit. So does the moon.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that means it's not us tilting. That means it's the stars following their particular pattern consistently. The sun following its pattern, moon following its, and us not moving.
All right. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, should do it. No, it shouldn't. Should some of them appear to wobble or to
No,
rise up and down,
all
get
you
closer?
get is the flower patterns from like the Tycho Brahe model and that kind of stuff. That's about all you get is those awesome like spirograph patterns of the planets. That's them wobbling, following their particular path or circuit or whatever it is. But outside of that, no, the rest of them follow this really cool consistent path or circuit.
Hang on. Yeah.
You wanted a question. Sorry.
Yeah, you got me thinking about it now. Yeah. Hang on. Think about it. Certainly.
Yeah, that's a good one. I've thought about that. Anything caused by the supposed tilt, should be represented in everything in the sky.
That's right. Every single item that's up in the sky should produce one, but it doesn't.
refraction.
Someone throw something at him.
Brock.
So I'm thinking that they would have them. They do. They most definitely have to have some form of maybe not an analema, but some unusual
Like if you
pattern.
look at the what is it, Kepler and Tycho Brahe Kepler's planetary motion. That's their analema. Those flower patterns, the spirograph patterns.
Yeah. But we're talking about the stars. So they'd have to. They would, because it's not till a full year that the star comes back to its original point. So you can't. If you
the
took a
stars
photo,
aren't moving in and out. That's what causes the analema. The stars are following a nice big circle, aren't they?
Yes.
See, the sun is not following a perfect circle because it changes daily and moves its circuit throughout the year, and then returns.
Because it's not in the same position, and either is a star.
No, the star will follow a great big circle. So if you go photo,
but it will not be in the same spot, the exact same spot every night throughout the year. It won't be.
Yeah, but
it can't
it's
be.
making a circle. The sun isn't.
Yeah. It still should. There still should be some slight variance in angle as a muscle zenith angle, or whatever they call in the vertical angle, and maybe azimuth. There still should be a change. And you say that it would just form a circle?
Yep. Technically, it shouldn't. Because as the seasons change, the star patterns adjust accordingly.
Anything supposedly caused by a tilt, a wobble of the Earth itself, affecting a closer bioluminary, would be magnified significantly to a further
I think Earth like pizza, man. It's not flat. It's pizza.
It's pizza. No, that's not right, mate. There's too many fat white dudes. They'd have eaten it by now.
I like
Well, if
pizza.
Earth is pizza, shut up and eat it.
I want. I think I like pizza. I want Earth to become pizza.
I think Earth is pizza. Pizza is air, and pizza is air. I like pizza. Like, bro, can you say some cohesive sentence or something, please? You can do better, bro. Just do better.
I don't say any bad word. I think I like pizza.
I never said you said any bad word. You never say bad word. You just can do better, can you?
You like pizza? Do you like pizza?
No, I don't like brain rotting food. I don't.
It's bad. You should try it. Pizza is good. It's delicious, man.
It's bad for the brain. That's why your brain is like that. That's why.
No, it's my brain. Everyone in this, some
Your
out of people like pizza.
pizza has damaged the brain to a point that you believe Earth is pizza. Your brain has been
They-
brooded by the pizza. That now the pizza has taken over your brain. That's why you think Earth is pizza. Get it?
Yeah, I think my mind become pizza. I agree with you.
There you go. There you go. The pizza has taken over. It's not you anymore. Now it's the pizza running the body.
Yeah, I am a pizza human now.
There you go. You got it. Finally, you made it. Welcome.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, let's move on from the brain rotting. We have new people in the panel. If you have any question, pizza guy,
I
pizza.
think some
Hey,
people
pizza
they think
brain
that
guy, pizza brain.
I
Wine.
think
We might give you the
I think
floor.
that
Pizza brain, pizza brain. When I'm
I am
speaking,
not
that's not the time
I
for
am
you to speak. Pizza brain. I know your parents never taught you any manners.
money. Listen
But
to me.
now this is the moment for you to
Some
learn
people
something today, right? When someone is talking, that's not a cue for you to start talking. That's for you to listen at that moment. Then when that person stops speaking, if they are addressing you, then you might be able to reply after they're done speaking. Is that simple enough? He dropped out. The pizza man. Uh, we got Kanesha. Kanesha. Never seen that user in here. Welcome, Kanesha. Would you like to speak to the Australians about Earth? Yeah, these people are so shy. They wanna just troll, LARP, or stay quiet. Let's
People
see.
are racist. They just don't like Mexicans.
Hey, Alex, you're here, Alex.
I am. I'm back. Just been at band rehearsal. Yeah.
Oh,
How's
Alex,
everyone?
my apologies. Welcome back, Alex. But I was talking to the other Alex, to the
Oh, no, no,
Israel Alex.
no. Okay, I'm just listening anyway.
My bad, my bad. But thanks for the reply, because the other Alex is not replying.
Did you say band rehearsal? Oh, man.
Oh, and this one time at band camp.
I am in a number of bands, yes. Many different genres. I play violin. Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Yeah. Country, Afrobeat, gypsy
I thought you were going to say
jazz.
something that wouldn't fit.
What?
Ah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm in a lot of bands. I don't really survive like as a day job doing my music, but I do love it.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, so I was right in a way. I was with what I was originally thinking because the stars' declination doesn't change. It remains in that same plane basically, right? Throughout the night and year, right? So even though it might not be, it'll vary slightly each night. And you can do that, like it just won't form that figure eight. It'll, like you said, it'll form a loop, a hoop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. But so it's the time and, or speed and of the object of the thing and its, position at that time relative to the horizon. So, so it's ascension and declination is constantly changing. Yeah, that's why that happens. And I mean, the globe has the explanation for it, of course. But I mean, it's also just from an observer centric point of view as well. Like it's just the fact that they don't do the same thing as the sun and the moon. Basically, it's saying that its latitude doesn't change. It's at the same latitude all year round. Celestial latitude.
Yep.
Yeah. That's interesting to think about. Yeah. Because the stars don't, they're right ascension. The sun's right ascension. Doesn't change at a steady rate. Saying.
But remember, the causational mechanism is the Earth's tilt. So technically it should. If it was the Earth that's tilting, so when it's on one side of its path, tilted over, versus the other side of its path, tilted over, we should get exactly the same thing, just a smaller version of or larger version of it than we do with the sun and the moon. Should be just amplified. That's all.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Because if yeah,
Anyway,
the sun's not moving at the same rate.
it's us that's moving. The sun's sitting still. Allegedly. Their model breaks very easily, doesn't it?
but because of the tilt, it moves back and forth on either side of our equatorial plane, and that's what gives it its apparent change in rate and position, whereas the stars So far away.
Here we go. Oh, yes. Gives you something to think about,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah. Does. Yeah.
Right. I'm going to put some brain rot movie back on. Or on. See if I can grow
All
some
right,
brain
mate.
cells back after listening to What's Her Face.
Oh yeah, back in the kitchen.
All right. Cool. I'll catch you later. Or if I hear
Cheers,
something
mate.
bad
See ya.
happen, I'll jump in.
Peace.
Hey, anyone know a really reliable or as reliable as they can be star app, a star planet kind of phone app? Anyone know a good one?
No, I've never really fooled with any. I think Sheepdog was talking about one of them a couple days ago.
I nailed it. Okay, so because I was just going off like like when I was just thinking, right? Just saying, hang on, like when I said, because they're so far away. So Gemini is actually saying let's just run sort of give because I said, okay, I'm confused, all right, blah blah, and it's just given me a rundown summary. It's that the sun's coordinates change because the Earth is moving around it, right? Stars are so incredibly far away, it's saying, that moving around the sun doesn't change our viewing angle of them. They stay fixed. Because the sun is close, our journey around it changes its apparent position every single day, drawing the analemma. So if that's from the globe side view, and I was trying to answer that from that same perspective, the globe. So I was right. It's because the stars are so incredibly far away in that idea that they're not affected visually the same as the sun.
Yeah, I mean, that's arguable. I was only saying that anything that's claimed to be due to a tilt or a wobble would have to be represented in the stars, and it would be more exaggerated the further away they were.
There is apparently what do they call that? What is the name of it? Apparently there is that slight shift in the stars coordinates over very lengthy periods of time. There's a name for it. I can't remember. Precession of the equinoxes. That's what I was thinking. I was trying to think of. Yeah, I just looked it up. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, it's a 26,000 year cycle. Yeah.
Fucking unemployees.
Sorry, what was that?
I think he left.
Oh, dang. Never mind. All right, I gotta mute up.
I'll be back later. Definitely.
Why the fuck is everybody at silent?
Yeah, well, we're silent until you come in to speak. So if you're still here, welcome. I'm not sure. I think he might have left. But yeah, okay, that's why we're just waiting for someone to come along. Okay, I'm Jin CBR1, waiting for any Glober to bring out any kind of proof of the curvature of the Earth. That would be nice. And the methodology that was applied and employed to bring out that result. Yeah, go ahead. And whilst we're waiting, I'll tell you a short story about lighthouses. Yeah, lighthouses. I was looking on, watching a couple of documentaries on lighthouses and their construction and how they were built, and the trial, the testimony to the engineering and triumph over adversity with the angry ocean. And there was one famous one called Wolf Rock Lighthouse. So before the lighthouse was erected on that rock, many a ship came a crop up right there on that rock. It's a very deceptive one because it at low tide you can just see it at low tide. Yeah, only just barely as the water is crushing into it. High tide you don't get to see it. Yeah, so it took out many a ship, that one. So they put a lighthouse on it, right? And then they talked about its construction and the why they preferred the circular shape because when the ocean slams into this lighthouse, the porosity and the force from the ocean is dispersed all the way around the lighthouse as it comes crashing in. So it absorbs kind of thing and disperses the forces. For example, and then it goes on to talk about how they maintain it and the shift they do. For example, the lighthouse keepers are there from anything from 6 weeks to 3 months. Okay, which I thought was quite interesting. I would have liked to have done a job like that actually. You have to be a jack of all trades because you may have to maintain the engine. You have to make sure that the air pressure tank was always fully pressurized, so it could pump the paraffin up into the burners at top to be lit and keep the light burning. So you have to maintain that. Maybe once or twice a day. I think that was where they pump that up. Okay, check that your fresh water supply is okay, and then your other water from the sea to do your washing up. A little bits of maintenance, cleaning of the lens. The magnetic lens that they have. Yep, magnifying lens, should I say? Sorry, they had to clean that, maintain that. Yeah, quite a lot to be doing, and it's enough to keep you occupied. You work, you look out for 4 hours, and then you have 8 hours of your time where you're not looking at, but then you're busy doing other things, maintaining and that, whilst your colleague, usually there are 3 of you in these lighthouses. It used to be. They're not like that nowadays. Nowadays, they're automated. The UK doesn't have any manned lighthouses, although manned lighthouses are still in operation. Canada, South Africa, Chile, for example, Mexico. So there's a few places that are operating lighthouses. Yeah, I would have liked to have done that job. Now, listening to some of these lighthouse keepers, guess what they were saying? Especially at the one at Wolf Rock Lighthouse, you will find southwest of Land's End in England, Penzance. Okay, so you got the UK, and you got England, and then you got the bit they call South Land's End, bottom left of the UK. We see it. Then 8 miles from there is the last man-made structure, and that would be Wolf Rock Lighthouse. And then from there, 3,000 miles across the Atlantic, you get to the US. Now, the lighthouse keeper would say that they'd be saying to you, Yeah, it's not much to look at when you look out, except for the occasional ships going by. But there's an inherent beauty about looking across the ocean. And then I said, yeah, that's the flat Earth you're looking at. That you didn't realize the beauty of the flat Earth. You see, okay, because they said that there was nothing to look at apart from the occasional ship. But looking out to the ocean, there was something beautiful about it, and it was the flat Earth that they didn't realize, that leveled horizon that they didn't quite hit upon. You see. Yeah, flat Earth there proving itself when you look through it from the lighthouse. Okay, and the lighthouse could be seen from the mainland anyway, 8 miles away. It's 200 feet tall. So, and if you factor in the curvature of 42 miles, you should only see the latter part. Yeah, you know, the 160 feet of it, but you can see all of it, weather permitting, of course. 8 miles away. Yeah, nice. So yeah, you know, lighthouses. Look into them. Beautiful structures. Nice job. You're working in teams of 3. Okay, generally teams of 3, and then you actually look out to the ocean 4 hours non-stop. Your eyes are out there looking out. Okay, and then your colleagues are making a record of the weather, the wind direction, temperatures, and that, because you have to relay that every so often to mainland control, and then they'll put that into the weather forecast when they give it, you see. So you're always busy doing something anyway. And it's nice. You can imagine, you know, 4 hours looking out, 8 hours. Once you've done your maintenance and that, then you're playing cards or you're reading a book, listening to the radio. Yeah. Nowadays, if you were to do that, you'd have your internet connection. I'd be doing live streams. I would be doing live streams showing you the horizon. Hopefully not risking my job. But anyway, welcome to you that keeps popping in and out. If you have any proof of curvature, please bring it on. My flat earth colleagues and I are waiting. And be warned, Din CBR1, the most unreasonable flat earther where the globers are concerned. I agree to nothing. I'm not your friend. But yeah, we've got curvature. Show me where we've gone wrong. Go ahead. Yeah, but look into lighthouses. Do you think you could be a lighthouse keeper? Maintaining the engine, the water tanks, air tank pressures, keeping the lens clean. Yeah, keeping that light lit up 24/7. Well, all through the night, of course, when necessary. Yeah, great job, I think. I would like to have done that job. Some of these lighthouse keepers will have you believe that it's a really tough job. No, being in the army is the toughest one. Okay, that's the tough job. You know, working in a lighthouse is piss easy as far as I'm concerned. And you're not isolated because there's 3 of you. There's 3 of you in that lighthouse, so you can't be lonely. Yeah. I could do that job with my eyes closed. But then that would get me fired because I need my eyes to keep an eye on everything. So I won't be doing it with my eyes closed. And I won't be doing it on my back either. I'd lose my job. But I could do that job piss easy. Yeah. I like the idea of being on a rock out on the ocean, looking out to sea. Hello? Yeah, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, do Globers still try?
Yeah. Can you repeat yourself slowly and clearly, please? Sorry. I didn't understand what you said.
I'm telling you, the Globers still trying to.
Yeah, the Globers are still trying to prove anything, but they're not trying hard enough because they're proving zero, zilch, nada, zip, niche.
Oh,
they're proving
holy
nothing.
shit.
Oh, yeah. What proof do you have? See, no proof of curvature at all. No proof of rotation. Yeah. So no globe, ladies and gentlemen. No curvature, no globe. Simple as that. And we're measuring it flat because we're trying to measure that curvature only to find the horizontal constant constantly in my face all over the place. So unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, you're not on a ball spinning through that universe that you haven't confirmed to be real, but yet you use it and you think it's a real place. Such is the fantasy you live in. Yeah. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's right. You're waking up now. What does he mean? I mean that you're using the word universe like it's a place that we can go to, like I can go to America, Africa, and New Zealand. No, 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 no. Universe is not a place we can go to. Hasn't even been confirmed to exist. And yet you think you're on a ball hurtling through that region. Try proving the curvature first and then proving it is spinning. Then you may have something there. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, flat earthers. Yeah. Lighthouses, beautiful structures. Have a look at them. Yeah, I would have loved to have been a lighthouse keeper. I think that's a great job.
Yeah, disappointing in Globers. They don't
Yeah.
have anything.
Yes, very true, sir. They don't have any proof. Very disappointing. And embarrassing at the same time. Because when you look back, yes, go ahead.
What's the strongest proof for a flat Earth?
The lack of curvature that cannot be proven is the biggest clue of all. Water. That ocean is level. It doesn't curve at 8 inches per mile squared to make up a radius of 3,959 miles, which would then go on to make the complete circumference of 24,901 miles circumference of the ball Earth. There is no measurable curvature. Wherever we look, we find horizontality. Hello, hello. Thank you.
I've also read that the atmosphere can also bend light.
Arigato. Sorry, say that again?
I've also read that the light can also be bended by the atmosphere.
Well, now you're looking in the wrong direction, you see, because if you're looking up, you're taking your gaze away from the surface of the Earth. That's where the curvature lives. The curvature lives on the surface. When we look up, we're into inaccuracies, not precise, not concise, not reliable. It's not good. Very changeable, many variables there that we can't control. But on the surface of the Earth, we can control that. We can take a distance, right? And try to measure that curvature and make observations, throw laser beams across it. You see, that's why it's the preferred methodology. Measure the surface. That's the number one.
Right.
Yeah. And everything else is not. It's a waste of time. Okay. Yeah. You must not look up if you're looking for the curvature of the Earth. Why would you do that? If I want to wash my car, I must not wash my neighbor's car because it means I'm not washing my car. You see, even though my neighbor's car is similar to my car, but I must wash my car because my car needs to be washed. So if I want to measure the curvature of the Earth, I must measure the surface of the Earth and not look to the sun or the moon to help me because they're not going to be assisting me in that regard. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
And the Newtonian gravity is wrong.
Absolutely, because Newtonian gravity has been superseded. That means has been surpassed, has been replaced with Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein's bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. Okay, that's the standard they're teaching in universities today. Okay, then from the scientific community themselves, out of their mouths, they're telling us gravity is not a force. It is the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. So the so-called Sir Isaac Newton's gravity isn't Sir Isaac Newton because he never proved it. He disagreed with it. Okay, he didn't agree with the mass attracting mass. He wrote a letter to Bentley stating it's an absurd idea, and he doesn't want to be associated with that theory, which he did not prove. So mass attracting mass is not Sir Isaac Newton's because he never proved it. He didn't even own it. Okay, it was ascribed to him after he died. Yes, but that's wrong. Yes, mass attracting mass is wrong. Bending and the warping of space-time fabric with special relativity, Albert Einstein's theory, again unproven. I dropped my pencil on the floor. I don't know how that is bending the time of space and the fabric. Even with special relativity, I don't get the association. I drop my pencil, I pick it up, I put it back on the table. I haven't bent space-time. I haven't even gone to space. So that's all we call that kind of language. We call it word salad. Words put together like different vegetables to make a salad. Something that might trigger your interest, but means nothing. But at least with the salad, you're going to get a nutrition with all these different vegetables. But with the word salad from Albert Einstein, you're lost. There's no direction you're going, but getting lost. Okay. Does that make sense to you now? You understand?
Yes, it does. But but high schools still teach Newton's law of gravitation.
Yeah, but it's not been proven by any human being on this earth. No one is proving it. When we subject the theory to the scientific method, it fails every time. 1,000 times, 1,000 time failure. No one is proving. Neil deGrasse Tyson quoting when they ask him, what is gravity? I have no idea. Next question. Okay? That would be Neil deGrasse Tyson. I have no idea. Michio Kaku. There isn't a force acting on my body right now. We lied to you. There's no force keeping us on the earth. We lied to you, quote unquote. Michio Kaku. Michio Kaku again. No one in my field uses what's known as the scientific method. It's all guesswork. We do it by the seat of our pants. Okay? That's Michio Kaku, just quote unquote. So, you see, no one is proving gravity. Gravity has not been proven. Things go down, but also things can go. What to do with gravity as such, the way it's been described? No, that's not right. There is no force. And again, sorry, I should have said that at the beginning. Gravity doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. You see? So gravity, gravity, suddenly I'm on the globe. That's an assumption. Let's measure it. It's not there. Okay? Right. So every action you have seen in your life has happened on a flat, stationary Earth. Everything. Your whole existence. Your greats, all of them lived on a flat Earth.
And the gravitation extends radially outwards.
Can you say that again?
Thus, the flat Earth assumes that the gravitation extends radially outwards in all directions.
Okay, let me tell you something. First and foremost, flat earthers use no assumptions. We assume nothing. Okay?
Okay, about gravity, right?
We tell you categorically, point blank, gravity, as it's been described, is unacceptable. It does not describe the phenomena we observe. So the word gravity and all that is associated with it is thrown in the rubbish bin, in the dustbin. Yeah, we throw that away. We don't accept it. Okay, because it's not proving the phenomena that we actually observe. We see things are going down and we see things are going up. Our simple explanation is its buoyancy and density. Things that are heavier than the air, the medium, will drop down, of course, and anything that is lighter than air will rise upwards. And you will notice it is a positive direction up and not diagonally, falling diagonally down or diagonally up, going up. No, it's a direct positive, straight up vertical and a straight down vertical. Okay, so there you are. That we explain as what we observe. Yeah. Okay. Right. No magnetic force pulling me down. That's nonsense. Can never be proven. Even Sir Isaac Newton didn't agree. No bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. I'm on Earth. I drop a pencil. How have I bent space-time? How? I've dropped a pencil. I'm picking it up. Thank you. It's got nothing to do with space-time. I let go of my helium balloon. It's going up. How is that going up? How is that bending space? It's not. It's crap. Like I said, word salad. Very horrible tasting salad. But go ahead. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Yeah. You see, my position will never change. All the words I have said, I live by. So I don't have a problem. I don't listen to this stuff. Or if I was in your shoes, I wouldn't be listening to what I'm saying and then go back to gravity as a real thing, because that's silly. Okay, when you know gravity does not exist, and especially the way it's been described, you know, you're lighter on your feet. You're carrying less junk in your head. It gives room for more knowledge to get in. Yeah, and that's how I live my life. Especially in the last 11 years of scrutinizing this earth. Yeah, I got rid of a whole heap of junk. And I was already a fast mover. Now I'm lightning fast now. Still trip up now and again, don't get me wrong. If I can go too fast and make a mistake, yes, I'll be the first to put my hand up there. But that's okay, because I can always dust myself off and then re-look that. That's what happened. I won't do that again. Yeah, man. That is why people like to listen to me from time to time. Because I do bring in the reality of your lives into the topic matter. That's very important. The way you live your life, what you've observed, what you've experienced is fundamental. You cannot leave that behind. It'd be like trying to drive a car without the key in the ignition. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. Going nowhere fast. Okay? So that's important. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Good questions, by the way, because people are definitely learning. They're beginning to understand that they've been living their life a little bit wrong. Yes. You're playing into the hands of the deceivers more so than you being in control of your destiny. Yeah. I made that error for 48 years, if you can believe that. Can you imagine that? 48 years believing in something that never existed. Wow.
Yes, I can imagine that.
Yeah. That was a mistake. But I won't do that ever again. I question everything, and if I don't believe it, I'm just going to say, I can't accept that. We'll have to do a bit more research on that. Yeah. For example, believe it or not, pun intended there, apparently Elon Musk's rocket is going to be crashing into the moon tomorrow, Wednesday. Crash, slamming in at Mark 7, 5,600 miles per hour, approximately. Okay? Slamming into the moon. Did you know that?
No, I don't.
Yeah. So tomorrow, there's going to be a new crater, they said, where Elon Musk's rocket is going to slam into the moon.
It will be interesting to see that.
Yeah. It's supposed to kick up a lot of dust and that.
Yo,
First
hey,
thing is, yeah, go ahead.
just so you know, this is how you know they're full of shit. Apparently, you won't be able to see with the naked eye, and you won't be able to see it with a binocular or a zoomed-in lens. You won't be able to see it with that stuff. That's what they're saying.
Thank you very much, because I was wondering, because in the report, listen to the report said only the scientists are going to be able to see it, they said. Okay?
That's exactly what.
Yeah. Not the public, not the general public, or the amateur astronomer. No, he or she's not going to see it. Only the scientists. So I was waiting. I was just waiting, and you just answered that. You answered my prayers. I said, I'm sure somebody's going to have that information there as to what they're going to be able to say, and you just delivered it. There you are. You see, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah,
It's
go
going
ahead.
to be impossible to see this happen with the naked eye or a lens or binoculars or whatever. Even with a telescope, they're saying it's impossible.
It's ridiculous. Remember, this thing is going to be slamming in at Mark 7, right? It's going to kick up some massive dust. Has to. And yet you're not going to be able to see that, ladies and gentlemen. What a joke.
Will there be a camera to record that moment?
There should be. All these observatories, there should be. It's a man-made structure out of control, crashing onto the moon. Crashing into the moon, ladies and gentlemen. Very dramatic. Now, why do they lie like that? You must be wondering, why would they lie like that? You know why they lie like that? Because it helps to legitimize the idea that we can go to the moon, you see. That's all they're doing, creating a little bit of drama that keeps you invested in thinking or believing we can go to the moon, you see. Because it's crashed on the moon, you see. Right, that means we can go there. Elon Musk rocket crashed the other day. That's going to be tomorrow. Elon Musk rocket is going to crash tomorrow on the moon. Wednesday. Tomorrow for me, because I'm in Tuesday here in Japan. Isn't that not funny? They're going to crash it onto the moon. Yeah, right. Now, in actuality, no man has ever landed on the moon. We've never stepped foot on this thing. So Elon Musk is lying to the world as you hear my voice. No, Neil Armstrong did not do one small leap, one small step for mankind, one giant leap for mankind. Shit. That happened in a studio, Clovis, New Mexico, and an Air Force base. That's where that happened. Okay? Here on Earth. So none of them have landed on the moon. And yet, Elon Musk will have you believe his rocket is going to smash into the moon. Now, the arrogance of the man, right? He hasn't We're not a globe, okay? But in order to prove your mustard and to say you've arrived, you would have to have successfully orbited the Earth at low Earth orbit. Elon Musk hasn't done that yet with his technology. Talking about crashing on the moon, you know? Okay? The arrogance, the audacity of the man.
Yeah,
Just bear
Jin.
that in mind, mate. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Jin. Elon Musk is he's just bullshitting to everybody, yeah, so he can maximize his profit from his SpaceX company. Because if he knows the Earth is flat and he's shit scared of flat earthers, well, flat earthers will expose all his bullshit nonsense.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He would never confront one of us.
Exactly.
It'd
Yeah.
fall apart. It'd fall
Yeah.
apart easily.
Jin, I sense that Elon Musk knows the Earth is flat. He can't say it because it will affect his business.
Yeah.
And he won't make any
Yeah,
money.
so do I. So do I, of course. Of course he knows it's flat. Of course he knows. You know why? He would have checked it. He would have checked it. All right? He would have checked that. And he knows. And not only that, he doesn't go to space, so he's light to the world anyway. Of course he knows. The audacity of the man to send a Tesla car to Mars. Right? No news about that car at all now. What's happened to the car? Okay?
Jin, obviously Elon Musk is he knows the arguments, the flat Earth arguments. He knows it's not that stupid. It's not that complicated to know the arguments that the globe Earth needs curvature. The water needs to be curved to be a globe, innit? But in reality, the water is flat and level everywhere.
That's right.
The surface never drops down. It never drops down. It just keeps, when you're on land, it just keeps on extending, yeah, the flat surface until you get to the coastline. And if you want to travel across the water, you have to get on a boat so you don't have to sink. And that water is level. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you're on the boat out at sea, and you want to find land. Then you go and look for that land, and then you get off that boat, and then you step on the land. That's
exactly.
it. It's not
No
difficult to
curvature
understand.
there.
Yeah.
No curvature there. Not one bit of curve experience in all that action. Yeah, right. You see, Elon Musk stated that you can tell it's fake because it looks so real. Well, you can tell he's telling the truth because he's a lying bastard. Okay.
Jin, when I first heard him say that, I couldn't take him seriously. I knew he was playing the mind games, and I knew straight away.
Yeah,
you don't say things like that. You don't
he was
say things like
gaslighting
that.
everyone. He was gaslighting everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Jin, you don't say things like that. It looks so real because it looks so fake because it's so real.
Yeah.
You don't say things like that because we're all here on Earth, and it's a serious matter.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. That's why my terminology for him is, you can tell he's telling the truth because he's a lying bastard. You see? We can play that game as well, can't we? We can gaslight him back. We can return the compliment. So I say of Elon Musk, you can tell he's telling the truth because he's a lying, no good scumbag. They love him here in Japan, by the way. They love him here. And when I call him an idiot and a lying bastard and that, they look at my face, they look on their faces. He hasn't told you the truth. And then I have to remind them, did man go to the moon? Did NASA land on the moon? No. So if NASA never landed on the moon, is Elon Musk rocket going to hit the moon? Is it? It's not, is it? Right. What? Elon Musk is better than NASA? Yeah. Oh, really? So stop fantasizing. Fucking hell. "24 hours ago, on this on the politics show, I think it was, someone was crying because I said that we'll never be able to go to space. Right? We will never possess the technology. Yeah, but you're saying never, Jen. Yeah, never. That's right. We'll never. Because that environment is not conducive to anything man-made. God, the creator of the earth, has not given us that permission. We're not going there. And he got upset and everything else, but we can use your imagination. I said, your imagination is costing us trillions of dollars. That's a waste of money. Can we stop imagining and shut down this dream? Because that's all it is. Remember, they've never stepped foot on Earth, and yet we have to pick up the bill. There's a bill that's got to be paid, right? We're paying that bill, and then they never went. So can you stop your fantasizing and your wishing and that? Stop that. Shut it down, right? And use the money better. Use the money more appropriately with more integrity to the usage. Come on, man. Everyone wishing to go to space, and then, yeah, well, we can keep trying. Well, they've never been. We've lost trillions already, and they haven't left the Earth. Yeah, stop that romantic shit.
SpaceX recently went public and it was the biggest IPO ever.
The biggest what?
The biggest IPO, initial public offering, when a company goes public.
Oh, yeah. That's right, yeah. Becoming a PLC, public limited company. Oh, well. Obviously needs the money. I'm not going to contribute
They're
to
selling
anything.
the vision that humanity will reach Mars one day.
Mars, yeah. Yeah, of course. But he has to go to the moon first, you see. And he's, you know, I mean, the audacity of this, his rocket is going to crash out of control into Mars. Onto the moon. Tomorrow. Just the audacity of the lie. Crashing.
Exactly.
And no one's going to see it. Only the scientists. Oh, they said the scientists and the orbiters that are around the moon. The orbiters. What are those orbiters, ladies and gentlemen? Well, we got one called the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, LRO, which was launched in 2009 at the cost of $500 million. That's $500 million to the American taxpayer, right? It supposedly orbits the moon. It gets to see the Earth 12 times a day. So it's orbiting the moon every 2 hours. It goes round. It can see the Earth and come back round, right? So if that's there, it should capture this Elon Musk rocket that's out of control. It should be able to capture that. It can see the Earth. If it can see the Earth, it can see everything coming from the Earth to the moon with its camera. Should be able to pick that up. Then you've got the what do you call it? The Chandelier 1 and Chandelier 2, which are on elliptic orbits around the moon, supposedly from India. 2 Indian satellites are orbiting the moon, supposedly, on an elliptical orbit. Okay. Then there's the Japanese one, I think, the Kaguya. So there are a number of orbiters out there, but what a lot of crap. They're not out there. That's my point. Okay, they're not out there because they can't leave Earth and go to the moon. It's not possible. And even if let's say they could get there, they would have been destroyed because of the environment would have killed the equipment anyway, within hours. Okay, so there's no such thing as satellites in space. Elon Musk rocket isn't going to crash into the moon tomorrow. Look out for all these CGI buffoonery and get ready. Incoming BS coming in. Put your shields up.
I have a question.
Yeah, you go ahead, sir, and welcome.
Did you thank you. Did you talking about that CGI thingies? I mean, did you find any proofs of being visible, you know, CGI or anything that can say, oh, this is being edited or something?
Yes, there are many ways to detect when something is CGI, because there are a number of software which you can download for free now, and then you can subject the image that you think is real, and it will highlight whether it's real or not. Okay, if it's a real digital shot or is it a CGI composite, Photoshop. Yeah, we can tell now. Okay.
Even AI generated content can be detected now.
Yeah, you can tell. And the thing is this: I already know they're lying. Why? Because I've measured the Earth to be flat. And when you're doing the measurements, right? These are the measurements that I'm going to use to build a house, make a car, build a table, make a rocking horse. Those kind of measurements. Okay. And if those measurements are correct, and I can build a house, I can make a rocking horse, I can build a car. Okay. Then if I'm measuring a simple curve over distance and it's not there, okay, and NASA gives me an image of a ball Earth, I know that that image is fake instantly, because I am measuring on the Earth to be level, no curvature. So they're losing already. And then for us now, we just got to look at what they do and then reverse engineer how they make that image. Take the image and reverse it and see how they put it together. So we got to do. Simple.
We don't even have to do this because one of these guys that worked for NASA, who
Yeah, go on.
he literally
Yes,
made
Robert Simmons.
like the CGI images, and he publicly admitted they were all fake. This was a
That's
while ago
correct.
too.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's Robert Simmons with his team, and they tell you how they put the blue marble image up. And the words he used were, "It's Photoshop because it has to be. It has to be." And why does it has to be, ladies and gentlemen? Because we cannot go to space to take the picture of the Earth, because the Earth isn't a ball, first and foremost, and we can't go there. It's a joke, isn't it? Okay, so it has to be.
I think it's all a big
Photoshop.
joke.
Yeah, it has to be Photoshop composite CGI.
Yeah, Jin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nobody can go outside Earth's enclosed system and take a whole picture, the whole entirety of Earth, and make that claim of shape. They need to do that. They can't do that.
Yeah.
So how can they make that claim of a shape entirety?
That's right. That's right. And then they're living on the object, and without actually measuring it, they're saying it's a globe. Have you measured the curvature yet? Well, go and measure it, yeah? Have you? Yeah, that's why we're saying it's flat. What don't you understand about what I've said? I tried to find the curvature of the Earth. I'm finding it's level. I'm bringing it to you. You haven't measured the curvature yet. You can't say I'm wrong. You can't. You haven't even checked for yourself yet. Go and check it, please. Go check it out and then come back. Running on 100% neat belief. That's what it is. 100% unabated belief is all they're doing. No confirmations, no validations, and yet I'm wrong. Well, I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take that sitting down, sleep on anything. I'm not taking that at all. I instantly push back. Yeah, but you haven't checked it, have you? Right. So if you haven't checked it, how in good faith, how on God's flat earth can you say I'm wrong? How? How can you do that? How? What are you doing? Ah, I understand. Now I understand. You're just doing the believing thing. Well, go and check, yeah, because that's when you're going to find there's no curvature there.
Jin,
Welcome to
I
flat earth.
will say, Jin, I will say first, yeah, if they want to really know what the Earth is, yeah, and looks like, go outside and observe the surface for Earth long enough. Get to know the Earth long enough before you ask any questions, because you need to know firstly before you try and defend something.
Yeah, take some photographic material, all different times of the day, for a couple of months. Then you're getting to know Earth a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, Jin.
Don't mean just one day. Yeah, go ahead.
Jin, once they go outside in reality, observe the Earth long enough, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. They'll reach a point where it becomes second nature.
Yes.
The point where like it will come naturally to them. Oh yes, I've observed. I've looked at the Earth long enough. I actually know what it looks like now.
Yeah, you do.
I'm looking.
You see,
Yeah, go on, Jed.
yeah, your position is that you're out every day of the week. You see, so you know what Earth looks like through all the seasons. I had a similar job like you, so I could see the nature in all its glory all through the seasons, all year round for years. So you know what Earth looks like. You know,
Yeah,
because you're
and
out
also,
there.
Jed. Yeah, and also when you're outside in reality long enough, yeah, right. Many of your questions will be answered. Not all of it,
Yep.
but many of it. Because do you know when people come in here in VC and ask questions, yeah, they those questions would be answered if they get to know the Earth first. Firstly, that's my point.
Yeah.
That's what I
Go out
always
and
say
make the
to them.
observation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's been their downfall, is that they don't go out and observe nature. And the times that they've gone out, they've been operating under what I call eyes wide shut, as in Stanley Kubrick's last movie, Eyes Wide Shut. You know, that's a massive clue that we're all walking around with our eyes closed, even though they're open. You get me?
Yeah, and Jin, a lot of people don't realize, like, we're already here on Earth. We're already outside, in reality, experiencing, moving across the surface of Earth, right?
Yeah.
The Earth,
Yeah.
what you experience and what you feel and what you see, yeah, it's literally right in front of you. Like, it's always been here. The flat Earth has always been here. It's always been here by default. Everybody's born into flat Earth. It was never a globe in the first place.
That's
But,
right.
but they need to know this firstly.
I like to put it like this: unbeknown to the glober himself or herself, they've been recording nothing but flat Earth in the brain. You see, right? And then the day will come when that penny drops, and then they're going to start to rewind their life, because you go back, and then they're just going to see nothing but flat Earth clues all the way that they missed. And that is the actual point. Eyes wide shut. So even though you're walking around with your eyes closed, so to speak, your existence has been recorded in your brain, and it's nothing but living on the Earth. Because what's going to be missing from your experience will be the curvature of the Earth. That will be the seeing of it. No photographic experience, no physical experience. It's not there. Massive hole in your life. Massive. No curvature. That's a massive gap to try and fill in.
Yeah, Jin. So what people need to do to get to know the Earth is when they go outside, yeah, just focus on the surface, yeah, curving or dropping down. And every time, because I say to them, yeah, a car is a very useful tool to actually know if there's curvature, because you're traveling a long distance. That's the whole
Long
point of a
distances,
vehicle.
day in, day out. Yeah.
Yeah, that long distance is enough for you to actually know if the surface is curving or not.
Yeah.
So when I'm outside, yeah, I'm driving in my car. I'm saying to myself, yeah, the Earth is a globe, the surface is curved. There should be drop over distance. The road surface should drop down over distance. So I'm paying attention. Yeah. I'm looking for that drop down, that curve down. Where is it? It seems like it just keeps on extending and extending.
Yeah.
So where's this drop down?
Exactly.
How can they're not asking themselves the right questions. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Because
and we're not talking about driving in the city. We're not talking about driving in the city. We're talking about when you're driving long distances where you've got nature on both sides of you. And then the geology of the Earth is starting to flow, and you're on the motorway or a dual carriageway, and you're flowing through this, and you're not seeing that drop of curvature. It's not there. You're just driving through the scenery. Beautiful, breathtaking, no curvature experience. That's what you mean. Yeah? Because you're not going to notice it in the city, ladies and gentlemen. There's too many obstacles in the way. But once you get out into the countryside and you start to flow, and you're going to do a 200-mile drive or 100 miles, you should be encountering curvature. It's not happening. It's not happening at all. The scenery isn't curving downwards. And that would be, the geology of the land we're talking about here now. Topography. It's going up and down, but it's not dropping down to form a curved trajectory. That's not happening. Never seen that in my life. And I've traveled everywhere. Remember I told you about Chalfont, St. Peter's, Chalfont, St. Giles, High Wycombe? You remember you were driving the other day and I was naming the places you should be going past. Do you remember?
Yeah.
So I bet you that surprised you, eh? Jim
Yeah,
gets
yeah, yeah.
around. I get around, mate. Believe you me. I don't BS. So I know exactly what you mean when you say you're driving everywhere and you don't see the cover, because you don't. You don't. The lay of the land, you get to know the lay of the land. You just know it, especially when you're doing it as it's your job. Yeah.
Jin,
I was lucky.
when people go to a place where they're at a high elevation, they can see a large area surface. That's a huge
Yeah.
surface they're observing, and it's not curving.
That's right. That's a massive. Sorry, my voice has gone down. I've just gone out of the room for a second. Yeah, that is a massive expanse, right,
Yeah,
of land there, and it's when you look at it, it looks horizontal. All of
yeah,
it. There's no drop off in the way of curvature. It's not dropping away from you. It's there. It's there, bold, sitting there like a table. There it is. There I am, like that. You know. Whereas if you're looking at, if you were to be on a ball, you'd see a gentle drop off, curving down, and you think, wow, yeah. But that's not. Never had that experience. It's just a bold earth, horizontal. There it is. And then you marvel at how man has utilized that surface with the farmland here, city over there, railway system there, the river, you know, and you're getting that whole shebang of how man has left its mark on there, yeah, but it's all horizontal. That's the thing. See, people don't speak like that. They're not looking at the earth properly. They're not recording that stuff. I don't know what's in their head, but it's not love of earth, that's for sure. For people like me and you, it's easy to describe. When you love the earth, you can bring on the truth quite easily. Yeah?
yeah. Because reality is quite undeniable. Because the creator created reality. It would be foolish to go against the test result findings in reality.
Exactly. It would be foolish indeed. Yes, I cannot disagree with those words at all. It would be very, very foolish.
Because
And then
how
you
can
want to
you
come and debate
rebuttal?
a flat earther, you see?
Yeah.
Then you want to
How,
come and
how
debate a flat earther. Go ahead, sorry.
how can you rebuttal what you find in reality? What the test results in reality? How can you rebuttal that? You can't.
Yeah, you can't, exactly. Yeah. So it's folly to try and, you know, debate a flat earther and hope to win that debate. You've got a snowball's chance in hell, right? And then someone like me who likes to bring in the emotional side of it, that'll be your experience, your anecdotals, which you're going to need. Yeah, you're just going to think, wow, man, I am not living correctly at all. That's right. That's what I said to myself when I realized I'd made a mistake for 48 years believing in the globe. I said to myself, I've allowed the system to control my mind and my life. And I'm going to stop that. And that's when I stopped believing.
Again, I will probably still be a glober if nobody told me the Earth was flat and I didn't look
So would
into
I.
it.
So would I. Because
And
I
I would have.
already trusted the information was true, you see. So
I
if it
would have.
hadn't been for flat earthers, I'd still be a flat. If I didn't hear about flat earth, I would be a glober still. Of course.
Jin,
Of course I would.
knowing what I know now, it would be very stupid for me to defend the globe.
Mm. Well, you can't because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't defend it because it doesn't exist. The ones who are defending it is because they haven't checked. When you haven't checked it out or confirmed it, you're going to defend it, and that's a mistake in itself because you haven't checked it. You're defending something you haven't verified. Okay, but that's the number one go to. That's the normal reaction is to defend it because that's what you were told and you believe it. You see, but no, you looking back, you can't prove the globe because it doesn't exist. So there's no going back. No going back there.
Yeah, Jin. With everything in life, you just got to get to know things and know something, and eventually you know the ins and outs.
Gain the experience.
Yeah. You know, I'll give you an example, Jin. Do you know a computer game? when you first buy it, you don't know the ins and outs, innit? You don't know the controls. But if you keep on playing it, yeah, a week
Yes.
later, 2 weeks later, you become very good at it. And then
That's right.
a year later or 6 months later, you know everything about it. And
Yeah.
it's not for debate, is it? It's like you know the ins and
No.
outs, you know each stage, each level, you know it fully, 100%. It's the same
Yeah,
with the Earth.
you can
When you
help
go
someone else,
outside,
can't you?
yeah, when you go
can-
outside in reality, you just got
Yeah.
to keep on looking at Earth and describing what you're seeing in the background, in the far distance.
Yeah. I agree
What you should be
because
describing is the layout of the ground. Is it curving or not? Does it look horizontal?
right.
That's what the question they need to know to actually
That's the
know.
question they should ask themselves. I agree,
Yeah.
FB Alaska. Flat Earth Alaska, I agree with everything you said because, like you said, you pick up a new game. It's foreign to you at first, but as time goes on, a week, 2 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, half a year later, yeah, you're well into the game. You might not have cleared the whole levels yet, depending on the game. Like Colin McRae rally, there are many stages to clear out, but by this time you've known how to handle the car, you know what suspension works on what surface, and you're slowly getting there. Yeah, that's what happens. It's the same with the Earth. You've got to go out and make your observations step by step and piece it together. Yeah, and you've got to go back in your life. There's no two ways about it. Don't let anyone tell you, oh, that's just anecdotal. That's data. That's information you need to be able to discern, to be able to compare and make evaluations. You need that information. Without it, you're still going to be lost. That's why your memories are so important. It's evidence that you have lived. So what Flat Earth Alaska just said was 100% on the money. Go out there, make those observations, check everything out, check it slowly. And we don't mean 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 2 months later, you're going to know a lot in 2 months, especially if you're traveling to different areas as well. And that's what's good about your job. You're out and about all over the place. You don't know where you're going to be going tomorrow. It's an adventure every day, isn't it? Come on.
Yeah, Jin, it's really nice, when you drive outside on road and into the English countryside.
Yeah, I love it. I've been out. Have you been out to a place called Sunningdale? Do you know Sunningdale?
Oh, it's next to Ascot.
Yeah, that's right. On the way to Ascot. Yeah. Do you know I delivered tickets? Go ahead.
Jin, I'm making my way there now. On the way there now.
Oh, right. There you go then. So when you go to Sunningdale off the M25, yeah, there's a massive school there. One of them private schools, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like a mansion. It's hundreds of years old. What a classic, lovely building. And then you're into the countryside, yeah, not far from where the royal family lives and that. And then you come off the side road and it's all rally type driving roads. Are they not? Come on. Yeah. And I used to do that on my motorbike. That was the thing. I was lucky because I could go faster than FB Alaska. I could get there and back before he's even got there. So I was like a bee. On a rainy day, I'd use the off-road bike. On a really nice day, I'd use the sports bike. And I'd be out there, man. And yeah, going to Sunningdale, Ascot. I used to deliver the tickets from Ticketmasters to the Ascot and that. Yeah, that was good, that was. Ascot is a famous racing course where you have all the wealthy and the world leaders go there as well, don't they? Ascot, the royal family, yeah. Royal Ascot, they call it, which is a horse racing course. And Newmarket, I went to that one as well, and a few others. Lovely. British countryside at its best. In the snow, rain, or on a sunny day. It's all beautiful. So you're on your way to Ascot.
Yeah, Jin, I got a delivery down Ascot, Sunningdale.
Right. Yeah.
A restaurant. I got to go to drop off to a restaurant.
Yeah, the station, Sunningdale Station, is like on a level crossing. That's a beautiful station, isn't it? Classic. I don't know if you've ever seen the station, Sunningdale. Have you seen it? Because you do go over it.
Yeah. I've been past there. Yeah.
Yeah, the road takes you past the station and that as well. You go over the level crossing. It's really nice. Yeah, I like it round there because it's good driving roads. That's why I like it. Could I live there and rub shoulders with all the rich people? I don't know. I'm in a different frame of mind myself. You know, but I could live there. Yes. Oh yeah, could easily live there. No problem. But again, it's a very, very expensive area to be living in. Sky high prices, without a doubt. Yeah. So if you're driving to places like that, you get to see the earth and the layouts quite well. So you know something's up when they're telling you it's a globe, and you start to look back and you start to investigate, and you think, "Well, I've never seen the curvature." That's the thing. You've never seen it, right?
Yeah, Jin, and nobody told me to go outside and look. I knew where it matters the most.
Yeah, it's common sense. It's
Yeah.
just common sense. You've got to go out. That's it. You're not going to see it. It's like you're not going to see it in the living room, and you're not going to see it in the city of London. You're not going to see it there. You've got to get out of there and get out to the open spaces. Uninterrupted expanses is what you want. The people often say, "Well, if you've never seen a curvature, how do you know what it's going to look like then?" Well, basically, look, drop over distance. If they're telling me that at 10 miles, there should be 66.68 feet of curvature blocking my line of sight, it's a massive hump. So if I'm driving somewhere, I'm expecting to drop down. Okay? Lucky for me, I went to Nigeria 1969, 1970 with my family. We went by plane. And the one thing that I noticed about the plane was it flew level. You see, it's an unforgettable experience. The plane didn't take a curved trajectory following the curvature of the earth. Okay, so that was one thing that I remembered about the plane going to Nigeria. A year and a half later, a year and 10 months, nearly 2 years, we're on our way back by ship. 2 weeks on the ocean from Lagos, or Lagos, if you want to call it properly. Lagos in Nigeria, but proper pronunciation Lagos. So from Lagos to Southampton, okay, and the ocean was level for 2 weeks. That's what I remember. Remember, we're going back to 1969 from now. And that's the image I have looking through the porthole on the deck, that the ocean was level. No curvature there at all, 360 degrees. So you know that the water is level. You know that. That's something that's engraved in your brain, never to be erased. You can't erase it. It's burnt in. Unforgettable. To forget that would mean I've had some kind of accident where amnesia has kicked in. That'd be the only way I could forget that. But because I can quite easily rewind my life all the way back, right up to the age of about 3 years old. I can go back that far. I'm 64 now. So I can rewind 61 years of my life. See, not many people think and talk like that. Because they're busy going one way in a system that's devaluing them, and they don't have much value for themselves because they're in the system, stuck, just going with the flow. They're not even looking back sometimes. I look back all the bloody time. So I've got a good memory, thanks, because I've enjoyed myself. And when you enjoy something, you don't want it to end. Still a kid like that. So I hold on to the memories. I'm even able to remove junk, idolizations of certain pop stars, get rid of them and put in the flat earth stars instead, and flat earth information, flat earthers, content producers. I'll put them up instead. I can do that, and forget about that. So there are times when you guys might be talking about film stars and stuff, and I've forgotten who they are and the films they were in, because I've actually managed to erase them. And because I don't think about them, they've gone. I'm glad I can do that. I just want to hold on to what I think is important at the moment. And as I'm getting towards moving slowly towards the end of my life, I'm 64, still hanging on. I want to acquire knowledge that I'm able to pass on to the younger generation. That's what I'm doing. Whilst I'm still enjoying myself, of course. I done 10 miles today, so with house music. So I had a good time there. Sweating and umming and ahhing, but I still listen to the music. Yeah, I listen to house music and then some stuff on vaccinations and that, the do's and don'ts. So that was quite good. A little mix of a podcast and that, so it was good. So I plan my life, my days quite well, I think. Work in the evening, work in the morning. Afternoon is mine. And that's when I go out. And then sometimes, I'm up very early. Welcome to the server. If you have any proof of curvature of the globe, please let us know how you got that. Go ahead. Yeah, no globe proof at the moment. That's okay. We have to keep asking, ladies and gentlemen, because you never know. Somebody might have it. Someone might have that proof.
I have a globe proof.
Oh, welcome, DJ. What proof do you have? What globe is that?
All right, so, I'll show you irrefutable globe proof. I went over the video the other day. All right, just let me bring it up. All right, I put it in my observation sections under laser tests because laser tests are very good for proving the globe, right?
Right.
All right. Yep. Okay, so this test was done over the Bonneville Salt Flats. Now, I don't know if you remember the globe earthers, they show this picture from altitude and it's zoomed in with a telescope or a high zoom camera over the Bonneville Salt Flats. And they're like, oh, look, it's the curvature of the Earth. It's one of the only places in the world where you can see the curvature of the Earth. Have you seen the picture before?
I've seen something, but I'm not sure if it's the same one. So it's been a long while now. Remember, I've been into this like 11 years. So let's have a look at the image anyway, see if it can jog my memory. I know the Bonneville Salt Flats anyway, because they race, all the high speed races are done there, land speed records. That's to be exact. Okay. So I know it because of that. And it's very flat. And then there are times when it rains, it looks like a mirror, and people have taken pictures of that mirror image.
Right.
Yeah.
So the globe earthers have cherry picked a vantage point where they can sort of like zoom in and make it sort of look like it's curving a bit, right? So hold on, here it is. I'll post the image in the side chat.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Where are we? English Hub. Okay, here it comes.
Bang.
Here
There
it
it
is. All right. So they say this is the globe proof, right? But a team of flat earthers actually went there. And along that exact stretch of land that you can see there that the globers are saying it's curved, right?
Yeah.
They did a 36-mile laser test.
Wow.
35.89 miles. And they shot not only just a laser from one end to the target, but they shot another laser back both ways, right? So it's a both direction laser test. And the camera is only 3 foot above the surface.
Okay.
Right, 3 foot elevation.
Right.
So I'll put the I'll put some information. I'll put the Oh, was this meant to be a globe proof? Oh, sorry, I meant that this destroys the globe without question.
You know what? When you talk about it was 3 feet elevation, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, that's very important for the listeners, because if we drop that elevation, without a doubt, you're going to encounter curvature at 3 feet. You have to be encountering curvature because it's 36 miles. That's more than 600 feet of curvature should have been blocking line of sight. Okay, and the lower you drop that elevation, the sooner you'll hit that curvature. It's as simple as that. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. The geometric horizon should that's what this stuff should be hidden behind, the geometric
Yeah,
horizon, and that should
that's
be at a
right.
certain distance. So
Yeah.
here's the test, right? So camera height was 3 foot, laser height was 5 foot, distance
Look at that.
35.89 miles. This is a record laser test as well.
Yeah.
Now
Thank you very much.
the hidden height, right? So the laser should have been hidden, right? So the camera is the observer at 3
Yep.
foot height, and the laser should have been hidden by 760 feet.
760 feet. Look at that.
Right, with their bullshit standard refraction included, just as a gesture, a kind gesture, because we got a lot of wiggle room here, right? It's still 665 feet. Now,
I appreciate it. I'm going to use this one. This is definitely going to be used.
yeah. Check this out. So I'll add the link in a second to the full test. But this is how they actually leveled the laser, because it's not done over water. They were able to
Right.
actually drive a vehicle along. So each of these blue waypoints that you can see here, okay, so the
Yeah.
yellow line's the length of the laser test. But what they did was they drove their car along. So they used the odometer on the car to
Yeah,
measure
to measure.
the
Yeah.
distance.
Yep.
And each of those blue dots, they stopped and they made sure the laser was aligned properly, leveled properly, rather than
Really?
relying on any instrumentation, leveling devices or anything like that. They just manually did it because they were able to drive the car along, and they were able to get a clean shot of the laser at every single point along. All right, so
Fantastic.
it's a really
This is
good one. Yep.
fantastic. This one. I was looking for some new laser, test material, and you've just answered my prayers. And now I'm actually collecting it as you are speaking. So that's it. I've got it now.
Yep.
It's all bookmarked, ready to be shot into the glober's eyeballs. I've loaded it into my barrels, if you will. You get me?
Yeah.
I'm
So this building,
locked and loaded.
see this building here, right?
Yeah.
This is a 760-foot skyscraper, right? This is how much the hidden height should be.
Yeah, it
in
should
this
be
laser
behind that.
test.
Yeah.
So if the Globers are thinking they can see over a 760 feet building,
Yeah. That looks like the UN building. It's not, is it?
I
That's
think
great.
it's the biggest building in Utah or something like that.
Oh, Utah. Yeah. For a second, it looked like the United Nations building. What's missing are all the flags at the top. But anyway, yeah, I got it. So this is
All
in
right,
Utah. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is in Utah, and here is. So I extracted a few little clips out of the video and turned them into GIFs as well. So here's a nice shot. They got like a side view of the laser.
Oh, that's what we
So
want. Yeah, that would be valuable.
It's not a perfect side view, but you can really see that laser shooting across a huge distance left to right.
Yeah. Hasn't come up on my
And-
screen yet. Hasn't come up
It'll
yet.
come up. Yeah, it'll come
Okay.
up in a second.
Right.
And a longer version.
Yeah, still hasn't come up yet.
Yeah, it's probably just loading. So
Yeah,
there's a couple of
hasn't-
things loading there.
Okay, there we go. We got one's come up. That's a very hazy shot, though.
Yeah, there's a better one coming below it. It's I don't know if you're on your phone, if you're on a bigger screen, you
Yeah.
can see it very, very clearly.
Yeah, I'm on my phone actually. Yeah, so it's not very clear.
Right. We've got to remember we're looking over 36 miles of distance as well.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the side-on laser beam itself going across the screen left to right. I'm not
Oh,
getting
you
that.
can't see it? Yeah, I can see
No.
it.
I can see it on my old iPhone 13 here, so I'm not sure what's up, Jim.
Oh yes, it's faint though, isn't it? It's faint.
It's not too faint. It might be your screen. I don't know. Maybe if you up the
Yeah.
brightness or something.
Yeah.
And here's a shot of the camera height. It was actually it's probably lower than 3 feet, to be honest. If you have a look at this, it's at the guy's knees, very low to the ground. Anyway, it's all in the video, which I'll upload. Right. So I went over the Walter Bislin's. I put it into Walter Bislin's calculator as well.
Okay.
So here is. Okay, so right, so this is without refraction. Now, when I say without refraction, right, this slider is a begging the question fallacy refraction slider, right? It's pre-assuming the
Yeah.
Earth's a globe, and then it basically just increases the size of the globe to try to make the observations fit the globe, right? So their globe refraction is absolute bullshit, right? It doesn't exist because the globe doesn't exist, although refraction itself does exist. This is inaccurate. But right, so this one doesn't have any refraction added, or just the tiniest little bit, basically nothing. Right. So it says here, right, visible 0, right? So you shouldn't be able to see the laser, and it should be hidden behind 760 foot of curvature.
Right.
Okay.
That's it.
And for the next one, I've added in their standard refraction. So this is 0.13 refraction coefficient. So this is what surveyors do, right? Surveyors add 0.13 for some reason. They just like to guess the refraction because the Earth looks a bit too flat. So they have to add a bit of
That's right. They added in
downward
for
bending
themselves.
light in.
Standard
So
guesswork.
so standard refraction, right? They would say that that's in clear conditions where we don't have any crazy miraging effects, crazy distortion, that kind of thing. So so with refraction accounted for, begging the question, reification fallacy, refraction accounted for the globers, 655 foot is still the hidden height.
Yes.
So that's like a 65-story building.
Yeah. You've assisted them with their refraction claim. So, okay, we'll give you the refraction. Here it is. You're still 600 and what? 650?
665 feet hidden height.
665 feet. Look at that.
So now you're able to actually use this this Earth curvature calculator as a hostile witness. Right?
Yeah.
A hostile witness. Because now we can calculate based on the globe bullshit how much refraction would be required for this to work on a globe, right? To be able to do this laser test on a globe with the radius the size they're telling us. So you would need to max out the refraction slider, and right, so it's set to maximum. So now we have 0 hidden, right? So that now this would work on a globe. So what you do is you keep sliding it up until it says hidden, right? Hidden height 0.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have to max it out. So just about for any of these observations, you just pretty much have to max out this slider.
Yeah, you have to max out because
and
look, you got 700 this speed and 35 miles. That's a record, as you just said. So you're going to max out that slider. It's going to be maxed out. It's going to.
You have to max it out, and you know what that means, right? That has a byproduct, right? So on Walter Bislin's website, it said when you have to slide the slider up like that, it means there's so much refraction that the Earth would appear entirely flat.
Right.
So isn't that interesting that you have to have so much refraction the Earth would just appear flat for all of these?
Yeah.
So how big would that make the radius have to be, right? For this to work on a globe, the radius would have to be 1.2 million miles.
There you are. Look at
according to their own
their
refraction,
own mass and their own refraction scales.
Exactly.
So and like we said earlier on the other day, it's impossible for them to calculate it anyway. You can't calculate all those molecules over that distance and hold it because it's constantly changing. So you would never be able to do it.
And they don't even have a model that can make. They don't even have a model that can make accurate predictions. They can only reverse engineer it after the fact.
That's correct, you see, and that's not proving anything. You see, because you've got to do it on the day, and it's impossible. So
Right,
that's what I said to
exactly.
them.
So they don't have a model for refraction where they can make a prediction and then go out and do an observation, and then the observation matches the prediction.
Yeah, they can't. They can't. It's not possible.
So here's another screenshot. Here's another screenshot from Walter Bisland's. Right. So this is basically from the refraction having to be slid up. So this works on a globe, right? So the apparent radius would have to be 1,112,000 miles.
There you are. That's just the radius.
Okay, so if you think that's just the radius, right? So the moon is what meant to be 250,000 miles away,
so
right? So this,
times,
almost
4 times the fucking size.
Yeah, Jen. Hey, Jen. DJ doesn't need a helper. Okay, he's got this.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
All right, so yeah, I'm pretty much done anyway. I'm going to post the video now. It's a good one to go over. 1 second. All right. So here's a shortened version done by Taboo Conspiracy, where he goes over it really well. And then the full test, which is pretty much covered by Taboo Conspiracy, but there's a whole documentary called Flatlanders, and this is from episode 1 of Flatlanders, which is actually a pretty well done video. So I'll post that as well. But yeah, 35.89 miles, 760 foot hidden height, and it's not there. So yeah, this is a good one. It destroys the globe.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Do excuse my comments as you're speaking through, because at the end of the day, that sometimes the listeners don't get the ramifications of what you're putting down. So that's where I come in and just bring that into play. You understand? You know, that's my aim there. It's just to ensure that the listeners understand that these numbers do have severe bearing on the heliocentric model in the negative sense. Sometimes people are listening in the live streams don't get that at all. They hear the numbers, but they don't seem to connect properly. And that's where I come in.
So what I've noticed is that for just about all of our observations, all of the good ones that we present, which is, basically a huge amount, you have to max out the refraction slider on Walter Bisland's Earth curvature calculator. And you have to basically put it on the flat Earth setting, essentially. So much refraction, the Earth would just appear flat.
Yeah. Now, let me just get this so the people who are listening understand. Now, you've got this refraction slider gauge thing, but in actuality, that's just arbitrary, because Earth isn't a globe, and it is absolutely impossible to account for the molecules in the air over 28 miles to be sure that refraction is happening. You can't do it, you see. So basically, this is really we're giving it to them, aren't we? When we allow them to bring these instruments in. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Is that we're entertaining their buffoonery, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Because in actuality, it should just be in the bin. We don't even have to give it a single moment's attention. But, in the interest of, showing them up and show them the folly of their stupidity, okay, here it is. The globe would have to be 4 to 5 times as big just for that radius alone. Stupid. We're hitting the target. The laser beam is hitting the target at 35 miles away. That's flat Earth. End of story. Laser beams don't lie. They don't refract for 35 bloody miles. Please. Silly, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, but thanks, DJ. Anyway, yeah. Always love the refraction stuff. Always love it. It's just sealing their doom. So thank you.
I've been sharing that one multiple times a day for the past few days here since you put it up, past couple days. It's awesome, especially since a lot of people want to bitch about the water, but it's almost 36 miles over land. So it's a pretty awesome shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. They do bitch about that. They're like, "Oh, flat earthers only do tests over water because they know the refraction's so high." Blah blah blah. Well, here's one over land, right? And they repeated it 2 times on the same night, same results. And look, this is the great thing about all of these things that we show you, globe earthers. You don't have to believe any of this. You could just go and do this yourself, right? You can't go to space. You can't go and, validate these so-called pictures from space, but you can go out and replicate all of the empirical evidence that we present here.
Belief
No
not
faith,
required.
belief not required, exactly.
DJ, have you seen the one of the Alps from Wales yet? The accidental flat earth shot?
The Alps. Yeah. You mean the one in infrared?
No, it's this one I just posted. We still have no image for him, so I posted an Imgur link, but it's this dude was in Wales taking a picture of the mountain, and he didn't even try, but he got the Alps and Mont Blanc in the background. 700 miles away. There's a video breakdown of it. It's actually pretty comprehensible. I'll post that too.
Yeah, if you could grab that, I'll go over it sometime. Because that seems like an unrealistic distance to be able to spot the Alps from.
It's like a 6-minute video, and he does all this graphing and stuff like that on it. But he proves that Mont Blanc in the background is right there in the background, center right or something like that. Those white snowy peaks are in the very background. Those are the Alps.
Yeah, thanks. I'll check it out today. And yeah, if that is actually the Alps, then that would be pretty cool observation. Although I don't think that you would be able to see the Alps from that altitude at that distance. But hey, that would be cool if it's correct. I'll check it out. But there's a link to the download of that 760 mile one. I'm just going over it now, checking it out. Looks like it's pretty well done so far. But if you click this link, you can download the video. But I'll make a channel for it in my server. If the distances check out that what he's looking at is actually the mountain that he says it is. Is the kitchen free or cool? All right.
Yeah, the kitchen is free. You can go in there and do your cooking now.
Got the wife's sister over with the kids.
Yeah.
when they're down in the kitchen, it's kind of chaotic. So
Yeah,
waiting
I
for
can
it to free
imagine.
up so I could go make coffees.
Yeah, I can imagine. I know. Been there, done that. Bought the t-shirts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if you've still got a kitchen left. Sometimes it's like a bomb.
Right. It gets buried. Yeah, buried in
Very
bits and
chaotic.
pieces. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Jin.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, are you a part of an online movement? I can see you are wearing a shirt with flat earth text.
Yeah. Am I part of what movement?
I'm asking whether you are part of a movement.
Well, yeah, of course. I've been a part of the flat earth movement, if you like, since 2015. Yeah, absolutely. And back in the day, I used to go out onto the streets here in Japan and into the mountains, and also on many streams, live streams, representing the flat earth and destroying the globers where they hide, blow them out of the stream. Yeah, I used to love doing all of that, especially when the Globe Live tour was on. Yeah, the British contingent, Globe Live tour with Harry, Roxanne, Robin, of course, and then all the others, Trinity, yeah, all of them.
And now you are doing it on Discord.
Yeah, I've been doing it on Discord for a number of years now. I was always trying to get on Discord, and it wouldn't allow me to get on. I don't know why, but then I got a link from Roxanne Glenn, and suddenly I was in. I tried the links that I had before; I couldn't get in for 2 years. I could not get into Discord, and then the day I got in to Discord, within less than 2 minutes, I was kicked out. It took 2 years to get in, to be kicked out in less than 2 minutes, because I sent some material, and apparently because I didn't have the roles, the robot kicked me out. So I used the same link to get back in, and then they corrected all that up. Yeah, that was my first entry into Discord. 2 years to get in, less than 2 minutes to be kicked out. That's how it was. And then I was interviewed by Wolfgang, who is now known as Cyclone. He interviewed me before I could actually join the community properly. Yeah, we had it, and I had to answer a questionnaire as well. So there was a questionnaire, there was an interview, and then I got in. So it's all changed now, but that's what it was like for me to join. And by this time, I was already a very loud, powerful flat earther already. Okay, I'd come from the hangouts with Denmark and all that lot. And what's his name? New Perspective and Dan the Waterman, Merle, and I like quite a few of us already. Flat Earth Dude, of course. Dave High, the Hawaiian. Dave High. Yeah, so we did. You know, we'd already been killing these Globers already. So coming into Discord was just, yeah, easy peasy stuff, really.
And do you have a social media presence?
Not really. No, I used to go on with Roxanne and that lot on their live streams and appear on their shows occasionally. But nothing of my own private stuff. Sometimes I do a private hangout. Yeah, when I'm out on the mountains and that, and we would interview Japanese people and ask them shape of the earth and everything like that. I did that a couple of times. Then I did some in McDonald's here in Japan, and I did some in the laundry, the laundromat, you know, the coin laundry that I go to in the neighborhood. Yes, I did a few of those. They went down well. Live streaming it, yeah.
Are you in
The
Japan?
best ones are always when people approach you, like just have like a sign or something, and then they'll come up and talk to you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But the Japanese are very accommodating, you see. So I would go up to them and I'll be saying to them, "Sumimasen, chotto ii desu ka? Excuse me, can I have a moment of your time?" You know, politely that. And they say, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." Okay. And I said, "This is on YouTube." Okay, so it's on YouTube, they're live. And I'd say that the foreigners from the West want to know your opinion on a topic matter. And then we go into the shape of the earth and that. Yeah. And I said, "Do you mind if you want to talk to some guy?" Yeah, of course. It was always went down well. Yeah. Because I would have to approach them because I didn't have a sign or anything. So, and that was the whole point of it. Let's engage with the Japanese and let's see what they know. How they think. It was really good. Yeah.
And you live in Japan?
Yeah, I'm in Japan. Yeah. Yeah, I've been now 27 years. So we'd engage the Japanese, like in the parks, right, on the mountains, yeah, in the cafes, like McDonald's, basically, and then in the laundrette. There you go, in the neighborhood. Good stuff, man. It went down well. Where are you living? Are you living in Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh?
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm from Pakistan.
Ah, Pakistan. Okay, assalamu alaikum.
Welcome.
Yeah, a famous hiker died the other day. Now, a famous Pakistani hiker died recently. Okay,
Yeah,
mountaineering. Yeah, yeah, big loss. He was quite old as well, but he was one of those champion ones. Champion hiker. 10 of them died on the mountain. Avalanche. Shame. Yeah, he did. He used to do all the mountain peaks and that, you know, all in one day kind of thing. Real trailblazer. So, how long have you been a flat earther, or are you not a flat earther yet?
Previously, I was a globe earther, but now I am a flat earther.
Okay, yeah. How long ago was that?
I guess this month.
This month. Oh, so you just arrived. Well, congratulations and welcome. And then what you've got to do is do a lot of listening and then practice. Asking all the questions is very good that you're doing now. That's good, yeah. And then slowly and surely you'll be able to argue your point and articulate it to your Pakistani friends, because there's going to be a lot of arguments. You may need to have a baseball bat or a stick, because I know the Pakistani people like to use a stick when they're arguing. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
I've seen the police officers, man, whipping the crowd. get out, get, you know, when there's a
Yeah, I know.
disturbance or a protest, the police like to get a bit heavy-handed with the whip. And then that attitude rubs off on the people, because I've seen it. I remember in a place in London called Southall, okay? It's not far from Heathrow Airport, Hayes, Greenford, okay? Uxbridge. So I'm on my way to Southall now, and I'm in Southall, and where I'm about to make a delivery, there's a big disturbance. And there's an old man being whipped by a young man. I don't know what the old man did, but I stopped it. I said, no, hang on. You're going to kill the man. What did he do, you know? He made some, I can't remember what he did. He made some kind of complaint. I said, yeah, but look at the man. You're going to kill him, yeah? Okay? Don't do that. And then I said, this is not Calcutta. I had to drop that line in. I couldn't resist it. I said, this is not Calcutta. This is Southall, England, yeah? We don't do that here. Fucking hell. Whipping, because there's a big Indian community in Southall. That was a thing. Big Indian community. They were Indians. That I did know. They were Indians. So, and I was making a delivery to a film studio, just EMI Studios, just up the road. And yeah, that this disturbance. Believe it, man. Massive crowd, big noise. It's an old man, you know, old man in his 70s or something, being whipped by a young man. Well, whipped. So we stopped that. What are you doing? Poor old man, guy. Yeah, walked him back into his business. Yeah, running some kind of business there. So I walked him back into his business. So everything's okay? Yeah, okay, I'm gone. Made my delivery and then went. But I used to go to Southall a lot anyway, many, many times. Hundreds of times. So that area's like, I know that area like the back of my hand. But there are many Indians living there now. Go back 100 years, I'll say it was pure white people. But it's changed, demographics has changed. Lots of Indians living there now. And again, it's very convenient for the Indians because Heathrow Airport is just up the road. So if they're going to export goods back to India and then around Asia, then of course the courier system is conveniently, they're placed just right for that. Yeah, they're always exporting and importing goods, you see.
How many countries have you been to?
Well, I've been to many countries, many. You know, oh yeah. You know, Vietnam, Singapore, Philippines. Then we have Hawaii, and then we have Guam, Saipan. Several times there. I'm in Japan now, and then there's Belgium, of course, France, Italy, Portugal. Okay, let's have a look. Where else? Holland. Yeah. A place called Vlissingen. Nice place again in Eastern Europe there. Western Europe. Let's have a look. Where else have we been to? And then we have Morocco, Western Sahara, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and then Congo and Benin. Right, there's those places. Los Angeles. I think now, yeah, Portugal, Gibraltar. Yeah, I've been to a few places. Greece. That was it. Yeah, Greece, Kepalonia, Crete. Yeah. When I start to look back, done some traveling, man. All of it on the flat Earth. That's the thing. The one thing that's missing is curvature in all those travels. No curvature experience. How about you? How many countries have you been to?
I'm a student and I have never traveled beyond my country.
Okay, not yet, ne? Not yet.
Yeah,
But you will do one day, surely.
yeah. I would like to travel the world.
Okay. Where would you like to go to first if you had a chance to go?
Probably first of all, I'll study abroad.
Yeah. But if you had a chance to travel, right now, tickets are ready to go. Where would you like to go?
Mm, Any developed country.
Any developed country? Yeah. Well, name one. Come on. Name one. You must have an interest. Which one? Japan? That's developed.
Yes.
Asian. They have Indian food here. Pakistani food as well. Pakistani restaurants, mosques. I meet many Pakistan here in Japan. Some of them are running car export businesses. So yeah, you could come to Japan maybe.
Yeah.
But what
I
about?
will want.
Yeah, yeah. Anywhere else? Can you think of somewhere that you would like to go to for yourself? You can check the flat Earth whilst you're there. Go on, which place? You have another chance. Where would you like to go?
Probably Europe.
Europe. Okay. How do you want to travel that? By plane, by ship, by car?
Yeah, by plane.
By plane. Okay. So you'd like to fly. You're not scared of planes then, no?
I've never traveled on a plane.
Oh, right. Yeah, you haven't travelled. Sorry, yeah. Okay. And then you're brave then, yeah?
Yeah, I think.
You'd be a brave man.
Yes, I am.
Because the last crash, I think there was an Indian plane that crashed not so long ago. Remember? That was pilot error. Last year, I think it was last year. The plane
Your
crashed
voice.
whilst it was taking off. And it crashed
Your
into
vo-
a... Sorry?
Your voice is unclear.
Sorry, yeah, there was a plane that crashed last year. It was an Indian one in this case, Indian plane that crashed. Yeah, crashed
Yeah.
just after takeoff. Something went wrong, and then it came back down. And it didn't have enough speed whilst when it took off. It took off, but it didn't seem to be climbing up, so it just came back down and crashed. Wow. Yes, there was I think only one survivor fell out the back of the plane. One survivor out of that crash. And he was Indian.
Yeah, it's
And he didn't have,
really rare someone to survive.
yeah, he survived the crash. You know what? He didn't have a single scratch or anything. White t-shirt, blue jeans, shoes, not a scratch. Not a scratch, not a scuff mark. Amazing. Everybody else died in the plane. Isn't that amazing? He was sitting at the back of the plane.
But the plane immediately catches fire as soon as it crashes.
Yeah, well, generally what happens is that the plane's going to land. It's whilst it's catching fire, it's also breaking up, yeah, because it's landing on other buildings and stuff. So it's being torn apart, and that's when he was thrown out. Luckily, he was thrown out into a place where he was safe to not have sustained any injuries. So it was okay, yeah. But yeah, planes are good, you know, when they're operated right. Yeah, they're okay. Mm. I don't know. I get this funny feeling that sometimes too much technology and things go wrong. You know, there's a balance, and then you can go beyond it, and then you're enticing danger. The more advanced we get with this stuff. Oh, excuse me, yeah. So I do wonder, you know, if all this technology is really already useful when things were going okay already. The Boeing company, they had a lot of incidences like doors coming off during flight, a whole door. And this particular door was a plug door. It wasn't a door that we would be using. It was meant to, it's an exit and enter as an exit, but it wasn't being used because the plane was configured differently. So where that door would be, they put a plug in there and it wasn't fitted properly, that plug. So in the flight, it blew out. The pressure inside blew the thing out. And a big gaping hole, and a guy nearly got sucked up from the seat in front by the door. Can you imagine that? Oh, good thing. You know when you sit there relaxed with your seatbelt not done up, yeah, you would have been gone. But he had his seatbelt on, luckily. We would have been stuck up with the door gone, and that would have been the end of him. But yeah, so you got to be careful these days.
And there are also stories about airplanes disappearing during their flight.
Yeah, that's a mysterious one. Is it flight? What was that, the 370 or something? I can't remember now. But yeah, that was weird. Yeah, that was weird. Malaysian airline one, I think. That was weird. Yeah, that was strange. Yeah, that was very strange. I could only put it down to the powers that shouldn't be are just gaslighting humanity. It began. That's what they're doing. You know, from time to time they do that, letting us know what they can do and get away with. But it is strange that they didn't recover any parts of the plane or anything. And you've got nuclear submarines, so they can, you've got equipment that can search this stuff, even if it's going to take a year. You can still find it. I'm not satisfied with the story at all. You know, bring in all the navies of all the submarines of the world. Let's search for these people. Get it done. Do it in a grid system. You're going to find it, even if it does take a year or so. We will find it. Cannot be that we live on this earth and we can't find things that have crashed in the ocean. It's impossible. I would never accept that as a thing. Bring all military air force to bear on that situation. That's what you're meant to be doing. Yeah, no.
That might have been done intentionally by someone.
Yep. Definitely was done intentionally. Yes. Very strange occurrence. I said Malaysia. It could be Chinese as well. I'm going to look into that a little bit more. But it is strange, weird. So sometimes being on a can be dangerous. Oh, wow. Because they say you're more in danger in a car than you are in an aeroplane. You know, the rates of accidents are far less, you see, in aeroplanes. You're safer in an aeroplane than you would be in a car, according to the statistics that have been gathered. Yeah? Yes, you'd like to go to Europe, yeah? Whereabouts in Europe would you like to go to? And why?
Mm.
What are you looking for in Europe?
Probably the nature.
Okay. Anything else?
And I would love to meet some European people.
Okay, yeah, good. And then you can see whether or not they cook a good Pakistani food in Europe, because they do. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, most of the food in Pakistan is same as the Indian food.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, very similar. Exactly. So you could easily go to an Indian restaurant and enjoy the food there, but then you can see whether or not the quality of the Pakistani food / Indian food. What do you can make some comparisons. Yeah, you can check the quality. Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it? If you go to the UK, in the UK they have had over 300-year history of Indian Pakistan curries. Okay, over 300 years.
Yes, the Indian Pakistan used to be part of the British Empire.
Yeah. So there are many Indian restaurants that look like the Taj Mahal. Some of them, they're that well decorated. Okay, and you'd be paying top money, but the food is excellent. Okay, food is just excellent. Yeah, I cannot say I hate Pakistani or Indian food, because it's good. Definitely good food. And they have competitions, curry cooking competitions in the UK, and only once was it won by a British person. Once in all that time. And when that British person won, there was a lot of controversy, screaming, arguing, cheating, blah blah blah. Only once, yeah. Just once that a white guy won it. White chef. And the Indians were very upset. Very upset indeed. I said, well, hang on, you've only lost once in all these years. There must be a time they can win, can't they? Come on now. They should be proud that someone can cook food as good as them, you know? There was a lot of controversy going on anyway. And then the Indians came to Japan, yeah? And the Japanese have their curry, which I don't really like at all. Right? And then the Indians said, when they ate the Japanese curry, they said, this is not curry. What? The mic is coming along. Said, what do you think? They said, this is not curry. Simple. That's right. It's not curry at all. Ugh. Some kind of scientific, modernized processed curry that was. Disgusting. It just lacked all the spices and all the raw ingredients, really. It's just not curry. Some scientifically made chocolate block looking thing that you put it into the hot water and it melts, and there you go. Ugh, horrid. Most certainly not curry. Okay, welcome to the Flat Earth 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the English Hub. And we thank the English Hub for welcoming us here. Now, do you have any proof of curvature? If you're a glober, do you have any proof of your curvature? Why are you a glober? Why do you say the Earth is a globe? Why? What's your proof? Now, come on, globers. We're putting the question to you. Why do you say the Earth is an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe at breakneck speeds? Come on. Well, there you go. Look. See? No answer from the globers today. I think they're rather embarrassed of their position.
I guess if I was, I think the most technical answer would be the geodetic survey.
Go ahead, explain. Geodetic surveying, go ahead. How is that proving the Earth is flat when you're looking through the crosshairs and straight lines, ladies and gentlemen. But let's listen. Go ahead.
Well, that's just their claim, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
That I would say that's the most, the most technical way.
Yeah, and it's convoluted because it should just be you go out and you measure the curvature of the Earth's a globe. They want to bring geodetic surveying into it. And when you look through the instrument, it's just giving you straight lines. You are not measuring curvature. They have to add spherical mathematics after they've done their measurements. It's what they're doing, these geodetic surveyors.
Which is really hard. I've looked into it and still, it's very technical. There's no real life demonstration of it where they're out in the field and they're showing you everything. It's just in a book that
Yeah, it's like another one of those. Here's a bunch of numbers, right? And trust me, bro, it matches. It proves the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, that's right,
And
ladies and gentlemen.
that's a good point, Electricity. That's my question to them, right? Just show me one of the observations that they did where they've accounted for the confounding variables, and you can just show me it, start to finish, rather than just showing me some numbers on paper and saying, "Oh, Earth globe numbers on paper." Because when you start digging into the transcontinental American Arc of the Parallel survey and stuff like that, you find out they kind of took very crude observations with very poorly accounting for the atmospheric conditions, and then they're kind of like model fitting and throwing away results that throwing away a bunch of results. If they get a result that's way off their model, they'll discard it and say, "Oh, must have been some crazy refraction on that day, or the instrument malfunction, so we'll just throw that one away. We'll keep doing it until we get something closer to what we're aiming for, and then eventually they'll get what they're looking for." So,
Yeah, don't forget to put in the
pretty
assumption
sketchy.
values. They assume a lot as well. They put in some assumption values.
So exactly, there's not a big difference over most of the distances that they're doing these observations. There's not a big difference between flat or globe, and then they have these little kind of like turning knobs that they're able to turn to make it fit their
model.
Their datum that they're trying to fit it onto, right? So they've got their instrument error turning knob that they can use, right? And then they've got their refraction, and they can use these little things as kind of like little turning knobs. It's like, if we just turn these knobs a little bit, oh, there we go, it's a globe now.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Because in the book, they've obviously gone out there and done, they put all those triangles together, so they've done multiple measurements or whatever you want to call it. I don't know, but again, this is very very few people would be doing this. It'd be a team of 5 people.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's very. It's not
Have you seen the picture? A lot of these were done way back in the day as well. And if you have a look at the pictures, it's, I don't know. I'll post a couple of pictures of the survey in the transcontinental triangulation and the American Arc of the Parallel in 1900. Right, they're going out setting up these things on these hills, and they think they're accurate within these tiny little margins of error. Look, they're not even trying to prove that it's a globe either. All these people already think it's a globe. They're already working off a previous model
assumption,
right? And then they're just trying to update it to a new geoid or whatever they're adding it to, the new datum.
Of course, they're moving the goalpost all the time, to the point where you can't even score a goal because they're running away with it. That's what it's down to now. They take the gold and everything and run. Flat earthers are coming.
What's with the triangles? Why are they doing this kind of triangle thing? Yeah, I thought they'd make some weird triangle and they put all the triangles together or something. Or am I getting that wrong?
No, you got it right.
That's what they're doing. I'll post a grid of the kind of things that they're doing.
The thing is, right, triangles are 3 straight lines. That's what I keep telling them. So you don't get triangles on a spherical ball. That's bullshit. All right? So you've got that wrong, pal. You don't measure triangles on a ball.
So they're obviously making multiple observations from a single point.
Yeah, yeah.
And
What they call that?
stitch them
Spherical
together.
access. Spherical access. You've got to account for that as well all the time. You see? Excess, you know? A little bit left over, ladies and gentlemen. You have to account for that on top of everything else. That's why you don't measure triangles on a ball. That's not how it works.
They're basically just trying to refine their spherical coordinate system that they already had. That's all they're really doing. So they have a prediction on what they will observe through the theodolite based on their previous spherical, coordinate system, and then they're just trying to refine that, to improve their maps that are based on lat long, right? And trying to make it more precise.
All the while not measuring curvature at all, ladies and gentlemen. Please bear that in mind.
They're trying to refine the estimates of size and shape within an accepted globe framework.
Yeah, yeah. Like you said, the numbers is what they're working on. But as Nikola Tesla said, that we have to be aware of those kind of pseudoscience mathematics, because these formulas don't bear any relationship to the reality we live. You can't use them in the practical world because the Earth isn't a globe, for example. So all this refining they're doing is to refine the numbers. But if you take the numbers and apply them to the surface of the Earth, they don't work. You're not going to measure curvature any degree. You're not. It's just not there.
So they took large networks of triangles and they measured the angles, and then they interpreted the results using spherical mathematics.
Right. There you are.
That's what I don't get. At what point along the way are they like, all right, let's put some curve on it?
But once they've measured the flat Earth, then they put I've got a video where the guy says, we measure the Earth flat first, and then we add the spherical mathematics afterwards because it's easier that way. And he's a surveyor, still believing he's on a globe, of course. That's what they do.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
It's very interesting to hear you guys talk about all of this, but I'm just curious to know how is it that if the world is all flat, so
yeah,
do you guys specifically believe that the world is covered by an invisible
barrier,
an invisible bubble? I could say bubble, but that
you mean
can't
like a
go out.
barrier? You mean like a barrier?
Yes.
Okay, listen to this.
Yeah, like a barrier.
Let me explain to you let me ask you a question. Now, in order to have air pressure, don't you think you need some kind of container? Yeah, pressure. Remember, if you want pressure of gas, you have a gas pipe. You want pressure. You want pressure of water. You have to have a. Can somebody mute the guy? I'm going to carry on talking, by the way. So if you want to have gas pipe, you have pressure. So you have a gas pipe. You want oil pressure, you have an oil pipe. You want water pressure, you have a water pipe. So if you're going to have air pressure, you must have some kind of container. Has to be there. Otherwise, you can't have air pressure. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree with that. It makes sense.
Okay. So clearly then, It must be there. Otherwise, we don't have air pressure. Okay?
Yeah. Yes, indeed. You are very correct on that one, sir.
Yeah.
So now,
Yeah. So it's not a belief then.
yes. So on the conclusion to say on my question, so then how
Yeah.
is it that there's a satellite that can? Of course, we have all
Okay,
used.
now you've made a big mistake. You've made a gigantic mistake because before you can have the
Okay.
satellite, Earth must be proven to be a globe. You know why? Because the radius is the important part. Without the radius, you can't even be thinking of putting satellites out there. So the radius must be in place of the Earth. Once you have that radius, okay, then you can have the circumference, and then maybe you can begin to put satellites in space if the vacuum will allow you, because the vacuum itself will kill that satellite anyway. Do you understand? So that's the mistake. You're jumping to the satellite when the Earth itself hasn't been proven to be a globe. Okay?
So then, would you say that the satellite do they
There
exist
are
or
no
not?
satellites. There are no satellites that are. Hang on, let me explain it to you so you fully understand me. There are no satellites that are being deployed from a rocket that left Earth to space. The doors open and then the satellite comes out spinning and then gets set. That has never happened. Okay, satelloons, that's helium balloons that have equipment attached to the balloon itself, and that rises up. Yes, limitations. The highest level, 31 miles from the Earth's surface. Highest known satellite balloon. Okay?
Okay.
31
Yes.
miles. That's it. Yeah.
Right.
So satellites don't exist the way they've been described with
So
solar
it's
panels.
just like in simpler terms, it's just like an air balloon that's in the sky or something like
Yes,
that.
there are many of those in the sky, but that's not the main communication. The main communication that we have, that me and you are using now, is coming from under the ocean fiber optic cables that cover 700,000 miles of the seabed. And every day that goes by, 10 trillion financial communications happen via these cables. Nothing to do with satellites. Then you can factor in the Discord, emails, cable TV, and everything else. Then we have cell towers, okay? Cell towers. And then cell towers on the ocean, known as ocean buoys. And then we have wind turbines are being used now, okay? And then satelloons, of course. And also the military communications, which we jump on and off from time to time. Piggyback, we call it, okay? So these are the means of communication that we have at the moment. Nothing to do with satellites.
All right, that makes sense. So now, are these satelloids that you're saying, have they been seen?
Satelloons.
Okay, so have they been seen or anything like that? Like, have they been
People see
captured?
them. Yeah, people do see them. Sometimes people do see them. You know, sometimes they've come down and crashed on Earth, crashed into people's gardens. So they're definitely there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have weather systems. How do you think we get the weather? We're getting the weather from people in, lighthouse instruments, for example. Okay. Then you have the satelloons that are gathering the information from the mini weather stations that are attached. And that information is relayed across the world to all computers. And then everybody's learning about each other's weather. That's simple.
Well,
Very
then
easy. They've been doing it a long time.
then they've done a very good job at hiding it, because then
Well,
I
yeah,
wouldn't
because
have thought.
Yeah, because nobody's really interested, you see. We're all living our lives. We put on the radio's giving us the weather. We're not thinking, how do they get that? Maybe one out of 100, maybe, or 1 out of 1,000 might be thinking, how? Do you understand? So it's easy for them to keep it, not even talk about it. No need. It's only if you're interested
Okay.
in the topic that you research it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So now I'm going to ask a different question, but in relation to what we're talking about. So
Okay,
do you
go ahead.
guys believe? So do you guys believe that aliens exist?
Okay, no, we don't do the alien thing. Okay, that's the thing here, because again, we're living on Earth. Okay, Earth is supposedly under containment, so anything outside of that is purely speculation. I don't speculate. I stopped the alien thing when I was 10 years old as a kid because I knew it was nonsense. Okay, so I haven't looked
But
back. What?
but
Yeah,
there's
go ahead.
there's an undenying evidence of it
Well,
because definitely
hang on a second. Have you seen that undenied nine evidence and touched it with your own hands?
not
No, you
touching
haven't.
it, but I've
Well, you know, you're
seen
believing it.
some.
No.
Exactly, Annie.
Wait. I've seen
But
something.
can I just say something, Dawn? I hope
Yeah,
you're
go
not
ahead.
under the I hope you're not under the impression that we think that the thing, lights in the sky, the planets and that are like worlds, that there are worlds like Earth up in the sky. We're not of that mind that there's any other place like Earth to be for anything, for any life form. This is the only place that we know of that exists that can sustain life and which life can stand upon and navigate upon, walk around on. There's nothing in the sky like that. There's nothing up there that you're going to go to and walk around on that we know of, that anybody knows of. You've just heard stories about it and seen movies, that's it. And it's made you think that. We all did.
Yeah.
We all did because we were all conditioned like that to think that there's other worlds like Earth up in the sky. There isn't.
Yeah, I stopped that when I was 10 years old. I left that behind a long time ago. I've never ever believed there are aliens. Okay, they're not, Eddie. Zero.
Okay, I do understand that you're looking at it on that perspective, but if you try to switch your own perspective, you'll see that there are certain things that
Why would I want to do that? Why? I'm living in reality. I know they don't exist. Why would I want to entertain nonsense? Why? That's what I want to know. Why?
look. The thing here is that you have seen or heard of like these these drawings in fields, like something would draw on the fields of like cornfields, then they would draw some kind of symbols, which if person was doing that, it would be quite difficult to
Yeah,
write
again,
those drawings.
the symbols that I've seen are like there's a famous stone with some kind of hieroglyphics that people don't understand. Okay, that could have been man-made for all I know, but it's there. Then you got hieroglyphics from Egypt. There's languages all over the place. But my question still stands: why would I want to think and entertain the idea that aliens? No, man, that's a waste of time. It's a distraction.
All right, you're saying to not entertain. The main conclusion that was going to come from the alien thing is that aliens are believed to come from another planet. So definitely, it would contradict to say that the world discovered around the bubble, because
Well,
definitely,
again,
and
no,
that
hold
means
on. Let me just stop you there. If we don't have the barrier, the container, all the air we have would entropy into space. We would all be dead. Okay? You see, you are fighting against natural law. Natural law states containment is required of pressure. If you want pressure, you got to have a container. Without it, you get no pressure. That's natural law. Like you need air to breathe, okay? So we need a container. So there's no way the aliens are going to be getting in anyway, okay? Unless they have some kind of superior technology. But like I said, they don't exist. Come on. Stop
Hold on, the
removing
one, bro.
natural law. Do not remove. Hang on. Please do not remove natural law. Okay, that's a crime in itself. You cannot remove the natural law that states air pressure is reliant on a container. So unfortunately, you can't do that. Okay, that's wishful thinking to the extreme that you're violating natural law. Sorry.
All right. I do get your point there. You are right. I'll give you
Yeah.
that.
But stop that
But
then.
do
If
you know
I'm right, stop it.
Yes. Okay, you're right. Yes.
Yeah. Stop all
I
that
just have
madness.
to say. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Let me just stop. Let me just stop.
Okay,
Okay.
go
Let
on.
me ask. Let me ask just another question here.
Yeah, go on.
Do you think that the map they've given us is actually accurate? Because
No, we don't. We don't accept the map they've given us is accurate. Okay. I do like the azimuthal equidistant map myself. I like the way it's laid out and everything else. But again, I haven't validated it to be perfect. I haven't done that for myself yet. And we don't really have an accurate map. We don't have one yet. Okay? That's all I can say regarding maps. And maps don't prove shape of Earth. That's the other thing. And bearing in mind, I've traveled a lot of the world and I haven't got lost. So I'm not really concerned, really. Earth is flat. And if I really want a map, I'll have to make it myself. I can make my own map if I need to. At this point, I'm able to make my own map. Anyone can make a
Please
map, really.
Well, please do so then. I'll definitely.
Well,
the
it'll
one, bro.
only be for my personal use. You see?
Hello?
Right.
So you
Okay.
don't actually believe that they have undeniable evidence of aliens, right? Like you're joking, right?
I like to keep an open mind of things, so that's why I'm talking about them. I'm talking about this with you. The actual conclusion for me is that I do not know, but there are some things that are just like there are some evidences that are like present that you have to be
There's
like,
no
oh, what
evidence
about
of aliens, man.